a new day and a new stage here in Austin, Texas for the major. It's stage 3, Hugo. We've made it all this way, and now we're only left with the creme de la creme of Counter-Strike teams.
Exactly. I mean, this used to be just the major, Harry. Top 16, what it all mattered, what you all played for, where you got your stickers. Nowadays, we let everyone in, but we've cut them out. We've thinned the herd, and now we've gone to a near final stage of the major to find out who is really the top dog, who is going to be going through to the playoffs in that Moody Center. That's what it's all about here this week, and we have more Swiss BO3s and BO1s to get you there as well. We got a whole day of bangers, a whole new set of teams that have been waiting, watching for these matches to come up, and of course welcoming in the likes of Vitality, Spirit, G2, MOUZ, Aurora, MongolZ, Na'Vi, and Liquid up against the challengers that we saw grind through that previous, or in some cases even 2 previous stages. And we have a lot of BO1s to kick off today, 8 matches to find out where we're going and who's going home.
Yeah, and I think there's some real fire games on here as well, right? Legacy, one of the teams that stunned their way through stage 1, not even supposed to be here, managed to get through stage 2, 3-0. They're playing Vitality, very first game of the day. That's over on the A stream. So be sure to keep your eyes peeled on that one.
Yeah, you've been
what
calling...
else stands out?
No, I'm not letting you move on. I'm not letting you move on. Well, you've been calling the upset, Harry. You've been calling the vibe victory.
The vibe victory could come through.
Okay.
It's a huge streak for Vitality, but their streak is in BO3s and BO5s exclusively.
Yes.
Legacy coming in red hot, 2 stages under their belt. Great vibes. These guys peaking right now. I don't know, anything's possible in a BO1.
Anything is possible, Harry.
Apex even admitted it much in his interviews about stage 3, saying, you know, we haven't had to play any BO1s. Anything can happen. You lose a pistol round, you lose 2 pistol rounds. Suddenly everything is in jeopardy.
I 100% agree. I like the way you're framing it. We'll see if that comes through. That's the first game of the day. On the other stream, we have MOUZ VP, and we have many more matches to worry about as well. Is there anything sticking out to you, Harry? Is there any one game other than the Legacy match you're looking forward to today?
I think the Vision Liquid one could be really, really sick as well. I think that's going to be, I think it's going to be like a very close BO1 as far as they go.
Well, let's keep our eye on that. We're not the only ones with things to say. We had some player interviews as well, caught up with them before the game, so let's see what's up.
Now, Fame, it was a very strong result from Virtus.pro when we look back at stage 2. Why do you feel like you were able to pull off such a solid result going 3-0?
I think it's not that, you know, hard, because best of 2, you need to win 2 best of 1, and after that just only 1 best of 3, so every team can do it. We just had the perfect day 1. We won 13-2, 13-3, I think. We were in a good individual shape, individual form, and I hope we managed to keep this form to the stage 3, so we're gonna see today.
I just had the pleasure of catching up with Torzy as well from MOUZ and posed the question about facing you guys in the first best of 1. He said he'd had some practice against you guys. You guys look really solid, but he's still very confident in the individuals. How do you view MOUZ at the moment coming into stage 3?
I think MOUZ is one of the best teams in the world right now. We know this guy is really good. We have, you know, mutual respect, I think, and I think this game is gonna be about who wake up better, and we're gonna see today. It's gonna depend on our individual form and everything, how we woke up, everything. So we just hope for the best.
Where do you think Virtus.pro have the edge over MOUZ at the moment?
Edge?
Yeah, where do you think you're better than them at the moment?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, Torzy said he feels like the individuals on MOUZ are better than Virtus.pro.
Better individuals?
Yeah.
Okay, we got better individuals. That's my opinion. Yeah, we're gonna see today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and good luck. Now, Torzy, I was just reading your interview with HLTV, or the short snippet of it, where you discussed, for you guys, it was a good idea to go back to Europe between Dallas and coming into Austin. What did you guys get up to in that time?
Yeah, in that time, we had some free time, obviously, to refresh ourselves, but also we had a boot camp in the MOUZ headquarters. It was really good boot camp. Obviously, I also said in the interview, the first few days was not the best, but after that we stepped up, and I think we got a lot out of it. So yeah.
Anything particular that you are focusing on, you know, having had a few tournaments to go off of now? Any particular improvements that you were looking at?
Yeah, we were looking a lot at the beginning of the games that we are sharp, because obviously we know we have to face BO1s in the first day, and it's really important that you have a good start, I think, because, you know, on BO1 you can sleep. So we were focusing in like the first 4 rounds, you know, the first 20 seconds of the rounds, because it's really important that you have clear freeze time, clear communication, things like this. So, yeah.
Speaking of those best of ones at hand, first opponent, what are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, we play Virtus Pro. I think they actually on the officials they play pretty decent when we prepared. They had some good stuff. So yeah, I think we still have a lot of advantages versus them, because I think we are just better individually and also as a team. So yeah, I expect a win from us.
I love that confidence, Torzy. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
MOUZ versus Virtus Pro. Harry Russell, who has better individuals?
I mean, you know, you would say MOUZ. You would say MOUZ on paper right now. Meant to be coming into this as kind of the second top dog. MOUZ very much aware of what's on the line here as well, that they are, especially with teams like Falcons not making it through the last stage, one of the big challenges to Vitality. And so that puts them in a powerful position and a need to do well here on the first day of stage 3.
Yeah, I like the acknowledgement.
Right? This one day decides everything about your run into the playoffs, into the Moody Center. If you find yourself winning 2 BO1s, you are in such a powerful position to try and go through.
I like Fame's acknowledgement of, yeah, this game is about who shows up on this early morning and performs and has the gas in them to stay in it all day and play a BO1 later, and boom, suddenly you're 2-0, you sit in pretty. And it's interesting to hear him say that, because he was that guy last stage. He was playing incredibly well. Like he said, 2 BO1s, 13-2, 13-3 over OG and Bait. They stomped their way through day 1. They finished day 2 onto Pain, and this team went straight through top 3-0, top of the stage into this one as well. This is your reward for that victory, VP. You play one of the biggest and best teams in the tournament. It's MOUZ, who, well, again, I don't even want to say is anything's guaranteed in BO1, because VP have been playing. MOUZ are coming in cold. Sure, they've been pracking, but the officials are a different situation. So, you know, it is on who shows up at the end of the day. And VP are annoying. They're such a bipolar team. They can make playoffs of any tournament. They can bomb out last place. It's such a hard team to read. But if they're feeling good and they're riding the high of a stompy stage 2, who's to say they couldn't take down MOUZ today?
It was also nice hearing, you know, Electronic kind of credit his development as an IGL and trying to big himself up, which was cool. Instead of, you know, focusing on the challenges that have come with it,
That of which are
it was, you know, it was him in like a more confident mindset of, no, I've grown a lot, I've matured a lot, and that's why you're going to see a better look at it.
Wasn't he saying this is my best cooling? Yeah, like I'm on form there. And actually, I think some of his individuals are looking really, really good. Icy, we were like, I wouldn't say we're calling him a choker, but we were saying he's a player who we've seen kind of struggle in consistent output.
It felt like really he was one of these AWPers that would like hit a bunch of the wild shots, but would miss like the easy ones that you absolutely have to be hitting.
He's been super reliable in this tournament, so that's actually a really nice sign for VP. You know, the Fame and Flit duo finding a lot of impact as well. You know, I'm excited to see if VP have it in them right now, because we're giving them a lot of attention because we don't know what to expect from MOUZ. Have they refreshed things? How's Brolin looking as an in-game leader? This is a MOUZ who have made many finals, a MOUZ who have lost to Vitality many times. But Electronic is feeling very good. They're laughing, Harry. The vibes, the VP vibes are out there. MOUZ may be favorites on the odds, but VP have that chemistry.
Yeah. You know, Electronic is very easily identifiable by his laugh. He has like the deepest voice ever, but then the laugh of like a garden imp, and so it's cool. I really like it. But yeah, it seems like VP are coming into this with a good energy this morning. You know, we've seen as well, Toshi did that interview talking about how back in the boot camp they just had, and he spoke about it a little bit in the interview right at the start of this series, You know, he actually said, like, the first few days weren't good, but then the last few days were great. So kind of a polarizing boot camp, but one where they had to build up as it went on, which is nice. You know, at least there was that recovery coming into this feeling kind of good. You wouldn't want all your practice to suck on the run up to the opening games in Stage 3, where 2 BO1s so heavy-handedly decide your fate at the major.
At the same time, there's always this correlation where it's like some of the teams who say Prac is going horribly go out and win the event, and then the teams that go, yeah, I've been destroying everyone in Prac, they bomb out in groups, right? Like, it's happened so many times across the years, especially at majors. So you can never be safe. Nothing is guaranteed. Another day of Swiss BO1s. We're cutting the cheese, Harry. We're putting the holes in. Or maybe MOUZ are. We'll find out. It's Mirage, it's a BO1, and it's MOUZ taking on Virtus.pro. Love to see the energy. Getting your head in the game. For a VPT side, what's that look like?
Yeah, very quickly we're going to get answers to the form that MOUZ are arriving in. Seen Virtus.pro to grind their way through Stage 2 already. VP have their eyes set on this A play. And MOUZ, they're going to lose Brolin early on back in the connector. There is aggression in the downtime. They double pushed ramp, but they're noisy on this push. And that's heard by these players up in Palace. So VP have the info. They also have that first incision up through the connector. Brolin out of the round.
Ooh, Electronic plays quite early. Jimmy's still here. That's the bomb loose. Player under the balcony needs his kill right now. VP trying to flood this bomb site. They do it from the connector side. Icy hits his and follows up. So VP take the pistol. Even though somehow the Lurk is the first player to die out in the B bomb site, VP have no problem rerouting on that bomb. Xertion trying to hunt it down on the ramp. They won't let it happen. Good shots from Icy with the P250. Always see him on those, on the pistols. So VP take the 1-0 lead. And I expect MOUZ to force. VP heading straight to that B bomb site. Electronic keeping it simple. Only Jimpat here. It's a bit too quiet, isn't it? Something's going on. MOUZ don't want to break this setup. And Fame keeps them here with a bit of a fake. I can get an Electronic up catwalk with a con smoke. Info lost in middle for MOUZ. They don't know numbers. They're about to find out.
Yeah, Jimmy spots one in the apartments as well. Penny's going to start to drop now for MOUZ. They start bringing players over. Push still hasn't arrived yet. Jimmy, start to trickle on through now. It's Flamus. Able to find him, getting out through the apartments. VP move in. And this might just be the save for MOUZ. Only one man actually in the site. Dealt with straight away. No option to go any further. They're just going to run back this force by one more time in the next round.
It's really patient for VP. If they just go for a B pop and they're going through that smoke and, you know, within 20 seconds of the round beginning, you know VP are rushing. I think MOUZ are going to hard rotate. They're going to bring 3 players through kitchen. They're going to be fighting. But instead, VP make them doubt it. They throw that mid retake util late in the round. MOUZ then don't want to shuffle. And Jimmy found with nothing means no temptation for MOUZ to go for it. VP on the board early. And look to continue on this run, but MOUZ have saved their guns. So this eco is still threatening. MOUZ, a team where a lot of ideas come from a lot of different players. It's not just the Brolin show. You'll hear Xertion calling his shots a lot. Torshi, extremely vocal player, not just on his own gameplay, but talking about the money, the big picture, things to expect. So their comms are always interesting, MOUZ. VP get out under. It is theirs. Everyone here.
Gonna try and move in up through the catwalk, but MOUZ are set up here with 2. Player ready to help down in the connector. This won't be plain sailing for Virtus.pro. Fights come their way. 5-7 gonna line up 1. And this ends in a 3-on-3. This little skirmish for mid doesn't go the way VP wanted.
Flamus is out B. VP have a lot of control, and MOUZ are trying to stop them from escaping, but that AK gets scavenged, and Fame gets out alive. So with Flamus having this position, even if the realization for MOUZ might not be enough. Bomb getting planted, no kit to stop this one. Double cat is nice. But are they going to get given the fights they so desperately need? Yes, they will. Icy wallbang, careful, buddy. He's just gone from the round. MOUZ are in with a chance.
Everyone's so low on MOUZ. Still, that kills enticed them to go for it. Fame with nearly full HP, holding onto this cross. They make it past underneath him. Tries to play this a little bit later. So much time having ticked off this bomb. VP just playing it safe as can be.
They know they've won it. That molly, done it. Off the bomb, they check. And no stress here for Virtus.pro in the post plant, looking to clean house. It's perfectly done. The wallbang was insane. Icy was just getting bullied through bench, but as soon as that molly lands, MOUZ know they've lost it. No kit, no util on that half buy. So VP, really good start to this game. B-Lug for Flamus goes a long way in that round. In a round, VP were fighting 5 middle initially. Torshi's AWP is in play, so is Icy's. Dodge flashes on ramp. To be fair, it is very quiet, but it's a late mid-take here for VP. That volley is crazy. What a read for Fame, or Flit rather. The Brolin's up close on ramp. Pushes him back into the bomb site. VP get that mid-control they desire.
Yeah, even a boost up into the window here. Not a play that MOUZ are aware of yet.
Oh, that's such
that
a
smoke spam coming through, extending this lead even further. Oh, no. Quickly flipped back around. That's Flamus through the window. Missed shot for the Torshi AWP, and that's been punished. Electronic put a lot of bodies out here in middle just to get VP that window control, and from it, Flamus has been able to reopen this round. Now, the bomb is lost in middle. So VP have to make a play for it. Flamus left up in this clutch. Spinks has the edge, has the advantage. 3 kills deep in the round. Strong position out on the catwalk and only needs to land 1 bullet. This is a round teed up for Spinks.
He's gonna hear this. No, does he hear this? Running back through spawn. I think he just moved far enough away. Spinks is remaining in position. 10 seconds. It could be either bomb site right now. Can Spinks read this one before the plant comes in? I don't know if there's time. 6-5, he's not got it. Oh dear, oh dear. Flamus gave it a go with a 20-second run away. Not fancying his odds. And I don't blame him for not going con.
Let's fucking go!
But that's not going to work out, is it? It's not going to be a round win. Maybe just had to take the fight on the headshot angle. Well played for Spinks for not overplaying it in middle. Didn't come in swinging.
We have nothing. I don't think we should fight mid. Open mid, no?
You'll take it. Thanks, I guess. Flammer 7-0. Could have been feeling it. Oh, not anymore. Wall banged on the B-bomb site. Oh dear.
Kind of a brutal way to lose your space-taking top performer.
Yeah.
Spammed out right at the start of the round.
I need that lineup, Spinks.
This jumping's heard the entire time. And so at any moment, Flick can decide to play his hand. Oh, the jumping stopped. And so
away.
Flick will make his move now. Torshi holds the cross, baited in by that play. Spinks gonna catch Fame out in top mid. MOUZ starting to regain some control over this map, as this one looks to go their way far more dominantly. Let's see if IC and Electronic can make it interesting, but they're worlds apart right now. And so a ways away from being able to really get anything going here. Bunch of awkwardness right off the top of this round for Virtus.pro. It started with that spam kill onto Flammus. Flip baited into a peek and Fame dead out in middle.
Might just be a combat save here. Doesn't look like this one's going to go anywhere fast here for VP. Very awkward round. Really doesn't help that your first player just gets spammed through the B wall. Whatever you had in mind is out of the window at that point. And VP are paying the price for that missed 1v1 immediately. No money now, waiting on loss bonus. Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Because there's multiple streams here and we're in stage 3 now, I think I'm gonna come in with little updates as to what's going on the other stream. But I'll give you fair warning. I'll say, you know, mute for spoilers if you don't want to know. This is the warning, by the way. So it's Vitality versus Legacy going on over on the other stream right now. That's our other opening game, and currently Legacy in the lead.
Okay, yeah, 4 rounds.
Very, very early days. We're gonna keep a watchful eye on it.
Yeah. It is on Inferno, which in a BO1 is pretty wild for Vitality. But they should be winning on any map, really, shouldn't they?
Oh, well, VP play with a bit more tempo over here towards ramp, but they've been blocked, and early nades have slowed their roll even more.
Yeah, see, the Paris smoke comes down. It doesn't block ramp, but they know that just means all A players are funneled on the ramp. So they don't want to just walk into this setup immediately. And they're making the right call, because this one's stacked up. MOUZ not playing heavily for middle. Spinks just in the ladder side. Walk out ramp. Torshi still scouting. The economy these days. And VP move through middle. Gonna still be splitting this A bomb side by the looks of things. Electronic in ramp for con side. They boost over the smoke. I like this play, but right now not netting anything. The VP want to try and boost window. Spinks is still waiting up in the top there. Electronic keeping attention. 40 seconds. VP got to go soon. No one even watching B. MOUZ are going to crunch middle. VP are never going to make it up con.
Oh, no head armor for Spinks. You hope that doesn't come back to haunt them. More kills coming out now.
No.
Wrap one of the players down in con.
What?
20 seconds.
Gotta go.
Bomb makes it out.
It's
Electronic lands the jump up in the ladder room, and so he's going to make it into this B site. It's Icy rather makes it in with this bomb. And so Torshi left to the extremities. This fight that takes place over in middle, mostly pistols, flip from the window, carves a path into this round for Virtus.pro. MOUZ thought they were about to end this round in mid.
Can't walk forever, man. You've already lost half the timing and you're still walking up catwalk. Player in the window might be able to just backstab if Torshi gets his info, and there it is. Icy with the block. That's the round. Nothing Torshi can do about it. That's a 2-on-4 where Flit just gets a double out of nowhere. And Icy follows up. MOUZ's mid-crunch looked so good, and then they overplay their hand. They swing back out con again. Backstab by Icy. What a disaster.
That's such a gift of a round for VP to pick up, right? It felt like their goose was cooked. They were getting denied this mid space. They're getting slowed down. MOUZ even about to crunch mid with util. That's already a round the VP lacking the firepower in. You have a bunch of guys on low econ investments here, just kind of cobbling together what they can. Glock kill in the mix. But it's Flit from the window that bails them out. An important multi-kill round from Flit. And VP maintain this early lead. Now in a position where they could even break MOUZ's money. That would give them so much control over the early stages of Mirage. Oh, nearly catching Jimmy on the jump. Even this is a high-pressure way for the round to open. It's forced a reaction out of MOUZ, made them a little weaker over here in middle, pulled the AWP back. Jimmy's also had to dump all his util just in case they aggroed on the back of that.
How much will MOUZ try and make up for this, though? Because they shuffled B side from the early setup, but now it's gone quiet. So you feel like, is there a lurker? Is there a guy coming out Palace? Are we being played with right now? MOUZ still hold their space. 2B, 1 ladder. Even boosted the AWP up as well. Torshi's going to get a go at this. As VP do look interested. Flame in the window. Torshi in the V-apps. VP are not going to make it in easily. 30 seconds, the backstab denied. This was triple B from the get-go anyway. Oh, not a single fight in this round. MOUZ just win them all. And VP may have had that early start to this game, but now on the gun round, MOUZ are starting to show their prowess.
Dude, that's such an important way for MOUZ to win this round, right? Getting out with 5 alive as well. This is right as their money was going to get broken. That would have given VP such a huge leg up, so this has come through clean, crisp, everything you could want from the MOUZ camp. And at a critical juncture at that.
I'm hearing Borcaralo in the back.
With good reason.
Is that a good sign?
That's a good sign for Legacy.
Oh God, I mean, you called it, right? But that's kind of insane. Let's let Vitality warm up before we get too worried, right?
Fucking go.
It's going to be a big stage here with some bigger games. This already a back and forth head-to-head. Where Torshi is starting to take control of the map. Him and Spinks in pivotal positions. VP are still unashamedly slow on this T side. Not running quick executes. Always retaking mid late in the round. This time they go back to A. Torshi in the right place. Execute ready to go.
Util in. Only enough to throw in this exec once, so they've got to go now through these smokes in at ramp. They'll make it out through Palace as well. Control over the site taken. Electronic even making a move up close, but they spotted him there. And so a double swing. Spawn getting taken away. Running through Torshi. They find their way onto an AWP here. Exertion's backstab nets them one more, but this AWP has been retrieved. Will Flamus be able to put it to work? First kill coming in for Flamus. He's 9-3 right now. He's got Fame tucked in close on this Glock. The AWP providing cover. Flamus hits another. As they try to take the spawn away, Flamus' job not yet done. Swing out from the Glock. The AWP closes the distance. Flamus doing everything. 4 kills deep in this round. This is Pistols for Virtus.Pro, picking up the dub. Lead not given over. Flamus on his feet.
He crashed. I don't know what happened. He left the server. He crashed. He couldn't save the AWP. I mean, he won the round. He'll take it, but he loses the AWP in the process. In that 1v1, he DC'd. I don't know if he did something or if he just got unlucky, but hey, screw it. You want a full Glock eco. You are rich. That was a couple of pistol upgrades, barely Kevlar, and some smokes over the A-bomb site. Torshi had no support. Think about those retakes on CT on this map. How often, especially on an anti-eco, do you see a team grouping CT to retake together as a unit? They don't do that, MOUZ. They abandoned Torshi at his time of need. He gets pushed. He was low health before he even got back to spawn. And Flamus runs him down. It's one thing to run him down. It's another thing to go on with 4 kills. That moment of realization.
I'm sorry, so I died. My CS crashed in the end of the last round. Then my ult didn't save because my So is there any way we can get that up? Okay,
Extract maximum value.
Yeah, I get that.
It's
He would have lived.
Yeah.
I'm not the admin.
I don't know how you deal with this.
No, I'm glad I don't make that choice, but he would have lived. Unlucky if not, but bright side, regardless of what happens, he's 11-3. They're 5-3 up.
The thing is, I crashed in the last round.
Ooh.
I like his sell.
He's selling it.
Well, I've never seen a player convince an admin
Oh.
to drop AVP. Never seen that in my life.
Yeah.
It's the first time for everything. Put to the test here. Day 1 of stage 3. Will the admin be generous?
This is wild.
This is a great, it's a great area. Dun, 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 dun. Never mind. They won the eco, man. Take what you got. Just see you looking over, Harry.
I'm going to give another update on the Legacy
you
versus Vitality.
They're double AWPing.
Why am I panicking, bruh?
I mean,
they're
you're
running
cheering.
away with this.
But, I mean, do you want this upset? I mean, you called it, so you must.
You know, you don't necessarily always want the visions you see. You just get them.
Okay.
It's like, that's so Raven.
Do you want this one, or do you want it?
I don't know. You've made it too hard. Like, I think...
Do you hear those yells in the background? That's not Vitality, folks.
No, it's not. They're getting wrecked by Legacy right now.
Oh, dear.
They are getting kind of bodied.
Legacy 3-0 again?
It's wild, but it could happen. It's the perfect storm. Like, they are in... like off the charts levels. There's no kind of history whether you can go and look at Legacy and be like, oh, yes, of course, this all makes sense. This all tracks. They've hit their top level at the major. And that's,
right time.
You know, that is the whole thing about majors. That's what all these top teams are going to be talking about. You want to be peaking at the major. Well,
no free AWP for Flamus, but VP off the back of a full eco win have set themselves up nicely on this T side. MOUZ's money on the line goes both ways as VP lay up the same execute.
Torshi Zorp going to be in the right place. But Util here designed to make his life miserable. He's left with no choice but to play through or give up. They'll concede this control. They lose a player in the site, but exertions help keep things even.
Wallbang care. A lot of control here for VP. I mean, they're pulling nades out, they're pulling bomb out. They know they've got this space with the triple smoke take. And Brolin was so blind, just staring at the corner. Can VP flash their way back into more success? MOUZ are waiting patiently. Great shot for Electronic. He's stepping up. 2 kills from the captain. Might just put this one down. MOUZ, do they get given the kills? Torshi won't. He gives it up. Even escaping is no guarantee. VP want this AWP, and they want it out of his hands. Going so much to plan for VP every single round. Want a 2v4 on a gun round. Want a full eco. Their half is already looking great, and it might get greater. MOUZ's money in the bin. Because not only have the T-sides look better, Electronic's been outputting more as an individual.
Yeah. And, you know, you feel like that makes a large degree of sense. Like, if he's feeling good in his cooling, he feels like he's making the right reads, and his teammates are responding to things the way that he anticipates and expects. You know, they feel like they're on the same page way more. He's got to focus less on the micro moves. It feels like things are just flowing for Virtus.pro, which is a nice feeling. You know, this is a squad that sometimes have like these jarring momentum breaks in games. And it feels like quite often that's Electronic having to like take the pace out just to really clarify how these rounds are supposed to be playing. But that's not the VP you've had here. It's felt very fluid, very quick to adapt. And that usually comes with, you know, better comms, everyone feeling like they're on the same page. You just know what your teammate's going to do ahead of time. And yeah, this is a convincing lead put together from Virtus.pro early on. Every kind of like point break round, the one that makes all the difference, the one that like breaks you through and kind of starts chaining rounds together, those have been victories for VP. And whenever they've been the team kind of put in that position, staring down the barrel of low money, they found ways to break through. And so they've got a very handy lead over this game right now. Nerve-wracking times for the MOUZ squad, who are in this, you know, belly-up position on the CT side. Yeah. Your most vulnerable spot where you can get reset every single time you're losing a round. VP are being very punishing, very active at hunting down these saves. So they've rarely got to come through for the MOUZ squad.
The 3 rounds that MOUZ have won, they've all come off the back of just surviving the clock, right? VP giving it up, not liking their odds, so it's not like MOUZ are winning decisive rounds right now. No AWP in this one, not even a kit. MOUZ have got to do more with less. Close on ramp, MOUZ making a setup start. And VP spread thin more than any other round in this one. Oh, risky move for Flit. And maybe he feels like he's cleared it, but there are 2 players there. Meanwhile, suddenly getting thrown into the B-bomb site. Flamus keeps the attention up, and MOUZ know they've hit the gap with Flit checking that position. MOUZ will start to rotate. If I'm MOUZ, I'm stacking B right now. I'm just doing it off of this control. And the bomb is heading there. Xerxen, that 3rd piece into the B-bomb site. Torchy considering Palace, but that's not the case. And MOUZ have VP read like a book. If you can't win this round, MOUZ, it was never meant to be. This backstab on Icy should be well timed.
Gonna be close, but I think Brolin's got this. Catches Icy for free, and now VP aware that this is info MOUZ possess. Lit up by Xerxen, the stack in the right place. And this round looking to peter out for Virtus.pro. They can't break through this 3-man B hold. Just left in it, and Xerxen's going to silence him.
I mean, we saw so well how that happened. That was just Flit checking ramp, not clearing close, and because MOUZ had that info, they go, hey, he's not pushed off that drop. Let's flank. Let's try flush him out. And that gives them the perfect B stack, and it immediately becomes obvious to VP when they get shot here in the back. Oh, they're top mid. They're probably B stack. But VP had no time to go anywhere else.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
And MOUZ are looking for 5, which would be fine. Call it a warm-up.
Oh, they were ready for that boost up. Huge opener from Flamus, who's coming to this game switched on. Xerxen has caught Electronic on the mid push. That's 1 kill back the other way. The one thing that's awkward here for Virtus.pro, they get these kills found over... Oh, never mind. Icy's alleviated a lot of pressure there with that.
Went back up mid.
Re-aggression from Xerxen. That's desperate times calling for desperate measures here, right? MOUZ, even though they reclaim one of these kills, they still feel kind of frozen in place in that 3-on-4. Looking for info, has dug the hole deeper. Brolin's gone out and re-cleared middle. That's something for the MOUZ squad. This is all about doing a lot with a little here for MOUZ. Piecing together info where they can. And that's at least put them in the right place. 2 players locked in at this A site. Sure. Question becomes for VP, do they let this B lurk play first?
It's out. Now they may as well freeze. Get those smokes in and stop and let Flammus
bombs
flank.
going back.
Okay, full reset.
Oh no, it changed his mind.
I think it's fine. You just have to let Flammus play. You have to let him get the backstab before you commit here. And even if they do go first, Flammus will be pretty well timed to shut down the round inside of the Molotov. VP are just finding the kills. They don't seem to care. It doesn't matter. 8-4 on the half, a beautiful T side. VP winning all the BS rounds they can and starting strong in the BO1s yet again.
For me, it's the prestige of majors that make them so great. This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's what every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching. In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan, right, losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie B-hold.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to throw the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round when it goes to overtime!
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9. The organization that's been flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story. The crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike. From big picture perspective, I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got MOUZ and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this, and if you get MongolZ and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.
Virtus.pro leading the charge here in day one of stage 3. Handy lead right now over this MOUZ squad. It wasn't until, kind of the midpoint of the half, MOUZ started putting some rounds on the board, but VP very swiftly able to return. Felt like all the momentum swing rounds went the way of Virtus.pro. So now they move over onto this CT side. A pistol round would put them well on their way to a clean finish to open up stage 3.
Yeah, today it was a question of who's coming in hot, who's coming in cold, and the answer looks pretty clear right now. VP winning a lot of man-down rounds. Fast B play, but that smoke is a problem, and Icy can just pop him through it. They drop into his Julies. He finds a double, and that is the bomb gone as well. MOUZ are not breaking through this pistol. MOUZ may be falling in Mirage. Electronic, presumably happy. Smiles all round for VP as they make a mockery of MOUZ on Mirage. Looks like they lost. Is he asking, what are they doing, Harry?
I'm not too good at reading people, but I'm really bad at reading electronic.
I mean, look, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but let me get ahead of myself. Like, if VP make a run here in the major, what does that even say? We've been seeing this electronic project, electronic in-game leader, fall flat on its face when you consider the level of players he's had to play with over the years. And in multiple rosters, in multiple iterations, with multiple stars, Electronic has been unable to make it work. And right now, we're looking at a VP that is red hot. And sure, they stomped stage 2. You can say the level of opposition wasn't great there, but if they can do it here against MOUZ, if they can keep that up into potentially even the playoffs in Austin, that's a complete rewrite of the narrative for Electronic. And for a firepower full roster that we felt like wasn't achieving its potential, right now this team is. How long until the gravy train runs out of gravy, Harry? That's what they say. Guess we'll never know.
We'll find out soon enough. I don't know. I was trying to think of another way. I didn't even really know what you meant by that. I'll be honest.
When do they stop winning?
Well, that's a good point. MOUZ will now provide an answer to that.
Oh, really? Okay.
They've come through with the investment early here. AK's picked up. All pricey though, and that's uncontested. Torshi won't have his yet for the side of MOUZ. If they don't find success here, he'll never get one going in this second half of Mirage. And already that orb's been put to work. The tag on a Sphinx brings him down low right off the top. And they actually try to take the apartment space away on this. That's a gnarly shot for Sphinx to pick up.
It's Electronic.
Return to sender.
Oh my god. How can he? Yeah, I was gonna say, I felt like Sphinx could see him take the shot.
He didn't do it.
He didn't take the shot.
And so Sphinx gets out.
Oh. Okay, 5v3. MOUZ have got to collapse on this B bomb site. There's still 2 players in position. Fame getting boosted up. Oh, this could be cheeky. They might not expect this. Does he play deep in the smoke? Jump up on the side? Fame with the chance to do something dastardly in this B apartment.
Oh, re-smoke as well.
He sees them, but Jimmy still gets that kill. And I think they can realize Electronic is here. That smoke didn't come from Fame. Can MOUZ piece it together? Scope
they've heard
close.
the scope.
Jimmy motor mouth. He's coming that along. But both CTs are here, and MOUZ still look committed. I'm not worried yet, but
I mean, this would have to be a truly gnarly 2v5, and this backstab should seal the deal. Brolin, unexpected. MOUZ lending him enough time on the flank to come on in and disrupt that B hold.
Okay, chance to dance in this game now given to MOUZ. Breaking VP's money at a pivotal time. Very stubborn Virtus.pro who went back for the apartment's control twice over. They pay that price. If that smoke bloomed earlier and actually blocked the B play, this could have gone very wrong for MOUZ. VP with the tech.
During the tag, I'm going to come through with another A-stream update. Once again, if you don't want it spoiled, now's the chance to mute. That chance has just expired. Over on the A-stream, it's Legacy taking on Vitality. Vitality on a 30-match win streak, dominant form. Unquestionably the best team in the world right now versus a squad that weren't even supposed to be here is the tagline associated with Legacy, grinding all the way from stage 1 through stage 2 flawlessly, arriving in stage 3, playing the best team in the world. Hugo, they're currently 11-3 up.
Oh, VO1 on Inferno.
11-3 lead.
Why Inferno? That's what I don't get. That feels
like 30-match win streak about to end for Vitality.
That's been the map everyone's getting upset on, and sure, Vitality are almost undefeated on that map. Only a loss to Falcons are rivals really this year, and yeah, that's still a crazy, crazy result. Not just the result, but how dominant it is. 11-3. What an insane World we're living
and also at 11-3, the round they just won was the Force in round 2 from Vitality.
Right.
So now Vitality are forcing till the end of the game.
Which apparently won't be far away.
Oh my god.
Dude.
They're gonna lose the win streak to Legacy on this insane run at the Major. Started all the way in stage 1 for that Legacy team.
Started before the event. Started in the embassy.
And they got here not even like on merit, through happenstance, and they managed to grind through stage 1, stage 2, and now looking to take down #1, unquestionable best.
Era team
in a dominant fashion.
The team that is supposed to win this major. There's no Falcons to stop them. There's no other team that has come close to beating them in a final. Sure, MOUZ have definitely improved. MOUZ have looked like that next piece. But it's a day of upsets, Harry. It's a day of underdogs. It's the goddamn major.
Wow. Okay, that's what's happening on over at the A stream. My goodness. Over here, tech pause over. MOUZ versus VP rages on, and it's more success for these teams from stage 2. Virtus.pro holding a big lead. But a gap could start to close here with MOUZ securing that last round. If they can go on a streak, they're going to break VP's money early, and that gap will start to close up quickly. This is MOUZ's chance to bring themselves back into this opening game.
What have they got? It's now or never. Gotta wait that molly before you boost ladder, but they still look interested. And before the boost comes in, Xerxion's in position. He's done it again. Same round, same result onto Flit. 5v4, one of the 2 rifles ruffled here for VP, and they've just got a stack. B site is the right site, and they have the second M4 in position on bench, so let's see if VP can hold the fort.
Rolling in, traded by Fame, but living on a timer. Electronic boosted up here, will get cleared. Still, Flamus keeps a bit of intrigue on the round. Gun dropped over on short, low HP for Jimmy. Does Flamus want to risk giving this one a look in? The AWP is on this line. Armed with an AK, and that might prove to be too tempting for Flamus. It's the right play, but it also feels like a crying shame. Guys, 16-6, having a great day. But that AWP was holding the short side, and so saving the AK, at least a chance to accomplish something in this next round for VP.
Brolin, great pathing, because it's so important when you go out on a round like that to take space. You can't just like AD in the apartments as the first guy in. You have to clear stuff. And so, yeah, he dies to bench, but he sweeps up the short player, giving it a little bit more room to Xerxion as well. And then he's traded. He gets info. That's the important setup for Brolin. Knows the M4's bench. His team just finish off that B stack. So MOUZ trying to come back in this game. Do not count them out. Especially not on a T side with this team. They have a lot of entry power, a lot of closers as well. While it's only Flamus with an AK here. MOUZ look to just waltz into that B-bomb site. Empty right now. Brolin making mid look like it's stacked. It's just him. He's got a lot of eyes in position. Finds Fame as well. And I don't think VP are ready for a player this deep. He's gonna go through the murder hole. Okay, well now he probably won't. He's blocked the door. And he's found the AK. It happened, Harry.
It did happen.
30 win streak. It's a nice round
win
number,
streak
please.
broken.
It's a nice round number. Do we count BO1s?
Yeah.
Should we say, nah, it's fine. It doesn't count.
No.
It's BO1.
Sadly, you have
Win
to
the
count
major.
it. That's how the win streak dies.
No,
in the BO1s at the major.
I'm going to keep saying Vitality, 30 matched, 30 BO3, BO5 win streak. Look at them go. Wahoo!
Just insane.
Unreal.
Like, it shows you how cutthroat the major can be as well, how much form matters.
I mean, playing those previous stages versus coming in cold, I feel like Vitality did everything right. Coming in, taking a break, still getting a boot camp in. MOUZ dealing with that ring rust as well, but I feel like they've got a shot in this game, dare I say, to come back on the T side. They get out middle. Four-man A stack. Electronic, that's a read right there because he's playing the solo B apps. You know he's trying to put his team in the right place to win this important gun round while MOUZ puff up their chest in middle. MOUZ going back to B, avoiding the stack. Still Brolin and Jimmy lurking. They're going to have to play pretty soon if this is going to work out. This VP might get paranoid. Good block for Electronic, 45 seconds. Now they're really going to fall for this fake from MOUZ. Brolin tries to make this work. Falling in the default site. Electronic moving away. Might get backstabbed as MOUZ walk through the B smoke.
Brolin dead on this lurk.
Ooh.
Electronic going to keep them boxed in over towards the apartments. VP, they piece this one together. Now they've just got to stop Exertion on this reign of terror, but that's easier said than done. 2 kills deep, and he still keeps getting aggressive. Hungry for even more. Exertion winning the round single-handedly. Flash from Torshi did help tee him up for that double. And now Exertion, one shy of the ace. Torshi won't let it be in vain. MOUZ keep this comeback hot on the heels of Virtus.Pro.
Unbelievable 2v5 there. Insane round for MOUZ. And Exertion just killing everyone. Unstoppable. The flash is perfect. Final bullet kill onto Icy. And Torshi doesn't let him down after such an incredible round. VP. Oh, they lose the gun as well. It's going to get worse. Flit is stuck in under with no one to boost. Disaster.
I mean, this would be a very reassuring recovery for this MOUZ squad. Hey, we're getting dealt with pretty handedly here. On Mirage, 4-round streak under their belts. And about to make it a 1-round game if they can stick the landing on this 5v4. Oh, that's so awkward for Icy. Ooh. Fame gonna catch the first player dropping in, but good util allows Exertion a free path onto that trade.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, his team are there. They looked a little...
Trade work's been fantastic though in these rounds for MOUZ.
Lagging behind. But they get there in time.
Every kill instantly punished.
This is, yeah, very reassuring for MOUZ that they can come in as cold as they did, lose so many key rounds, not tilt out of the game, recover well in the second half. And this is against a VP who have converted upon both pistols in this map. Despite that, MOUZ 5-round streak once they got their guns. Very impressive game. And now just trading behind VP by a matter of 1. VP's buy has to hit hard right now. A drought of rounds on the CT side, despite numerous opportunities.
Yeah, it's now 5 in a row for this MOUZ squad. Another opening out of exertion. It's this guy's reactivation. You can feel how much it's done at 2 MOUZ. Nearly 20 kills deep. Exertion with a number of important, you know, swing kills in these rounds for MOUZ. And now the rest of the team are getting fired up around him. Net is closing around Virtus.Pro, this lead that once felt so safe. Getting squandered. It's about to be a tie game. 10-all. VP forced to save.
Just so clean now as well. The rounds at the start were a lot slower for MOUZ, doing some fakery, doing some contact plays. Now they're just being decisive, con splitting, mid control, Xerxen getting the 5v4 while VP try and get cheeky through a smoke. Rounds over in seconds. MOUZ starting to get more comfortable, which is a bad sign for VP, who have hit a brick wall. And they are not smashing through it either. Even a kill here would go a long way for MOUZ. One more frag would limit VP's economy. How about 2? How about all 3? MOUZ do not allow the save.
Guys, let's fucking go.
Denied at the door. VP lose everything. Unreal. VP sink into their seats after such a successful start to this BO1.
Nice hunt, guys. Let's fucking go.
This was 10-4. It's a sniper kill from Flit. 3 MP9s.
I mean, just in the periphery of these MOUZ players, they would have seen Vitality, the top dogs, losing out to Legacy in their opening. And so MOUZ don't want to make the same mistake. They've recovered this matchup well. And they're looking to leave no doubt about their start to stage 3. A man down in this round. Let's see if they're able to pick it back up, because they also lose Brolin. And oftentimes it's his lurks that have helped misdirect Virtus.Pro.
They waste time for the bomb.
Having to go back and get it.
No, Torshi.
Lends some time to VP to reposition here. MOUZ will get out in towards the A site. There is this backstab on the cards. That's coming in very, very late in the round. Flit embarking on it. Going in through the Palace. Eyes front for Jimmy. First kill locked in. Gonna go back. He's spotted the flank as well. Flit now knowing about. Gonna get flushed out. That's what VP were waiting for. That was meant to be there. Hail Mary that puts a stop to this round and locks it in for Virtus.Pro. Instead, 3-on-5 from MOUZ has to come through. Torshi with a swing and a miss, but both players low. Tech9 pulled, no kit in play, and it's an easy round line up ahead of Torshi. 2 bullets put a stop to it as he clutches up. Lead now taken for MOUZ.
Yeah, Torshi not feeling the pressure in that clutch at all. Knows there's no kit, reads it well, pulls back ramp side, and the kills just come to him. 1 bullet each. What a check for Jimmy as well. It can't be overstated how high impact that flank clear was. Without it, MOUZ definitely lose the round. Flit would have multiple backs turned with his whole team coming out CT. And Jimmy catches a whiff of him, maneuvers the pillar very nicely, and MOUZ are able to clutch out that round. So my God, this streak just continues to storm forward. 7 rounds straight for MOUZ in a game that felt done. And this is MOUZ's major now. At least MOUZ's stage. With Vitality losing their opening game, the chance to 3-0 just got all the more sweeter.
Nice! Nice, guys. Sick.
VP, everything can be forgiven, but it has to start now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not only is it lit a fire beneath you because of the top end, but even the bottom end of that vitality loss, the fact that now waiting in an 0-1 game, ready to send you 0-2 is Team Vitality.
Well, hey, I'll say this. We said that about the Falcons when they lost their opening game. And
true.
That didn't really go too wrong for their second opponent. Ooh.
Icy on the jump up. Scope in should be heard, and he misses that golden opportunity.
That was the one.
And extending this advantage even further, that would have put VP in such a strong position. Instead, they'll have to get by with the 5v4. Flitz actually crept out of the window. Instead, just holding on to the extremities, but this leaves a jungle wrap open for Spinks. Flit even looking like he's going to fully reposition here. And so that has opened up this window of opportunity for Spinks on the boost. Flit leaving it down to timings to check the back line. Torshi's been snuffed out though, trying to come in through the catwalk. Icy Zorp gonna hold on at this B site, and Spinks' backstab won't find a thing.
I mean, it'd be very VP to give us all the rounds here, wouldn't it? We can't count them out now. To suddenly wake up after it felt like they were already dead, and Jimmy wants to fight, but no one's giving it. Bomb plant to put him in a post plant. Ooh, has to get off. It was 6 seconds, and so they will punish. Virtus.Pro 5 alive. Where did that come from? I don't even know. Icy makes up for his miss. Two kills from him. And VP answer, even if for just one round. These are the hardest rounds for the in-game leader. Someone like Brolin, somewhat fresher to the role, asked to come up with the answer in the most important round. And Xerxion's Jiggle, he's been a beast on the entries on this T side. He's put down first.
He's been so important at finding these openings, creating space for the MOUZ team. They've got to do it without him.
No cat split. How do you win this?
Icy homed in on the abs drop. Brolin tries to keep the porch light on and this back door open, but Bomb is committed, dropped out into the B site. Torshi left fighting all on his lonesome. Brolin's trying to rejoin him, but it's just a tag from the AWP. And Brolin will never arrive. Lost in the sea of VP.
Yeah, I mean, you lose your cat split there. It's an absolute disaster for MOUZ. You need Xerxion to come up and shoot players in the back with how open VP are. Look how panicked they were, even with a two-man B hold, both on the bomb site. They're both back up behind the site. They know they're pretty constricted, and MOUZ just have no one to help them out. Spinks on an island looking for the short player. Electronic even playing an egregiously aggressive angle, crouched in the open, to finish off those last two kills. And he's had some solid B holds on this CT side as VP break not only the 7-round streak, but take map point first. MOUZ asked to come back again, this time into overtime. They've loved this B bomb site, MOUZ. They've been all over it. And to be fair, it's been weakened in more than one times, but not in these last two rounds, not when it mattered. Fame tucked in bench, Electronic playing risky behind the smoke. Timing is everything. They just run through. What a ballsy call.
Forced that first fight, but Fame tucked in at the back of the bench. making it tricky for them and buying time for the rest of his team. The rest of VP now arrived. The cavalry is here, and they're ready to run through MOUZ. Only Exertion left. Put in the dirt. VP recover. Stumbling back to their feet. They take knock after knock in that second half, but they refuse to go down.
That's the most frustrating way to lose for MOUZ. If they got blown out of this game, they could just say, hey, we didn't show up, we came in cold, but they got baited back 7 rounds in a row on the T side. Some incredible rounds from Exertion as well, and Torshi, and it all comes crumbling down in the final 2. Was it worth it for MOUZ? It can't feel like it. VP keep up their flawless run at the major.
Yeah, strong stuff from top to bottom as well. It was great to see Flamus, you know, flexing a little bit more in this game. Electronic getting tested down the stretch, but able to rely on his teammates to bail him out in those pivotal swing rounds. Electronics talked about his evolution as a captain, and we continue to see this guy evolve, looking better and better, RVP, as they take MOUZ down to open up stage 3. G2 versus 3D Max. That's the game we've got ready to come on through right now. We just saw Virtus.pro able to long it out in a full regulation length game versus MOUZ to open up their major run. Now we're going to get to take a look at two more hopefuls here in stage 3. Where's a good place to start for this one, Hugo?
The G2 doubt, I think it's a good place to start, Harry. We've obviously got, rumors on the horizon, the post-major roster shuffles. Actually, it's more than rumors, or I can say it's confirmed because they had to announce it coming into the major due to conflict of interest. But don't worry, Heroic didn't make it here. There's no issue. G2, we know this is a team about to change rosters on the edge of complete switch up, and Hades is here really just saying he wants to prove he can still play at this level. I'd say he actually had some decent games back in Astana when we saw them, and G2 obviously went through to Dallas as well to top 8, didn't get out of the group stage. But generally, there's not a lot to love about this G2 team at the moment. MOUZ has been really struggling. Heavy God has been that bright light, and Hunter remaining fairly consistent, but in terms of the fall off from where G2 were, just looking at them a couple of years ago, this is not the same team, and they can't really be considered in the same vein to that old roster. On the other side, we have 3D Max, and they're a team who are punching up, shooting up the rankings, and getting better every time we see them, it seems. Obviously here from stage 2, managing to take down FaZe in a 2-0, pretty dominant game as well. And 3D Max, I never, I was doubting these guys. I've been doubting these guys for a while, but I think I have to stop because they provably have one of the coolest styles right now to watch, especially on that CT side.
No, it's super brawly, lots of movement. I love some of the stuff as well they're able to accomplish with their lurking players. Exercise fantastic in some of these lurk roles. And so, yeah, a very unique brand of Counter-Strike from 3D Max. And I think it's staggered a lot of teams that have tried to meet them head-on. In this pistol round, an explosion out towards ramp. Fights throw in the way of a triple stack from G2.
Oh my God.
But 3D Max come out swinging. I managed to grind this one out into an even odds 2v2, but with Maka already roaming the halls down at lower.
His team is so low, he can't die on his own. Maka fakes the door out, goes back to play. Gravity looking for just one clean shot. It's Hunter who hits the head. 2v1. Hunter and Snax are the captain of 3D Max, and the bomb is for him as well. He has the time on his side. They have no kit. They're clearing positions. Maka checks them once, sees they're off the bomb. The tap again as they try and force him, but he can just isolate this duel, get Snax off. Oh no! Maka's won it!
Let's go to
Back turned, cover not enough. And Snax just sticks it in the open. Very hard round for G2 to win. I'm just surprised they don't win it on ramp. That was 3 players with a bait and switch. 1 is not enough.
Let's go to
Fast play, gravity and body both making it down the vents. That's the bomb in tow. So 2 players down at lower, and that chance to plant already available for 3D Max. G2, find 1 on the MOUZ Dig out in main. Goes looking for a little bit more, and Mac is there to punish. They weren't able to assemble a quick drop down lower to fight this bomb plant. And so G2 lacking the manpower, out of position here. You wouldn't put a save past them. But more of this high-octane CS from 3D Max to open. Double vent drop in their anti-force round. Play like that, not without its risks. They'll stick the landing here. A lot of damage done with players dying after the round, though. 2 guns saved out of it for G2.
Funny hunt for 3D Max because once you see him there at Blue Box, you know he has to die to bomb, and they could have lived. But 3D Max, very momentum-based team. It's not always the cleanest CS, but it is certainly exciting to watch. I mean, double vent drop. That's a ballsy move. So one more eco here for G2. Flash is good. Slips past. He does turn around and still Lucky wins that fight. Oh dear, through the smoke. Shooting holes in it. Hades full of them. 3 on 5 now. Pistols shouldn't have a chance. I love the patience in this round as well. They just group up. They've got body in secret and a man in main, so this A split is very tempting. They'll drop in and go together. G2 were stacked B from the get-go. They find out the hard way. 3-0 for 3D Max.
These kills on the way out are nice, especially with that previous round only being a 1 surviving for 3D Max. Snack's going to try and give chase. Cool spam, nice attempt at it. But in the end, 3 players get out, so 3D Max feeling fine with that one. But this is where that buy is going to come out for G2. I want to see MOUZ making a bit of an impression here.
Yeah.
Kind of the guy who is left behind in this G2 squad. Had that stint in M80 as well, so has these links to North American Counter-Strike. Waited a long time to get to play at Majors for his cool-up. Joins this G2 team, which then kind of starts dissolving around him. That was meant to be his big chance internationally. Well, now he's thrust in to the star roles. So you want a strong performance, a strong start on the day from MongolZ.CDT if you're hoping G2 finds success.
Many people are expecting G2 to bomb out of this major, and I think if they don't, it's got to be off the back of MOUZ and Heavy God. They've got to be the hard carries here. These are the more, well, I don't even want to say proven players, because they are, you know, young, upcoming guys who have the potential for a very high ceiling. And they've shown great individual moments, but they've also shown games where they completely disappear. And MOUZ has really been having trouble in this G2 jersey ever since the departure of Nico and Monacy. Could this be his time? I like the double smoke wall as well. 3D Max keep them guessing. MOUZ holds on, hoping they come through. They're not. It's back garage he has to worry about. Does Body go as far to clear this position, especially with a sniper in heaven? Got to watch out for that. Space getting taken. MOUZ reveals his position. Body quick trade, and he won't go for that heaven control. He joins his team on this top hit. Oh, needed that.
Rough miss for Hades.
Okay.
And a good catch for Snacks up through the vents. Gets away with a dink as well. I think he's done enough damage here to keep G2 interested. And with Heavy God in a strong position, that could have been the end of the round right there. They've heard Hades on the heaven drop, but that's a quick scope for Hades. Back on in time. Hades with a fire lit beneath him finds that first round for G2.
Oh, expert shots for Hades. That back sight kill was incredible. And Body absolutely whiffs the 1v1. He doesn't land a single bullet. It would have taken 2 to win the round against Hades. But he just panics and sprays. So it's an awkward round for 3D Max to lose, but it comes off the back of Hades dropping in, Snacks flying up the vent. And Heavy got dropping that bomb planter. So G2 don't wait too long on this CT side, and they keep Hades Orp as well. 3D Max posed a question of whether they can keep their economy up, because even in this round, it's pretty weak. Max have been double throwing smoke walls, and this round they do it again, hoping to get the HEs out of G2. They've had a few varieties of walls as well. So G2 can't read what the intention is with each set piece. This is looking like the Vitality Apex main play. Body coming through the smoke, and they hit this top site. Oh dear.
Oh, that's really awkward timing for Hunter. Snax with a dumped mag, but a swing and a miss. And all of 3D Max pull up with the openers. Chances there for G2, but it starts with a missed timing. And in the blink of an eye, this round is over. Heavy God and Hades are left to just save on the extremities. So a harsh bring back down to earth for G2. 4 players getting out for the side of 3D Max. And a convincing top site hit.
Yeah, I love that they don't just do that off the rip as well with the first wall. It takes 2 walls before they do it. And by that point, G2 have used a lot of utility. They're uncertain. They think maybe players are crossing secret. Snax even found that main lurker, but it doesn't matter. It's the chaos that Body provides in that round that his team play off of. Anchor getting caught with nades out on that top site. Looks a little bit disastrous. So 3D Max respond very well. They remove that AWP.
Even falling down at that first, you know, all-in top hit can feel really rough. Knowing that at any point, 3D Max can go back to one of these real up-tempo rounds and hit you with it again. Feel like it alleviates a lot of pressure for the CTs if they're able to deal with that the first time of calling. So money now broken. Slow starts set to continue for G2 unless these Deegs can upset.
Really quick.
It's the pace on this round that blindsides them.
Wow.
And an AK upgrade for Gravity. He gets even more lethal. Maka with the wrap out in the yard, and here are these very quick rounds from 3D Max. They've won all the yard fights. Lucky just playing a contain back in the lobby. Little awkward that this first fight hasn't gone his way, but he finds himself eventually. And they know that Snax is trapped in at the back of the site. 3D Max in full control.
They look really warm, really good individually, right? Like, obviously, we always like to look at the teams that have played the previous stage versus the teams coming in fresh. And so far, 2 upsets coming in, and maybe looking for a third here. I say upset. I think I would even call 3D Max favorites in this game, but just off the back of the seeding, right off the back of the invitation. And 3D Max are looking right now. G2 having trouble holding back this pace thrown at them on the T side. And again, we have Maka laid out a spawn. Thought he was going to be doing set piece, but just cycling nades instead. So something a bit slower, a bit more default here for 3D Max. Top hit, util. Trying to get everything in order. Onto hut roof. And Hades just left to go support outside. This fake wall that Body's crossing with is drawing G2's eyes into the wrong place. That's exactly the goal.
Gravity on the main drop again, but this time bound for heaven.
Buying time for him. He won't get far though.
Important pickup for Body nonetheless. Still gets something from this yard control. And 3D Max going to change plan on the fly.
Nice.
It's all being dictated by the success or failure of Gravity on the outside push. They find the gap though, going to get past Heavy God over here in Hell, even finding that kill onto him. Drop down into lower, 20 seconds here. Fast playing towards single door available for Snacks. Can try and stop this plant, and there's no cover. 3D Max left that bomb plant out on its lonesome.
Nice, got a stick. Oh, they don't go, they got it. Seconds to spare, he gets off last second. The pressure's on either way. Dying after time is not how you want to go. That's a real shame to see them not cover single door there. They both go double side. They're so panicked. No one's even considering it. And Heavy God, even though it's frustrating, I feel like he kept giving them the route to B, and they kept forcing the kill onto him. Made up for by Snacks with the round-winning play. He's been very cheeky in the Ventus game. Flying up, flying down. So bomb denial will win the round for G2. And they hang on by a thread.
Fast out. Hunter full blind, but unchecked for now. Body swings back up, and there's the help from Gravity. G2 being unable to stop these fast A-pops is a huge problem.
Yeah.
If you can't deny that, this could be a very fast first half.
I mean, if you're a team that you have a lot of faith in your A hits on this map, you can just keep running them. We've seen rosters throughout the years do that. And just say, hey, stop us. Like, prove you can stop us. Or we'll keep taking this round. 5 alive, decisive. And a variety of hits as well. They've had Body dropping main, or Lurking Secret coming back main. We've had Heaven Control. We've just had running out door. They've made it down the vent twice. 3D Max kind of doing whatever the hell they want in this game, and G2 are barely stopping them.
I mean, because of how 3D Max like to play, because so much can change in the mid-round on the fly, they do so with a terrifying pace. There's a lot of pace behind these rounds, even without changes. It really relies on your individuals being able to hold their own if you're ever caught out of position, and having like good, clean comms to out-rotate and out-maneuver, but also not get duped by this 3D Max squad. And you feel like that's a huge ask of this G2 team. Expectations already kind of tapered for G2 coming into this major. And now getting put through the ringer by one of the more mobile teams in Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
it's a worrying set of circumstances to open. You haven't been able to stop any of these fast top hits. You've been getting pushed and pulled around the map, so you don't feel safe in your reads, in your gambles. There's not a lot of certainty on the backbone of this G2 CT half yet.
Stack in the right place could be something here. 3 on ramp with a boost. But these 3D Max players are looking very sharp right now. They've already cleared out this exact kind of stack. Utah will make that problem easier, burning out that back box player. Heavy got in hot water. They're still up close. Does catch one by surprise. Hades with a double. Now there's 4 here. Now it's going wrong. Hades picks up the AK. He puts them down. 4 kills from the pole. And suddenly Body thrust into a lost round. And Hades won't get all 5, but his teammates are good to finish the job here.
Thread the needle on the first fight. Able to secure himself a second. Hold on a moment. Body making this interesting. Hades at 4 kills deep. Presumed he'd already done enough to win this round. More required. Body
1G.
with the 1G.
He's trying to molly that left cubby. I guess he thought someone was there, but I guess it bounced.
Regardless, that's a huge round for Hades and a much needed step in the right direction for G2. Winning a low econ round like this with 4 kills from Europa, donning a recovered rifle. It's big stuff for G2, a round they couldn't account for, but one they've been able to pick up nonetheless. They've got Hades to thank.
Yeah.
He's given them a fighting chance here in this first half. Still a world where they could recover.
It was just so tunnel visioned on Heavy God, who was trapped behind the Molotov, that they never really prepared for the close P250. Still a sick sequence from Hades. Drags him to hell and back. And gives G2 the chance to stay in the CT side. 3 rounds, money back in their hands. Fate. The amount of rounds we just see gravity on the Mac 10. Sure, right now it's an economy thing, but he's been doing it in this game numerous times when he's been able to buy. Oh, great entry for MOUZ. Mac 10 should be no threat. Oh, but he jumps away and does a lot of damage. Boom.
Aggression from Hunter, very well timed. It's right as Lucky left that hut angle. Hunter just moves into the lobby, strips another man from the ranks of 3D Max, leaves them in a 3-on-5.
Frustrating death for sure. And it's stalled out this entire round for 3D Max, and they don't have a lot of util either to make up for it. So they need a kill here to come their way. MOUZ is ensuring that's not going to happen. And even on ramp, there's an AWP, so there's no easy route here for 3D Max if they want to still attempt this round. And that's to me, that's a question. I think a save here wouldn't be a horrible decision.
Yeah, get out with
3
guns in tow, and then,
Body.
you know, Body can also buy next.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
I think it's the right call here, so that's what it looks like. And we know 3D Max can do more with less. And even next round, they're going to have 4 rifles at least. So it's certainly not a bad buy. G2, we see the flashes, man. We see the flashes. I just don't know how consistent it's going to be in this tournament. The tournament.
Counter-terrorists win.
Where we've seen G2 be a shoo-in for playoffs, major after major. So consistently getting there. And you could argue that today, or at least this month, this major, is their worst chance.
Hades having some good impact here to open up for G2 is a promising sign. We got to see him back in Astana, which was a failure of an event for the G2 squad. Not necessarily in terms of their lackluster result, more in the managerial sense. Hang on a second, we have this fast topside haymaker from 3D Max. Find their way in again. This time, MOUZ tries to be the difference maker. It's going to fall onto Body. 1 versus 2, and this would be G2 finally stopping one of these fast topside rounds. But Have they just given Body the ultimate reason to win this? 1v1 now. Hades on the swing, plays out just a second later. Another crucial round from G2's Orpa. Once more accomplished on the rifle. And when we saw Hades, I was saying, back in that Astana event, you know, we commented on how it was good. He felt very, very vocal, like he was slotting him well. You saw him willing to call his plays, make his moves. And he's found great impact here on Nuke. 3 of these round wins can be attributed directly to Hades and his impact.
And now a broken buy for 3D Max to try and squeeze one more past the keeper at the end of the half. Oh, Body falls off Silo there. He's got the one rifle. Yard execute, but MOUZ very patient in this position. It's still kind of a hard fight though, because they can cross the red pretty easily. Shadow is something, but Body with a nice clear, gets a gun for his teammate as well. 3D Max gonna cross down Secret. Those nades are miscommunicated as they both come through at the same time. G2 can no longer do that.
Even that's like super awkward, right? You know that now they likely don't have more util to blow these yard smokes open. That gives you a huge degree of freedom.
Backside.
Hades Orp gonna get tested here as he's getting overran. The Tech-9 swarm him. And 3D Max, another pacey round after a moment of silence there. Close it out on that fast top site split. They'll win out this T side at 7-5.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Lucky from 3D Max, and we're talking about his role inside of the team. Lucky, how would you describe your role?
In our team, it's a bit special, depending on the maps that we play. On Nuke, on City, I'm gonna be like the outside player, like a rifler, having like important role in the decisions. You're not gonna have the same voice on like a newbie's T side.
Giving information, letting your in-game leader build a picture of the round.
Yeah.
Looking at CT sides though, 3D Max are quite a unique team. You guys do a lot of mid-round grouping and pushing for information and clearing parts of the map. Are you often in the pack when you do that?
Most of the time I will be in the pack, I would say. I'll be the big guy. Sometimes I'll go back to clear middle with the other people. That's like a pretty common play now. We see it a lot.
What would you say is your favorite map to play in this role?
I enjoy Inferno a lot. I mean, we've been like a pretty good team on it. I like the fact that I'm really like active. A lot of calls, a lot of adaptations.
You're calling utility, I presume, on your team. What's the most challenging map or position you play?
I had some issues on like Dust 2 City, because now I'm playing like Anchor on B. It's really hard to play. Like if you do one small mistake, you're gonna lose the round.
A lot of pressure. What kind of players do you watch demos of and learn from?
Vitality, they are like really good on the tactical side. Like everything they do is really smooth. Obviously players like Nico, he has a lot of positions that I play to. Donk sometimes, but a lot of the plays he makes is the only one that can make them, you know.
What attributes are important to play your role?
You have to be really vocal, be willing to like work with players around you. And I think you have to be really flexible too. Sometimes you're going to be a support, sometimes you're going to be making aggressive plays. A pretty complete player, you know.
How do you stay like unpredictable?
You have to be aware of how like the other team is going to perceive you, so you can use that. Go on the other part of the map and help like your teams.
Your in-game leader is Maka. He's also an AWP in-game leader. It's kind of a dying breed. What do you make of playing with him?
Right now, the meta is like the in-game leader is someone that's like selfless, that's gonna go first. Maka, he can do it like sometimes, but when he has the hope in his hand, he's not gonna be the one that's gonna do that. So we have to adapt. We have to play good and hopefully make it through like as cleanly as possible.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much for your time and best of luck.
3D Max come through with a real fury to open up stage 3 for G2, lagging behind a little here. They find their way in with a couple of high-impact rounds from Hades. Guy trying to put himself back in the shop window at this major. 12-6 from G2 Zorpa, leading the way by some margin.
Quick pistol here for G2. With only one smoke, they still make it down. It just comes at the cost of heavy. God, make it double for Maka. He's got quick fingers.
Yeah,
French with the Julies, eh?
They do like a dual Beretta.
Or two. Snacks his back sight, but Maka's got the sniper out. Hard scoping. And they start to peel back into this top site, knowing Snacks was probably calling his team in, and MOUZ is left in an unwinnable round, 1v5 on lower. He's got the space, but the second he makes noise, they're going to be able to drop down the vent. Can't cover two things at once. So 3D Max wait for the time to strike. You ain't coming up that vent, I can assure you that. And there they go. Every step is a threat for MOUZ.
Ramp players even confirmed, guys, he's still in single door. They know exactly where MOUZ is. And they're going to start running him down. 4 players charging at MOUZ MD. Huge pistol round from Maka. 3D Max captain. 3D Max Orpa nails 3 in the pistol on those dual Berettas.
The single smoke cross is a bit bold. It's brazen from G2. Sure, if that's a USP, I don't think he's going to get a triple kill, but gotta be, you're leaving it down a little bit to chance there, G2. It's just the Hades show right now. MOUZ, Heavy God, no one really doing much of note. And G2 force up without the plant. Trying to believe in themselves. Is that belief well-founded in a round like this, though? Look at 3D Max grouping, man. They are all backside or hell. Every single player grouped. Ramp and top A. We'll start to see a rotation down lower.
It's also going to be interesting to just see the difference in these fast, pop rounds between these squads. G2 are ready to burst out based on what this secret player is able to accomplish. But it looks like they will just explode out into this top site. MOUZ maybe going to try and route in a little bit later through main. Right now, just holding on to the secret stairs.
Smoke is so bad. I'd love
if you remember, 3D Max used this against G2 all first half long. Let's see how G2's top hit finds its form. Starts off strong. Hades and Snacks both getting a kill apiece. Maka now out on an island. The rest of the gang have dropped down lower, and they'll overrun Gravity. Body arrives next, looking to thin the herd. He gets out with a 1-for-1. Still, Heavy God is in with a chance here. Maka on a wide swing out from the ramp, brings the fight straight to him.
Dude, Maka is just in form right now. He is hitting hard. They don't get a second to spare off of that bomb plant. 13-4, Maka just pins him to the wall. And even though G2 actually make that very interesting by changing the plan and dropping down the vent instead of going for the top hit like it looked, MOUZ provides a good bit of cover. It's still not a round win, and it still might beckon you in to buy once more, which could dig an early grave here for G2. 4 Galils, a Mach 10, and sure, they've got 3D Max on the ropes. They can break their money here, but if this doesn't work, you're looking at running out of rifle rounds before this half begins.
And if you think 3D Max are going to let up, worried that there could be another force here, knowing that's the case, then you don't know this team.
3 outside as well.
A lot of aggression out in the yard. Gravity holds on, waiting for the perfect chance to backstab.
Hello.
2 players looking the wrong way. That's the reward for Gravity. He's done his part in the round. A 2-for-1 from him. Hades and Heavy God left up for G2. You'd like to think these are the two players you'd want in this spot. And so let's see if they can make it tricky.
Smoke's going to get a lot of room here. 3D Max can't test that. So G2 will use it to go down lower, but there's info being gained on the B-bomb site. Exercise not looking to throw his life away for a kill, but just warn his team. They're dropping Vent loud. 3D Max believing, but it's a fake out. They go back up to clear lobby, and Exercise gets that spot. That's fine, he lives. He can let them into B. It allows 3D Max to play together in this post plant.
Oh, even his, they don't hold the vent. That allows a much faster rotate here for 3D Max. A team that's pacey enough on their own get to go a little bit faster in this round.
Oh, hunt this kill, Hades. It's got him low.
Hades going to try and siphon a player out of this retake. That's such a huge pickup. Heavy God finds success in the meantime. 2 versus 4 for G2, but they've got to stop the defuse.
Not like this.
And G2 never do. Defuse held, 3D Max double digits, and old habits dying hard for G2.
There's no smoke. The smoke faded. No one's even peeking. No one's checking the bomb. And G2 a defuse on the B bomb site. A fickle beast. A cruel mistress. And it doesn't get much better. They did everything they had to in that 2v4 to make that round work. And then Maka just gets on the bomb. Disastrous for G2, and they buy again, and I can't blame them. They kept guns. They still have better economy this time. Ooh.
I don't know how Exercise doesn't get that headshot with an XM point blank. But that's the shotguns for you.
Yeah, aiming a bit lower, I guess, but hard to blame. Gets robbed of an opening kill. There's still a trade out on ramp, but right now things are working in G2's favor. They go back to late smokes outside. Ramp under-defended. Maka moves back 14-5 on the captain.
Timing on this move is good for Maka. Gonna get into the ramp room in time. Might even get to drop down.
Wow.
G2 are trying to ice him out, but Maka's stayed one step ahead throughout this. They learn about Snacks now. They know this is the lower play, and Maka's gonna do it all alone. That is a crazy double. And will that bunch of damage be enough to bring Lucky back in to the round? Low HP on Hunter. Can Lucky finish the job that Maka started? Door swings open. G2 is set up either side of this pathway. This crossfire is very, very strong. And so Lucky goes about a different routing. This play at least gives him a chance to look for 1v1s. Eventually is to commit to one of these fights. Snacks tucked in, goes unchecked. Lucky plays it forward. Looks underneath. Perfect clear for Lucky. Is he ready for the swing out from Snacks?
No
Bomb's
way.
not flying for Snacks. Don't let him defuse you twice in a row. G2 again. Can't stop the defuse.
That's not luck. That's all skill. What a read.
Someone remind them what the objective of the T side is. This is getting brutal.
Oh my God, it's not for Snacks as well. I liked how he tucked, but he could have traded his teammate. Initially, the tuck's good, but when he's dropping in off the rafters, killing your backside player, if Snacks peeks here at any point, he just wins the round. A lack of conviction is devastating for G2. Bomb just gets stuck in front of your face. Ooh. This is about as G2 a game as it gets.
Yeah, losing 2 important swing clutch moments to stuck defuses.
And keep in mind, G2 have bought every round of this T side because they've made them all close since the pistol. And they haven't won a single one. Desperate, top rush. MP9s chew you up. Goodbye. Thanks for coming. 3D Max are not letting them in.
Snack's trying to make amends for it now. 2 kills deep on his way to a 1v4, but fast pushed out through the heaven. 3D Max, the answer is always more bodies, more aggression, more fights.
I think the timeout's come a little bit too late, Taz, on this one. That's a pistol round that G2 were not even in, and then 4 force buys in a row. And to be honest, I'll say it, like the force buys are fine. I actually think they're fine. They're reasonable. The calls were pretty good as well in some of these rounds, but even though they got into good positions, they couldn't close a single one. And now you're timing out? It's already over. It's 12-5. You've lost every round of this half. Too late to save this game, I'm sorry. This is a 3D Max who could absolutely make their first major playoffs with the form we're getting out of this squad. Give them the right matches. And French CS is back.
Yeah, insane to think the Frenchmen winning in these first round of games aren't the ones on Vitality. It's looking to be 3D Max. In the openers in stage 3 at Austin. More aggression out in the yard, 3 players. I love that everyone on this team has agreed on this very outlandish, highly aggressive style. They all seem so comfortable playing it. Every round starting with like a grouped play for 3D Max. The idea is, you know, sometimes we might aim wrong, sometimes we might go to the wrong place, but if we're doing it together and we're doing it with conviction,
it also lets them get more buys.
The best.
They get to save more if they're in the wrong place. The gambles, if they win hard. So 3 fighting yard, 1 put down, top of the red box. Somehow Snack survives that.
Yeah, I think you're very, very lucky to have not been punished for that position. You've kept this 5v4. G2 need to count their lucky stars here. They've been able to get players across in a secret. Just 2 with the bomb in tow.
All this while, Gravity's solo A with MP9. So if they walked out A, they'd win the round. But obviously G2 don't know that. They've got secret control. They're going to use it. 3D Max moved both yard players from ramp to B. They are set up and ready.
Body's in a strong position. He's going to deal with the entire ramp side of this play. And the double setup in at lower is ready to contain this. There's no bomb plot for you, 3D Max. Run away with this opening match. It's not even close. They dominate G2 from top to bottom.
Brutal
G2
game.
Slow start. Some good stuff in there from Hades, some signs of promise, but the rest of the roster falling silent. 2 rounds in a row lost to stuck defuses down the stretch. A very G2 way to lose this game.
Yeah, the rifle core of G2 go pretty quiet as well in Heavy God, Hunter, and MOUZ. No one really winning rounds for the team. And when it comes down to your chance in that T side, it comes off the back of back-to-back defuses inside of the B bomb site that managed to win the game for 3D Max. They steal that one right from under G2's nose, and it was never even close. Liking what we're getting out of the Frenchmen, leveling up as we go deeper into the major stage 3, and anything is possible for this young plucky French squad.
FURIA getting ready to take on the Mongols in their opening match of Stage 3. This is going to be an interesting one. The Mongols coming in to the Stage 3 arena, and I feel like this is where you should be looking for the Mongols to leave a strong impression to open up. This is where they should, in theory, do their best work, Hugo. This is a team that have had no issue getting to playoffs. It's the runs once they find themselves on those stages that have been hard to come by for the Mongols.
Absolutely, and not only have group stages been great for Mongols, you know, studio play, but this head-to-head has been pretty good as well. It's turning into a bit of a grudge match this year, playing numerous times, playing in the last 2 tournaments, head-to-heads, which the Mongols won out. They've beat them every single time on Inferno, only losing Anubis and Nuke to this, FURIA core at least. And yeah, in Astana, it was a pretty nice series for the Mongols to open up the Swiss. They looked solid, so they've got to be feeling confident, at least, when it comes to this known factor of FURIA, a team that many are still getting to grips with new roles and new language and even new players. Mongols are comfortable. So we go into a BO1 to open up as the Mongols look to make yet another major playoff. That is their goal. Your timing is so awkward there on his wide jiggle. Didn't see Mazzino down bottom middle, and now Mongols have FURIA trapped. The only way to go is forward.
Mazzino backstab pulling up now, but Molodoy is watching this. And that's where the rest of the Mongols are coming from as well. Molodoy gets this info ahead of time. His teammates move in to help him, and there is the assistance. Quickly dealt with on the banana wraparound.
Yeah, I like the FURIA speed up there, because even though you might fear like it's a stack or something because they've got the info, they've seen we're all banana, it's actually not the case. It's actually a 4-1, and you've already dinked the B player. So FURIA speeding up avoids the stack, which is the flank. 9-10 is going down with a bomb here. Good reaction for FURIA, gets him on the board. Was that Molodoy?
Yeah.
I love how they're all speaking each other's languages as well. They're all picking it up. We're hearing like 3 languages get used in this team all the time. First trilingual roster. Look at Yakinda's player cam, man. I'm never going to get over it. Blood smelling his monitor. Okay, the force is up. Mongols very good on these low economy rounds. Great in the chaos. Serato comes around the corner with Fallen. And they will rid Mongols of this position. No ammo to keep this going. Got to get out. Serato blocks, avoiding the stack. And they sit 4-on-2 up. They sit 3-on-2 up.
Molodoy up next.
Oh, we won't clear this.
Aggression from Mazzino should get punished. And so that's kept this A play on the cards. Yakinda is running the risk of going down here, but he gets that spot off and doesn't make a habit of sticking around, allowing this 1v3 attempt to come in for Blitz. Blitz hears that fallback, and that will seal the deal on this one.
Oh, no surviving for Blitz, though. Serato in the last place you'd expect right now. And so clean for FURIA. They keep it together. Get rid of that aggressive force buy round in banana. The Mongols have to stay focused here in this game. It's going to go by very quick. It's a map that has not done FURIA favors as of late, but perhaps some prep coming in to Stage 3 with some lead-in time, knowing your opponent. Fallen getting to anti-strat the Mongols. enough smokes.
Bomb has been planted.
Looking all fine, and dare I say dandy. 3-0 lead for Furia.
What are your thoughts on this Furia squad, like in stage 3? How do you think they're gonna do?
See, I put them on my 0-3, but I don't believe it. You know,
Okay,
I'm trying to read an upset. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the crazy result. I just think they're not proven yet at this level, but I do think this team's ceiling could be quite high. I just think it's going to be the kind of squad that's not going to be there every tournament, right? Like, we saw them at Astana come through Honeymoon, and to be fair, I think that Honeymoon is a big factor. Teams underestimating them. Molodoi home crowd. They took a map off of Spirit on the stage. Their train looked really, really good. So there are aspects that are really cool, but at the same time, I think this is going to be a team that's going to like make a playoff run, then get grouped, then make a playoff run, then get grouped.
Right.
I think they're going to be very inconsistent, especially at the start. So I don't necessarily believe in the 0-3. But I'd be very surprised if they made it to playoffs, I think, this early on. Like, there are some hard teams to beat here. Mongols meant to be one of them.
Well, we finally have the Mongols sat in a winning position right off the top of this round. A 5-on-3. Netted by probing this banana side, but also 9-10 roaming on that orb.
Oh, that might...
Yuri selling the fake. Even putting a kill in the feed. Mazzinho dealt with. Furia actually decide not to follow through on this original B play. They're going to try link back up with Yuri. Strength in numbers here for Furia. They hope by pack rolling they can break away back into this round.
Not a bad shout, but there's still 3 here.
Blitz can hear this. Does he try his hand at the spam? No, he just comes waltzing straight through. It's being held, being considered. Blitz's gambit denied, and now 9-10's all blinded off the angle. Senzu, a lot of responsibility here. He rises to the occasion. That is a beautiful sequence out of Senzu.
Sharp as hell. That burst on the box as well. Senzu showing up, stage 3 farmer. That's what he's supposed to be here in the major for Mongols. This second kill is sublime and saves the day. When Furia made it, sure, very obvious where they were going, they were still making it interesting. 3v3 as they come up short side.
Senzu, very interesting piece, like, in the Mongol squad. I think when you look at, like, their runs in groups, this guy will do everything to make sure they get there. He's had some phenomenal rounds. You really see, like, the ceiling, the heights this guy is able to hit. But when we hit those playoff games, I think he's the one who has, like, the most distance to cover to get up to his level. I feel like he's the one who, in like critical junctures in games, has given away very important rounds.
He's the biggest playoff choker in Counter-Strike right now as a player. Like, he's the like the drop-off is the biggest of any player in this game when you go from group stage to playoffs. And sure, that's somewhat because he destroys in group stages. He is such a good player, and clearly there is a mental block for the Mongols when we hit that top 8. But you know, his drop-off's only so high because his peak is so high, but if he can play like that, we just want him to be able to keep that going into the high-stakes games onto a stage. That's the biggest shame. Because it's not about his gameplay, it's not about the strategy for the Mongols, like, oh, are they not prepped? No, it's a mental battle for this squad. And it is a very young team. It's the youngest team we have in Tier 1 right now. So there are caveats, there are reasons, but it doesn't make it any less sad to see that drop off. And so every event we ask ourselves, will this be the one where the Mongols break that curse? Well, first they've got to get to playoffs.
Yakinda
Dead.
Fell first by the AWP, but Fallen's quick to retake this space.
Oh, they're playing B off the back of it. They know where the AWP is. Fallen knows what the AWP is up to. But 9-10 holds him down. And now this B player is out of desperation, denied at the door. 5v2, and you may be better to off to save in this situation. AWP gets out. Whoa, where did he come from? Oh dear, after time. Oh no. No money for you, Yuri, and no AWP for MongolZ either. That round peters out. If Fallen was a little more decisive on that play, could have slipped behind B, but he thought the AWP was still holding him. Nice round out of 9-10.
Second AWP for Senzu, and he puts it to work. Even a tag through the half wall. There's aggression in mid, so this round is over before it even begins for Furia. They're fully boxed in. 1 kill for MongolZ, but that's the end of the line, and so the Mongols bring us a tie game. Double AWP now known about. That's info for Furia. How does Fallen want to try and play against this?
Senzu no stranger to it, but it can be very hard to keep it running on CT side Inferno. Typically we're just like one AWP that's remaining unpredictable, but now it is predictable. Now Furia know no matter which site they hit, they're running into the AWP. Util is the name of the game here for Fallen. The king of the flashbang. Oh, good save. Don't know if they missed that smoke on purpose, but Yakinda peeks right into the gap. Senzu has a shot as well. That's bloody fantastic. They don't even smoke on that shot. Mongols don't believe that Furia are committing, and they're right. 9-10 with a second chance.
And his AWP's been hitting. 9-10, it's just not missing a beat right now. Going through the motions, finally they put enough pressure on to force him off the line, but still he's made out like a bandit with 3 kills in the round. Seals the deal on a Mongols lead in this CT half. They're going to get there flawlessly as well.
Yeah.
MongolZ's save is still far from guaranteed at this point in the round. Come back, looks for that kill at bottom banana. Wasn't ready for the presence of the captain. Blitz floating around, good for the trade. And so the Mongols keep that round clean. Gonna come through with a little A-stream update for you all as well. So this is your chance to mute. Over there, we have FaZe taking on Aurora. And right now, safe to say the Turkish squad have shown up in great form. They're looking at a 10-2 first half on Anubis. That is on the T side, but they're one of the squads that have a very strong CT half on that map. And that's with Zantares nearly 20 kills deep, going blow for blow with the top fragging Simple on the other side.
Yeah, FaZe let Aurora rather play.
Get to Anubis.
Anubis in BO1. That's
interesting.
I mean, they've liked to play at FaZe, but that's, yeah, get what you pay for there.
I guess, you know, limit testing yourself. Match 1 of stage 3.
It's only uphill from here. Furia, a lot of these rounds have slowed down and lost momentum. This one might be the same with that Molotov blocking. This just ends in a bang. 5 rounds, 4 alive. They stay away from the double AWP after that last one. Despite his success, trying to remain unpredictable. And Mongols answering the call right now with 5 straight rounds non-stop. Going very much to plan. Furia, not quite the same.
Furia are burning these timeouts. That's how you can tell the strain they've been under these last 5 rounds. First half You know, already just over halfway through it, and they've got one pause left here, so hoping they can have a solution sooner rather than later. They need something to show for this T side. They win the pistol, they stick the landing on those conversions, but since that point, everything has come up in favor of the Mongols. And then spearheaded by two players, you know, really going above and beyond. 910's AWP has been oppressive from the moment it entered the field. Senzu now running a second AWP, but starting strong on the rifles. There's been no small feat either. Furia have started to feel very restricted very quickly on this T half. Locked out of important map control early. They've got no choice but to sit back in the early stages. And it's awkward. Even the presence of two AWPs here, like, lowers the burden on the utility of the Mongols, right? An AWP on the angle can achieve the same goal as a smoke. You can just leave the AWP there, wait till he feels pressure before you drop any of your util. And so usually at this sort of minute mark in the round, you want to feel like you've burnt through a lot of that stopping util from the CTs. Furia haven't. There's still a full belt for Techno. Senzu, Blitz, and 910, all with smokes and molly still to play. And so this is going to be really rough for Furia, who now, as we approach the end of this round, will still have smokes left to run through. Tempo might be their best friend. Try and get in before that blocking util can come out. Mouzinho up on top of the apartments, good for a double kill, but that's not been enough to keep the Mongols in this.
Wow, shocking that Furia break through there. Felt like they were just getting squeezed with that molly and apartments, but Mouzinho had to drop immediately or not at all. He gets stuck between two decisions. So now Mongols have a tough call to make with no nade for that smoke. Do they want to risk? Boost over for the AWP. Trying to find a player at the back of the bomb site, but Furia aren't giving this one away. And so Mongols really should just save. They have so much money, but this one is not winnable. Or so you think. So Furia, little lane crunch. They take two AWPs. Interesting. They have so much money. You'd think that some of these sharp riflers would want an AK.
Terrorists win.
But they're planning for the future. Oh, and the call came through. They saved two AWP. Fury know what they're up against again.
Good awareness from Furia, though. Knowing you're running into double AWPs, knowing you're running into a CT side with pockets of utility. An up-tempo round was the way through. And they're even aware of that double AWP again. That's the 5-round streak stopped by Furia. Now we see if they can start one of their own. Senzu is a good spawn here if he does want to try his hand at the peak. But these nades have been a fixture of the banana control. The half-wall smoke in as well. Decides it's not worth the risk. He's just going to play Anchorman on this AWP. It's a pretty aggressive stance, but he wants that early warning, wants a chance to fire off with the AWP and put the fear in Furia. Molly does a good job of knocking him off of these angles. But for now, the one-man hold is maintained. That gives the Mongols a lot of extra resources over here in middle. Awkward missed Molotov. It's come at a real rough time. It leaves Techno fighting all on his lonesome. Blitz unable to help. 910 AWP tested next, and he hits the leg, not the killing blow.
Big
damage done. It softens them up for the Blitz nade. And he's got both kills lined up on a platter. Blitz repels them, making up for a missed Molotov that nearly cost the Mongols dearly.
I think the molly landed. I think Furia mollied him at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw what you saw. I might be wrong, but the trajectory line looked good. Yeah, the molly landed and then Furia bounced one.
Damn.
Crazy how that happened.
Yeah, that
so
was
fast, so much. Techno, huge spray though. Set up in middle. That molly forces Furia in. This is a map that it's risky to see Furia play anyway, considering they've had no success with this roster on it. Only one win over MIBR at the start of it. First time they've played it at the major so far. Do they have more in the tank here? Yakinda certainly does. A brutal entry kill onto one of the AWPs. He's going to just keep going.
Yeah,
He's
quick to take the space. This is good for Yakinda. Put so much pressure on the Mongols. Blitz going to go looking for him. Not able to find him on the long side. It takes Mazinho lending a helping hand.
Dude, Yakinda's won both of these A attacks with his entry work in 2 of the last 3 rounds. Finding incredible shots. Ooh, jump scare. It's not an AK, he's not interested. I mean, you shouldn't save. There's the real take. You shouldn't save here, you should just go for it. Because you have nothing to save for. They have full money next round. Oh, go for it, go for it! They're gonna win the round, they gotta go quick. Run through the smoke.
Fallen in the clutch. They're going to push them together here. Flash through. Fallen on the line. And this guy is a rifler. Delivers that 1v2 to Furia. Faith in their captain. Knows the time's low. Knows that one comes to Mongols very late in the round. And so he just waits for that smoke push.
That's so crisp from Fallen, just bursting. 2 burst headshots. Has to be pinpoint, because they're going to trade you if not. Look like they flashed themselves, but they didn't even make it out of that smoke. Nice clutch for Fallen. In a round that Mongols almost saved in when they have enough money to buy. They still manage everything they need. AWP is back. Yakinda's entries not in vain. Scary. Oh, double nade down ramp. Fallen eats him. Wow. Okay, Furia, where's this come from? 3 instant entries.
Success all across the map. And now you just have to not give away this 5v2.
910 stayed on the line, he would have killed the bomb, but now he lets it in, and this is a round that you can't save in. Furia, damn good recovery on the T side. Like I said, no success on this map. No maps played at the major on Inferno. What a time for Furia to showcase what they got. And that's it, 6-6, split down the middle. Furia coming back into a BO1 to try and take down the Mongols, a match they've not won with this roster.
Mongols represent the underdog, and they play very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially so. I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the AWPer. For 910, I think it's the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree in which he approaches the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has, and he is in the conversation for one of the best AWPers in the world. This is a team that is taking baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out, it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get. If Mongols continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8 of the playoffs of the major.
Furia versus MongolZ rages on here. We've already had a set of Brazilians finding success to open up the day. Well, now Furia trying to join them. To do that, they're taking on another of the favorites to make it into the playoffs, the MongolZ here. And with no clear victor in sight, the MongolZ change onto the T half.
Furia, odds favored, but this game is as close as it comes. MongolZ on a comfort map, getting to call the shots. Yuri's Julies should be a shoe-in here onto Messino. Can he duck the shot? MongolZ are in no hurry. And Furia say, that's fine, we'll wait. 3B, 2 apps, Julies tap out the first.
And they're going to go back into the triple B setup. All part of Fallen's master plan. He plays through this CT smoke. Dorberetta's a little bit of chip damage there. And Fallen makes another appearance, darting through on contact of his teammates. 9-10 silenced as the dualies do a lot of heavy lifting there for Furia.
So sick because he comes through and drops his smoke and then they blind him, he gets out, and then Yukinda re-flashes him back through the smoke and they fight together. It's a really cool setup for Furia. And MongolZ darting through a smoke. Just get speared. And Furia come through with a clean pistol round. Looking to take their first Inferno at the major against some MongolZ that, like you said, we've got as a shoe-in for playoffs. MongolZ one of the few teams taking the second round eco. It's a rarity. Deagle getting swapped around. And an otherwise Glock full eco. Should be fine. Should be. Isn't. Scary. Pistol out. And Fallen's got it in the bag. What did he say?
He said, that wasn't pretty, man, but I got the job done.
Nice.
It's a good assessment of the situation there from Fallen. Knows that that round got uncomfortably close, but he was there to pick it up, and that's what matters.
4 kills. Now top of the board.
Lead locked in. And the MongolZ with their first buy round. They take that eco in the second, as you say, one of the few teams to do so. Means they can get these guns out fast as possible. Another skirmish for banana control out of Furia, but the MongolZ want to play no part in it. They're grouping fast to try and take this top mid spot away. Re-smoked. That's going to change the plan here for the MongolZ.
Yeah, one thing I have enjoyed from Furia is their util usage. Obviously, Fallen's T-side flashes isn't news to anyone, but they look like they have very good comms despite the clear, I guess, expected difficulties in communication that this Furia team should have. Some of these players speaking Portuguese their whole careers. Now I have to make the swap for English. Furia 3A, and K-Serato is backing up. It's a huge gap for the MongolZ. K-Serato is only going to have info from this position. He can't really commit to much. Gets back into the picture. They smoke him off. He breaks it open, and they wait just a second later. MongolZ are going to make it into this A site.
Yeah, make it across on the long side, get past that SMG, and now they start to sandwich Furia in. So quickly that goes from a 5v5 to a 5v1. Round is lost. And dominantly by this Furia squad. The Mongols just end up with so much room, getting a play on their say-so once they get past Arch. There's nothing in it for Furia, but this save on their captain. The Mongols are fully hunting this. They don't even have a player in the site right now. If Fallen was defused, he could go and defuse right now. Yeah. The site is empty.
Long just open. But Mongols keep their guns. Brutal execute as well. I mean, wasn't even too much to it. Just pushed Queserato back into spawn, waited his util, and then Furia felt like they had to come through some smokes. Some really close engagements. Yuri should be getting that kill. And then the Apps man makes it look easy. What's Furia's solution to that kind of play? Because they have no kit in. Oh, they do. On Fallen Brother, they just have 2 SMGs to hold them back.
Yeah, there was kind of like more gaps in that round than Furia would have liked, and I think that came from the fact that it was, you know, their attempt at a bonus, but it's not like the buy in this round is far better, with it being the one-man save. And so wanting a bit more info, wanting to try and play and make a move first, they get caught looking to re-aggro into Banana. That's 2 kills on a platter for the Mongols.
That's probably not what you were expecting, Furia. 5 players running out car together. Flash was good, but the manpower was undeniable. And Furia just get put on ice in yet another buy round. Back-to-back very clean ones for Mongols. And they know how decisive that save call is when the kills come through that clean, so they go hunting. But it doesn't look like they'll find anyone here. Go save your guns. Build up your money T-side. That's what Mongols were doing all first half as well, looking to save double orbs over AKs. To differing results.
Terrorists win.
But Furia caught off guard, caught sleeping back-to-back rounds.
That's the final timeout burned for Furia. They used 2 of them in that first half during the streak that the Mongols put together.
This is still a good time to use it because the game's not out of your hands yet. You're even. You get to talk about this 1 eco round, but then you also have a few seconds to maybe to discuss the rifle round upcoming. Because this is one where you feel like you maybe have to just make a play. And with the pace Mongols are playing, you could win a brawly round with 3 guns. The Mongols freeze off the back of that pause and wait for Furia to make the next move. They've taken 2 5 alive rounds. They are feeling very good right now. And so it is slow, it is more default. Banana control taken. Not jumping the gun. Boost over mid-smoke gets info, and we may even see Furia make a gamble. B-stack starting to form. The sooner Mongols go, the better.
Wonder if that pause is like a bit of a mind game here from Furia, because they even purchased up extra smokes coming into this round. Are they going to try and block?
Don't block.
You kind of want the Mongols to commit here. Even though you have all this extra util, you want them going into the stack. So instead, these smokes are used defensively. Rifle boosted up back at the site. Queserato put in a position to succeed. One man has slipped the net, has made it past him, but hasn't been able to find Queserato yet, who's still alive.
No.
Still a threat.
No.
Queserato tries to play in and will get put down. Round still live, gun still hot. Furia going to reposition and set up for this retake. Blitz going back could alleviate a lot of pressure by winning that fight there. With Mazinho entrenched, Furia just down to 2. Might be worth sending in this pistol, seeing what Fallen can find, but looking to make out with the loot on MongolZ. And that seems to be the call for Furia. Fallen hangs around trying to maximize damage. And he's done a good job of that.
Blitz is trolling. He dies. Just trying to get in their head right now, but that's a MongolZ 3v5, Harry. K-Serato and MongolZ find those 2 opening kills. The boost and the coffin player getting a couple early as that B-rush comes in. They don't block. They use the smokes perfectly, but MongolZ get so much space. Mazinho gets back sight with 910 somehow. And K-Serato and Yakinda just get spammed through this smoke. So it all comes crumbling down. Blitz having fun with it, sure. We'll allow it. MongolZ on a streak right now, 3 in a row. What a ridiculous game we're getting.
Triple B stack. The MongolZ playing with one hell of a pace though up in the top mid. No smoke down to block this last time. That was what cooled off this top mid play. It comes through, but the MongolZ don't look deterred by that smoke. They're going to play through this. Flash out. Yuri blind. K-Serato narrowly escapes, but for how long? They're up through short. He's all on his lonesome. Desperately calling, please. He needs this help. His teammate's on the way over. Oh, Util continues to harass K-Serato, but his teammates will arrive. Looking to lay down that covering fire. Fallen provides assistance. K-Serato takes one to the grave. And here's the MongolZ AWP arriving, tapped out by Techno 4K. 1 versus 1. Time on his side. It's the reposition for Yakinda.
Does he go long?
All the way through the apartments. And these 2 fake taps, footsteps now made. He knows this next one is the real plant, the commitment to it. Yakinda on the line, collects that round and ties this game up again. A big clutch for Yakinda to find. Can tell that Techno's feeling the pressure, doesn't know his whereabouts. All those fake plants only galvanize Yakinda's flank and his faith in it.
Really nice shots for Techno. It's a nice try. Just a bit indecisive on that stick. Thought he was getting pressured earlier than he was. And Yakinda, a much needed round here for Furia to just stop this momentum, because let's look at these last 3 rounds for MongolZ. What have they done? They did a quick arch pop, then they did back-to-back B hits early, and right there they just run through the mid smoke with 1 flashbang. MongolZ are playing pretty oppressive CS, pretty disrespectful. They're not faking, they're not dragging the rounds out. They are committing very early. Nice hold for MongolZ. He's seen that before. So 910 snuffed out with a sniper on the top of the boost. Oh, Yakinda's in trouble here. They've used a lot of nades already. He is down half, but gets the reblock at the top of B. Doesn't even hear a tick, so being able to read perhaps the MongolZ are no longer in banana. He's going to go for a peek to clear it out. MongolZ take mid control, and Furia know they do. As that nade baited for Fallen. Looks like it might have. Oh, it hit him! The flash hit him, they get the info.
That forced Fallen to make a play earlier than he was hoping for. MongolZ on this smoke walk now becomes someone who has to have kind of a defining moment here. Yuri provides cover. That's given MongolZ room to make a play. Yuri will fall, but his 1 kill kept MongolZ alive, and it's in this AWP that the hope keeps burning for Furia in this round. MongolZ goes on to close it with 1 hell of a multi-kill. And that gets the young guy on his feet, gets him yelling at the Mongols. 1 kill from Yuri, but with a lot of impact.
Yeah, he just spammed the smoke. They didn't even know the player was there. I don't know if he came on the mini-map. MongolZ, he walked right past him, and Yuri just saves his life, shooting through that smoke. My oh my, MongolZ puts him in a bag. 4 kills and takes the lead back from the Mongols, who have been in control of this T side.
And dude, I mean, it's sick to see that MongolZ still is able to keep up these types of games, right? I think when we saw him for the very first time back in Astana playing in front of the home crowd, he came out swinging. He made a really, really good first impression. And I think he's kind of had this golden window of time whereby teams just still aren't that familiar with the guy. You might see some of the moves he likes to make, but he's an AWPer who calls his own shots, right? Makes his own moves. He's very varied in the playbook. And you haven't had a long enough time yet to get to grips with his patterns, how he likes to play.
Ooh.
I mean, damage hasn't been done, so he should be fine. That's actually not some mega heartbreaking DC.
No, that's at the top of the round.
But yeah, you know, I think it's really, really cool. Like, this is always the thing, right? Whenever you have an AWPer kind of make a big splash early on, one of the more recent ones that springs to mind is like an Ultimate in Team Liquid. And they look really, really good out of the gates. But as squads get familiar with how they like to play, the moves they like to make, what is the sort of ebb and flow of this AWP, the type of player they are.
Yeah.
You know, that's where it gets very, very hard as an AWP to maintain that level. But for MongolZ, don't think you've seen him slow down individually. Still has these games where he steps up, he dominates, still playing the same confident brand of Counter-Strike.
And that's really cool.
And when you look at the time from his debut to now, it's been 2 events on the build-up to the major.
Exactly. And he's also a very self-sufficient AWPer. It doesn't ever seem like he needs a lot of setup or a lot of resources. Like, he's out on his own a lot of the time, very mobile, just filling in gaps. And I'm sure he's kind of a dream AWPer for Fallen in that sense on CT sides, because he is so mobile. He's not this like turret who's just going to hold down one line, and if they, you know, like a Shiro-esque, they don't come your way, you're out of the round. Like, he, you know, watching him on CT side train at Astana was beautiful, because he would take a shot Ivy, peek back 6, next thing you know, he's holding up a B, he's back through Z, he's supporting A, like, he's everywhere, and doesn't require a lot of setup. Maybe requires some room, but he's worth it. Putting on a great game right now, 18 and 9. Rifling as well, not an issue for this guy. Very young, inexperienced player, fits in well alongside Yakinda. Future's bright for this guy and for Furia as a whole, I think. First time we've really been inspired by Furia in years is with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for Furia as an organ, and for the 2, you know, like long-standing members here in Yuri and Queserato, it's like the peak of this squad felt like it was still a haunting memory for Furia, which was Rio. And since that point, it's really only been regression for Furia, moving backwards. That's why this move to international kind of felt like it had to come through.
Yeah, and then you say, what, we're going to get MongolZ and Yakinda? Really? Who are these guys? Yakinda now, and he's played some great games in the Furia jersey. Really revitalized after his break. Clearly needed it. MongolZ caught in the open, still gets his one shot off, but it's down to the pit player. Yuri's getting wrapped on the long side. He has 0 support.
Yeah, he's in this all alone, and the util is making life very uncomfortable for Yuri. That's a wild opener for him to find, but he can't recover it.
No way you give it up now. Gotta look in.
3. Really feel like you want to give this a go. Resmoked at the library.
Really a good smoke, though. That's better. That might make the decision. They have Yakinda up short. He's going to go apps. But if he doesn't get a kill quick, this one will fizzle out.
The Fury are always willing to lend a bit of time to these Yakinda flanks. Let's see if it's well-founded. Fallen trying to tee him up with util out from short. Yakinda drops down into the pit. Man in the back line. They're still worried about this long wrap, and they'll deal with both of them. Yakinda and Queserato plucked from that retake.
Yeah, annoyingly, that pit molly, I love the idea. They set up Yakinda for the kill, but he's just a second too slow. The molly's a second too early. He can't actually catch that pit player repositioning, and that wastes a lot of time as Yakinda drops in, trying to find that gun. His team have to go. The clock is low. Nice trade on MongolZ as well. Catching him 1-for-1 is a good trade with the game he's having for the Mongols, and they level up to 10-10, putting Furia on pistols. Oh, humbled a bit, but this is Furia waiting to fight for the last couple of rounds. one smoke to try and keep Mongols back, but they can break it and go if they like. That is the call. Flank forced here. Oh dear, knives out, nades out, but guns pulled. Make this one easy enough. What? Guys? Yeah, thank you.
This is the buy that FURIA have been waiting for. This is where they have to save themselves on Inferno, or else the Mongols, right as it looked like the sun was about to set on this match, claw their way back into it, breaking FURIA's bank right at the tail end of this game. And you know, if this was an opening game anywhere but at the major, you'd be fine saying, well, both teams have played well here. They both looked good. Because that is kind of the vibe that I've got for the Mongols. It's your dream type of scoreboard, everyone pulling their weight. No hard carry required. A team game. For FURIA, they've put this Stage 3 team, one of the favorites to make it into the playoffs, one of the hardest hitters in groups, to their very limits. But day one of the major matters a hell of a lot. And you don't want to lose by these close margins, knowing that 1 or 2 rounds falling slightly differently would have made a world of difference to your major run.
Yeah, it changes everything, these BO1s. They come and go so quick. Who will be the victor of Inferno? Mongols on the precipice. Got a lurker outside of B right now, and that might tempt Mongols in.
Really trying to contain this, though. It feels like he's got the read that they want to play for CT.
Yeah, but the backstab might be a big problem. Yakinda's sort of holding it, but he's trying to assist on that B site. Oh, ugly whiff for Techno, but he's got teammates by his side. They also can't close kills. This is getting ugly right now. Now the A players can come and assist. Got to hold the line, and it's falling to the MP9s, where Mongols do 3-on-2. Not going to happen. It all goes wrong. That was Techno's chance with 2 players looking the wrong way in CT spawn. Could not take the kill. Magisk-esque. And that's an ugly way for your round to just die.
It feels really rough, purely because it's like, you know that Fallen just pieced together your round before the Mongols were even fully aware what they wanted to do with that CT space. They go, they take it, they get the map control they were hoping for, but then they get challenges from areas they just weren't ready for. Double peaked in CT, swung out from the arch side. A very good kind of set reaction there from FURIA once they get this contact in towards the spawn. Something else that I think's been a treat about this FURIA squad is getting to see Fallen cool with some proper pieces around him. You know, there were times where it felt kind of rough, knowing that you had Keserato and Yuri, guys with such a good ceiling in the Brazilian scene, 2 very heavy hitters, struggling to find success under Fallen's leadership. But there's no doubt that Yakinda adding in some much needed, like, early aggression, risky space-taking ability, combined with Fallen moving onto the rifle, being able to do some of that himself. Feel like it's helped out FURIA's actual, you know, individuals so much, and it's given Fallen a lot stronger basis to call around. Yeah, that was a read from him that just pieced together, you know, what could have been a back-breaking loss. Now they have a second chance at 11-11. They're the ones who could break the Mongols' money in the final round of regulation.
Oh, after taking that full eco in the round prior, it all might be worth it here for FURIA. Just got to stay aware, right? Mongols, their best success on this T side came from quick pops, going through smokes, grouped CS, trading really well. Like you said, no one star has put Mongols on 11 rounds. It's been a team game. God, don't get wallbanged. That would be a disaster.
It does wallbang this too.
Yeah, but it seems like they've avoided it for now. Double on this position is very scary. One anti-flash, MongolZ AWPing the short side, and Poland in the pit as well. This is going to be a bloodbath, and it's all MongolZ blood. 2v5 in the blink of an eye. Those are the rounds that were working earlier, but FURIA have found the remedy. Numbers, nice setup, and MongolZ with no smoke have to kill Yakinda cleanly if they were ever going to win this round on B.
It's another great setup, another great read from Fallen as well, right? Keeping that quad A stack, ready to repel a top mid play.
What a flash.
He's had the read on the MongolZ throughout this CT half, and it'll keep going. That's FURIA up onto match point.
And it's not just a read, Harry. It's the perfect flash to put Yakinda in, who's just defending ruins. He doesn't even want that bomb site in essentially a 1-on-2 in B. And Fallen tees him up perfectly to win that round. So no 2v5 antics here for the MongolZ. They may fall short here on Inferno. 5 pistols. This one is made for FURIA.
This is such a wild time for Yakinda to get this aggressive all the way down through Banana. We'll start to fall back a little bit now, tapering off in that early aggression.
The fact
bare
that
minimum, firing off down from bottom B, going to waste a lot of time for the MongolZ if they go back to Banana control. They have to clear deep B now.
The fact that FURIA are sitting on round 24, about to win, and K-Strata 7-14 is also such a testament to just the team right now being solid, and obviously MongolZ putting on a great game, but it's not even felt like he's been a problem. He's in a rotator position, and he is in a 0.5 KD, and it's not really been an issue for FURIA. Still maybe an exploitable piece in this round for the MongolZ, but it's a good sign for the Brazilian squad to close on this lead.
This aggression from Yuri
Done.
tees him up even more so to make this a done deal. FURIA in the full 24 rounds push the MongolZ to their very limits and past the breaking point. And from being very aggressive and in your face, FURIA sit back now in a 5-on-3. Faith in the MongolZ AWP to help walk this one over the line. One kill back, sure, but the layers of defense here, 9-10 cut down. It's FURIA with the victory in a long back-and-forth game. They take down the MongolZ, and they do so with MongolZ at the helm. His AWP, a force to be reckoned with. And you know, if this trend keeps up, MongolZ very much one for the future. This guy is on track for one hell of a debut year at the top level.
Yeah, why one for the future? One for the present right now. First tier 1 tournament, gets into the playoffs and takes a map off with one of the best teams in the world, performs incredibly well in his home country, comes to the major now, and not only gets through stage 2, now they've taken down as the underdog MongolZ in the first game on a BO1, and that was a match that MongolZ for a moment looked like they were about to swarm those T-side pops that they won 3 rounds in a row in. I thought that was MongolZ heating up, or they get put back on ice, body bagged by the young Kazakh, and Fallen's FURIA coming through with an upset victory. Very impressed to see FURIA right now and what they can do moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Fallen called a blinder of a game. There were many times where it felt like he was one step ahead of the MongolZ, so it's a great first showing from FURIA in stage 3. We'll watch keenly to see if they can keep up these types of performances. Liquid versus Lynn Vision. This one is a pretty hype game, if I dare say so, Hugo. I've been looking forward to this one. Last on the docket from these first round of matchups here on the B stream. Lynn Vision, one of the squads that gained a lot of attention from Stage 2. A lot of fans hopping on the Lynn Vision train, but a journey that actually started all the way back in Stage 1 for this squad. They've had to grind their way the longest possible route to get here, Hugo, but it's been an impressive run.
It has, Harry, not only because they grinded, they have played every single day of play in this competition through Stage 1 and Stage 2, down to the final BO3, beating NRG in the first Stage 2-0, beating Bait 2-1 to close out Stage 2. That was a big upset as well, and they've just been a great team to get behind. Very entertaining, you know, pretty good CS as well. Like, Emilia has been taking a lot of attention, but you know, some of the rifles on this team hit hard. We know Starry from a few years ago. He's been in this squad for a long time. When we first saw him in Europe as a very young player, playing an online blast event, and this guy's been going strength to strength inside of this team. On the flip side, look who they're up against. Dare I say an upsettable Liquid. We'll have to see what level Liquid come in with, because today on Stage 3, we're having upsets flying through. We're having those Stage 2 teams the opposite, run over the high-seeded teams, the favorites in most cases. They've really been struggling.
It's
with Liquid already having a bit of a weird time with this new roster so far, this one also has potential.
Yeah, I think it's as simple as, you know, to look at the state of Stage 3 right now and how it's all opened. Legacy upset Vitality, the team that were 30-0 to start Stage 3. Legacy came through with that upset win, and now everything is on the cards. Anything could happen in these games. No one feels safe once that victory comes through the start of the day. And that's very much how a lot of these games have gone. One of the fan favorites. Emilia with a bit of interaction with Team Liquid ahead of this game.
Yeah, Liquid recently were at Dallas, but it was a bit of a dismal affair. A 2-0 win over FaZe may have sparked life, but that was a FaZe with 2 stand-ins, and they went on anyway to not win another map in the tournament. This was after a Melbourne playoff appearance, but that's all it was, an appearance with a loss to Mongols. It's been up and down for Liquid in this new roster. But these are the kind of games you'd like to think they are built to win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've also been talking about how Liege is the only American left in the tournament, but there are 2 North Americans in for Liquid, Twists and Naf.
And an American coach, if we want to go that far.
2 legends of the NAC and sit pretty in this roster. Liege lost his opening game of the day with FaZe. That was to Aurora on Anubis. A bit of a wild veto to end up there. And an early L. But how will it go for Keith and Russell in the Liquid jerseys?
Sorry, I didn't know you knew them like that, but that's okay. Liquid.
That's Russell. The other one was Keith.
Liquid with odd favors, but Lynn Vision absolutely know the state of this game and how winnable it is. They are well and truly warmed up here in Austin. Took a BO1 over Falcons, for crying out loud. I mean, they know just how winnable this game is. And starting off, I mean, they're already deeper than you could imagine. And if you want to compare them to, you know, the best Chinese team at a run at a major, it was Tai Lu in 2018 at the Face It Major, who got to top 16, where we are now, and they went out 1-3. So if Lynn Vision technically want to be the highest placing Chinese team, they need to win 2 matches in this stage. And if you're going to win 2, why not go to playoffs? That would be fun. But I think Liquid are a team that are going to be benefiting from a bit of time and from a break. While you could look at a lot of rosters and go like, oh, are they going to come in rusty? I think the one thing that is good for Liquid is they clearly needed time with an in-game leader swap of all things to make it work. And so going back, boot camping, prepping, I think these are all arguably more valuable things than maybe playing officials for Liquid. So they're going to have a deeper playbook. Shui is going to, the player's going to know how Shui likes to call. There's going to be a lot more familiarity. So there's the benefit for Liquid. I think they needed the break more than anyone else when it comes to these stage 3 teams. For other rosters, for example, we have G2, who I doubt even are boot camping coming in, knowing the state of that roster in the next season already announced. So if Liquid believe in the squad, it's time to prove it in stage 3 of the major. Liquid, Lynn Vision, Dust 2, BO1. Let's get it going.
Fast takeover middle, but Westmelon's been dispatched to keep an eye on this, and so Ultimate, silence through the smoke, won't survive this crossing in middle. The bomb's going to try and move back, join up with these long players. They'll leave Nerds to his own devices down here in mid, and he gets out with one. Westmelon holding the cross. His teammates now up through the catwalk, try and join him. And those dualies went seeking Twists out. They knew he made it to ramp alone. They weren't able to find him. Only Westmelon remains in this 1v3. Back and forth pistol round, but one that Liquid looked to stabilize in. Convincing start for Twists to open up with some very impactful kills in this pistol. And the right foot put forward from Team Liquid to start stage 3 with a pistol round win.
Yeah, looking calm right now, not freaking out off the back of a first round. They can surely expect a force from Lynn Vision. Been doing it all tournament.
I think the fact that Liquid come into this stage 3 as well, somewhat lower expectations and a little fragile, is maybe good for them, right? Like, they're not coming in bursting with confidence, thinking they're going to get a free victory over a Lynn Vision that shockingly made it to stage 3.
Yeah.
You know, this is a team that have been getting a lot of reps in, trying to get accustomed to the new captaincy. Shui in charge. And so they likely have new things to show, and have also put a lot of mind as to how Lynn Vision were going to approach this. Out towards the long doors, that's an awkward start. Twists dealt with first.
He was so sure there was a player in that corner. He didn't check the other side. It's a little bit awkward now, as a gun's been given over to Amelia. Oof, through the wall. And Liquid might be tempted by middle now all of a sudden. Thinking B is weaker. They leave Nerds up on catwalk and drop down lower, but this is heard by the mid players. So Lynn Vision start to shuffle. Westmelon asked to defend this B site alone. Hit that first headshot though, and it can fall into place.
Oh God! Now it's just the scout left to trade. Ultimate desperately needs this, but Westmelon scavenged the rifle. Will get overran. Ultimate's kept the back door open for Team Liquid.
No, he's let them cross middle.
Cross! And Amelia's gonna catch him. Gun's now picked up. Nert's gonna have to clutch on this MP7. He might just need both fights. The scout holds from afar, and Lynn Vision upset early, forced by success in the second round.
Oh, that's super awkward. Westmelon, crazy double kill. And even though Ultimate makes a nice move to climb over and clear him out, it's Nerds who leaves middle, who kind of hangs Ultimate out to dry. He can't cross into the bomb site. He gets rushed in mid. Good reaction from Lynn Vision. Not just the padding of the B bomb site when they heard Liquid drop off Cat, but also to speed up there to find that bomb planter while he's alone. So Lynn Vision's force lands immediately in stage 3. And Liquid play this game on hard mode from the get-go.
Good info for Starry, and an even better nade. A blanket of damage done to these players out on short. Zaka deals with the only guy left with full health, and so from here it's just a shooting gallery for Lynn Vision. That is a convincing anti-force. A clean break for Lynn Vision. And a chance to build upon this early lead.
Scout forced into the full eco. Really needs these mid kills, and so Zaka not going to give them away. Flash and crosses back to safety. His ultimate will be scouting next round.
Yeah, he couldn't afford an AWP anyway, so screw it. Once the scoped gun gets to play this round out with a scout. You're only ever a few tags away from making these Glocks a lot more dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, but you kind of need that mid pick, and as soon as Zaka realizes what he's up against, he just doesn't give it away. Knows there's no CT smoke in this round. Holds the line. And has two players on B. Scout goes out now, ultimate. He does hit the tag. But then Starry re-swings. Ultimate expects some respect, he won't get it. Westmelon from the balcony. And Liquid's eco. Oh. Backup cap. Starry's happy about that.
Starry stat pad round.
Star of the show.
Oh God, it's not padding stats. It might be giving over a bomb plant. Is it going to be worse than that for Lynn Vision? Wild that you're even having to entertain this. 16 HP on Twist, 18 for Nerds. Naf, the only guy with health, gonna get that bomb planted. The gap's getting closed, should get cleaned up from here on out. But a bomb plant for Liquid, that's a win in its own right.
Oh, it's a shame that Naf is planting and he's also the scout. It's two pistols holding that. Yeah, thank you. It's the pistols holding the cross. If it's the other way around, Naf scouting or someone else scouting, maybe they can stop that cross from coming in. So, didn't min-max as well as they could have in that post-plant, but it's okay. It's only an eco. Scout again. Zach has got his AWP though. He's taken it long side as Liquid by full.
Out on the catwalk, Shui gonna catch Starry by surprise. Even spotting this player on the jump up. Can't quite find Zaka, but still an untraded 5v4. That's a good opening for Team Liquid. Back to the drawing board now. As they're blocked on the short side, they'll go back and explore some other options here. Starting to exert a bit of control over mid. They've cut off the flow of info here for Lynn Vision. Liquid grouping in the tunnels, looking for this mid to B split.
This is a very hard round to hold down now for Lynn Vision. Getting aggressive on catwalk is well timed, but they need to still catch something for free here. Shui is in middle, taking his time to throw that mid to B. That's big info for Amelia. Here's a top mid flash as well. There's so much info, but it's all going to be revealed at this B bomb site. Su at the back of the site gets that spot. Liquid are getting stalled out right now. Shui backstabbed as his B play has to come in.
Great timing on that nade. A lot of damage found. Naf trying to tiptoe out around this smoke. Has he spotted the player up top yet? No. And so Westmelon collects a freebie. Amelia in the feed. Ultimate up and over goes looking, but there simply isn't time. Ultimate freezes in place and can't even pick up that final kill. Another convincing B-hold from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, Westmelon and Su holding it down. It's all Westmelon in the kills, but Su does a good job of stalling it out with some good grenades and damage down through the tunnel smoke. And Liquid didn't know how much info was gained on Catwalk. They let Shui get out middle before Su backstabs him. That leaves Twist very late to the party. Lynn Vision 4-1 up right now. CT side Dust 2 as well. Things are going very much to plan. Despite a pistol loss, this is their game. Another eco for Liquid. Ooh.
That's a wild opening. P250 one tap.
No helmet.
Onto the AWP of Zaka. Now armed and dangerous. Nertz retrieves that AWP.
Sure.
And immediately puts it to work. Wrestling for the mid control is Westmelon. That AWP lost to no man's land, and so Liquid pick up the pace, trying to explode out through Cat. Right into Amelia. Here's the support of Westmelon on the rotate. Another kill from Ultimate on this P250, but eventually brought down. Can Naf finish what Ultimate started? 2 kills to his name already. Nafly with some important misses, and Westmelon shows no such mercy. Quick turnaround and a recovery for Lynn Vision, sees them through. Racking up rounds on this CT half. Liquid yet to make a dent outside of the pistol round.
What a monstrous round for Westmelon. 3 kills on B, the previous 4 here to stop the 3-on-5 from coming through from Liquid. Pulls it back against pistols. And Liquid, some painful round losses in this game so far. Both these ecos getting very winnable. Oh, that was a freebie. Zaka will whiff it.
Feels rough because that's the exact fight you want. It's the picture-perfect fight onto a player through mid. And that opportunity just eludes you. That could have been another great round start here for Lynn Vision. Instead, staging platform set for this mid to be. But Westmelon has been the guy they've been unable to get past. There's Ultimate.
How about now?
Dealing with him through that smoke. And that's the heavy hitter at this B site, overran.
That's really annoying. He uncrouches on the shot. If he doesn't die there, I'm in for Westmelon, another multi-kill. 14-3. Bit of luck goes a long way for Ultimate. And Su's still yet to kill anyone on this B-bomb site. So Liquid do get it done, finding their second round on a full buy. Avoiding the stomp, which felt like it was materializing here for Lynn Vision. Surprised Liquid are hunting. This is high risk. Should stop here. They know there's an AWPer alive, so Liquid will keep their guns. Far more important to try and build up their own money right now. Nothing worse than being eco on CT, on T-Dust 2 rather.
We talked upon Lynn Vision's kind of route to make it to stage 3 and how they took the longest possible path. That means they've got a lot of reps in. They've played a lot of Dust 2 here at the Major already. And so even though this is certainly one of the maps that Liquid will have looked at, they've had a number of kind of losses to top teams on Dust 2, always close losses. And so this is one of the areas of improvement. It means they've got a lot of new things to try. This little B-pop looking to seal the deal on the beginning of a Liquid streak. Once more getting past Westmelon.
Yeah, that's what they've been trying to do all game, just get into these B sites cleanly. The splits have been convoluted. Lynn Vision have been active in the mid-round, they've been flanking. And so Liquid just go for the full-on B pop through the smoke. A well-placed Molotov makes Su very uncomfortable. And double entry will win the round for Liquid. Getting away with a cheeky round on a full buy is going to draw a lot of attention on this B-bomb site, but Lynn Vision still have their standout player there. Westmelon will need to keep up his 14 and 4 KD if he wants to stop this B site goal for Liquid. 2 in a row.
Terrorist.
Should we know in the importance of a 5 alive round at this point in the game? If you do want to recover, you're going to need the money to do so. And so an important couple of steps for Team Liquid on their way to this comeback. Gap starting to close between them and Lynn Vision. And it's been this B site that's the way in, battling through the top performer on this Chinese squad. Oh, aggression from the Zaka AWP, but once more fails to find the mark.
It's a really cool opening move again, but it's just struggling to hit the shot when he needs to. If either of these kills came through, it could be a very different game right now. But Liquid are given that room in middle. Zaka pays the price with health. Lucky to get out. Okay, Zaka, now's your chance. Redemption. But he's moving in.
He's going to get triple swung here. One kill connects, but it's ultimate AWP for the trade. They're going to get blocked on the long side. Amelia tries to collect one player through this. Starry in the downtime burns out Naf, and Amelia getting wrapped on. Still keeps this even. In with a chance are Lynn Vision. It's these two B players arriving. Westmelon first to fall, and Call Me Sue, even though his util's been good in these B holds, it's not been in the fragging department that this guy's felt reliable. Still yet to find a kill in this game, and left in a 1v2 clutch now, rerouting around to the long side. We know it, he doesn't. It's the wrong move. They're set up over on short. That's where the bomb's planted for. And with that much control, there's really only one option left for this path to rotation. Liquid know where he's coming from.
He's got smoke kit.
First kill comes in. Twist dead, smoke kit and a molly as well. That's going to stop the peak from Nerds. He's low on HP.
Yeah, on it.
And the util might be what wins through this round. Forces Nerds into a rough position. And he collects that 1v2 to keep the lead for Lynn Vision.
Cleanly done. Liquid split up. You could see that going wrong when the low player is on short on his own. Able to isolate both kills. Had the perfect belt of util to win that round. Anything less and it's a lot harder. That's a rough round to lose.
I mean, even that's like really rough for Liquid, but hugely uplifting for Lynn Vision. Their bottom performer, the guy who in these B plays, as mentioned, been lending a great helping hand to Westmelon, but it's been him who's had to uplift the B hold and actually get all the kills. But now your bottom of the board guy puts up a 1v2, his first 2 kills of the game, having massive impact and slowing the roll of a Liquid squad that were looking to get back into Dust. That would have been their 3rd round in a row. They would have been embarking on a serious streak, the gap closing.
And a very well-earned mid-round from Liquid to get them in the post-plant, sneaking through the long smoke on both sides. Nerds with a keen clear on Westmelon. None of that matters as Lynn Vision re-enter the board. Fast out long, Zaka has really had trouble. CTAWP. Still time to save the game. And Vision look like they want to reflash long for info. They get it. Amelia in the open. Oh my god. Catches two off guard, but they've cleared B entirely. Liquid are locked it long.
They're even trapped behind this smoke, stalling it out even more. Zaka is going to have an important part to play in defending this A site. Orp out behind the smoke. He's got teammates here with him. Liquid setting their sights on the play now. Kills exchanged, but Westmelon and Sue carving the path into this for Lynn Vision. It's only Twist left actually in the site. Ultimate able to provide cover from long, but this hinges on finding a plant, and that bomb out in the open. Zaka's AWP strikes while the iron's hot. Lynn Vision in full control. Ultimate on the extremities, but he's got 20 seconds to cook up a winning round. And he can't hit a shot. Westmelon on that swing. And there's reasons to be pumped up here for Lynn Vision. Tested in the middle of this first half. Rounds getting struck together by Team Liquid. Broken after a 1v2 clutch. And now a clean round taken to prop up this CT half and really secure a winning half for the Lynn Vision squad.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall with this upset, wasn't it? Lynn Vision have been underdogs every step of the way. Liquid have been struggling with roster after roster. And right now, Lynn Vision are doing right on their first two stages. 7-3 up, CT side dust 2, and that's with your AWPer having a very cold game. Lights out game for Lynn Vision. Can they keep it clean? Liquid feeling like they have to
Pass
go.
the pop.
Oh dear.
Mid-lurk for Naf. Gonna get out with one, but it's the play out through the catwalk. They're not ready for Amelia back at the site, only just getting spotted now. He's got the round in the palm of his hands, and Amelia! Clean stuff, can't quite find the third. That's backs out. Call Me Sue needs another clutch. That nade just shy, and it's another huge clutch for Call Me Sue. Not about the quantity, but the quality of these kills. And it's setting Lynn Vision apart from Team Liquid.
What a shot. And yeah, these clutches, it's not just even that, it's when they're coming in, right? These are swing rounds. These are Liquid's gun rounds. These are rounds putting Liquid on pistols, and now they have to force for the final round. They've got an AWP, but the util is sparse. Oh, Zaka hits it when it matters here. Warming in now, late to the game. Hit a banger last round too. Finds ultimate in middle after his tag.
Even that is like worst case scenario, right? The rifles of Lynn Vision have been hitting far harder than that at Team Liquid. The one area that maybe they could have had control over this game was in the AWPing department. Ultimate looks switched on. Zaka's had some missed opportunities on the AWP, but in these last two rounds, impactful stuff from the Zaka AWP. And Liquid lose their AWP early. They start this final round, 4v5. Now grasping at straws for a way back in. They've always had this short control, but they've never been able to make a play stemming from it.
This feels meant to be for Lynn Vision to get a 9-3 half. They've got the util. Buying more time, more blocks available. Are they really going to re-smoke Liquid out of this cat push? There it is. Nades, mollies, everything ready. Liquid know they have to go.
They're even aware that this play is going to have to come through that short smoke if it's going to arrive. Starry was waiting with nades pulled to soften them up on this push. Flash in. Starry sets himself up. Lynn Vision looking for a punishing CT side, and it's only Nafly between them and that goal. 15 seconds, bomb out in no man's land. There isn't time for Naf to win this. And he knows it. Lynn Vision and a runaway CT side on Dust 2. It's got Amelia all types of happy.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
Two maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
Natus Vincere.
There we go.
Natus Vincere, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh, man. I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, called Zira.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostarev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, I will just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
Yes. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
Fans of Chinese Counter-Strike are eating good tonight. Lynn Vision running away with Dust 2. Team Liquid, a slow start here, and then no success in these super close clutch moments. Call me Sue, the bane of the Liquid clutch.
Okay, Sue, but really, this is still kind of shocking for Liquid because they've had so much time coming in, prepped, coming in, you know, with weeks of prac leading into this major. It's one thing to be cold in the first game, but there wasn't really anything there on their T side of Dust 2. Even struggling a lot in these mid rounds. Nerds cleared out from lower. Lynn Vision 5-on-4. They can feel it now. It's right there for the taking. A dominant upset victory to keep their major dream running and red hot as well. Flank is good for Nap, but they know this is going B into the stack.
Out through the window, right into Shui and Twists on this crossfire. It's only Call Me Sue left. Okay. And there's Naf arriving on that backstab. Team Liquid with a dominant pistol to open up this second half. And this is one of those games where, you know, for Liquid, it's it's problematic because, you know, you feel like you actually could have been way better. Ooh, Nets didn't have his mic down. They couldn't hear him at the start.
I don't think
of that
Comms would
round.
have saved him at least.
Oh, okay.
All right, Liquid not locked in, but they do win a pistol, and that gives them a chance.
Yeah, it's one of those halves where, like, it's just a weird feeling, because even though you lost it dominantly, it could have been very close. There were 4 rounds in that first half that came down to 1v1s or 2 players surviving for the side of Lynn Vision. Like, those are close rounds. Rounds where 1 kill makes a world of difference, and suddenly it could have been a very different first half. And so Liquid, if they can find some success here, if they can actually convert on this pistol, a feat they weren't able to achieve on their T side, there's still a world they can get back into this.
So scared of this B hold though, because 4 on 2. It's the Canadian side by side, back turned, back in time, but Sue gets a trade, and Nafly is full blind here. He needs to be rock hard in this B site, and he falls immediately. 3 on 2, and Liquid might just feel like they have to try, and that could cost them everything here, so they allow it. Both pistols for Liquid, both 4 spies for Lynn Vision. Dear oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, that's really rough. And that undoes anything I said about that first half being, you know, at least close, like moments in there where you could have broke through, losing all those swing rounds. But yeah, you lose both the 4 spies in addition to every clutch round of the game. There's only so much mileage you can expect to have.
Terrorists.
Let them know. I think they already did though, 10-4.
It's also been sick with the rise of Chinese Counter-Strike, seeing more personality from the Chinese teams. That's been a real delight. I know everyone's been enjoying it.
Yeah, G and Amelia kind of in the spirit level to that. Some quieter guys in there as well, but glad to see them putting themselves out there. And backing up their smack talk as well. For G, it's not even smack talk, it's just wholesome. For Amelia, it's personal.
I mean, in their interview at the end of the game that sent them into stage 3, Amelia treated like him while the game's live, and the guy left at the end of it all are 2 different people. And they've got the competitive, fired up Amelia up against them right now. Force buy back for Team Liquid. Feels like they need this if they want to recover Dust 2. That's not a bad start from Twistig. Quick return from Zaka at least brings this back into a 4v4 straight away. And Lynn Vision might just group up immediately here. All 4 players in the upper tunnels ready to run back this B play. They're giving Liquid a taste of their own medicine. This was exactly how the Liquid T side started. With these incessant back-to-back B hits.
It's only a pistol. How are you meant to hold on to this? Naf, again, needs that first headshot, and it won't come through. Running and gunning into this B bomb site. Lynn Vision roll out the red carpet. And that smoke is a closed door on this round. Liquid can't go for this. Even an attempt is wasteful. Ooh, don't give them the kill. Lynn Vision don't need to let them back in. So block on the smoke. And that signs the death warrant for Liquid. Out they go, 11-4 for Lynn Vision. What a clean upset this is turning out to be. And I don't see any reason it should stop right now.
That was actually like also a carbon copy repeat of how Liquid's anti-force spy went, running into a solo 5-7, holding onto the tunnels. If you remember in that first half, Westmelon put up 3 kills in Naf's position and stopped that B hit in its tracks. Liquid are not able to replicate that same degree of success. Not by a long shot, and now they're left in this horrible position where you almost feel like you're just force spying till the game is over.
You're not really getting to show what you wanted in this matchup. It's getting taken away from you, especially when you have B hits like that and you solo B. Of course, he's going to go down. Even if Naf takes 1 with him there, it's not going to make much difference. Lynn Vision just play with pace now. Up the ante out long. Good flashes, a counter, and Twist gets 2. Shui comes through the smoke, and he doubles up as well. So Liquid shut down the long side. They give us something in this game.
It's Liquid, so you have to stay switched on. But Naf, going back in through the spawn, keeps it all in check.
I like that you mentioned it, though. And luckily enough for Lynn Vision, they can write that off. They don't need to worry about it at all. 1 little long pop that gets countered by a 3-man hold with flashes. They know they have the depth on this T side. So as Liquid try and wake up in this game, Lynn Vision look to put it down.
I mean, of the 10 games they've played here, half those series have contained the Dust 2 games. So you're dead on about the depth. The Lynn Vision have had a lot of time to put their Dust 2 to work here at the Major. And they've been given a lot of room over on Cat. And they're not going to overthink this. Flash in. Oh dear, hang on. They're going back. Only 2 players in the A site for Liquid. That 1 flash has put a bit of fear in the Liquid squad, and so Twist has crossed over. Him getting to this side of the double doors makes him available quicker for that rotate. Doesn't have to run any risks either to help out at the A site. But it will be this A finish. Util in. They're already ahead of Ultimate here, who's got to start dropping in some defensive util. There's the flash from the long side, but they're far too close. It's clean openers across the board for Lynn Vision.
I don't think Liquid realized how quick they were scaling there, and how would they know without peeking for info, right? Ultimate's holding that molly. He's holding it, holding it, holding it. Finally goes out, but by the time Shui's flash comes over the top for him to peek, they're already on default. 3 guys crossing into Ultimate. So blind or not, they're running, gunning, and they're close enough to get that kill. Lynn Vision, explosive, decisive, and clean on this victory. They've won both Force Spies post-pistol, and as soon as you start to believe in Liquid after a clean gun round, the response is immediate. Su's return to form has been great as well. He was 0-6. He's now 11-8. With 2 big clutches in that first half.
I mean, literally every clutch in the game has been won by Call Me Su. He's nailed both of the attempts at it. A 1 versus 2 in there, and a 1v1. And he got both of those while being bottom of the board, now climbing through the ranks on Lynn Vision. And they've got a lot of opportunities to lay this game to rest. A non-stop from Team Liquid. I mean, this is going to leave both Liquid and FaZe in that 0-1 position. The 2 squads with NA representation.
Stop. I've had enough. That would be a terrifying matchup to draw. One that Liquid have won. back in Dallas, but albeit a slightly different phase to the one we're getting now. This is a Lynn Vision that are leveling up every step of the way, every stage of the tournament, every map we see, something new.
You also said coming into this, right, about how for Lynn Vision to be the furthest placing Chinese team, they have to get one win to match up Tai Lu from the major in 2018.
Oh.
And they might be about to get that one win now as Liquid pounded on the long side, fall apart. Zaka plucking players from the back, spots both of them on this reposition into the catwalk. That's given Lynn Vision time to plant this bomb and get set up. Ready at the long wrap, Naf will have a hard time embarking on this flank. 2 1v1s decide the outcome of this round. And they ice Naf out as he tries to play first. They know about ultimate over on short. Bomb set up to be watched from the long side. Starry in position to win the round. Ultimate chasing this one man, can't find Su, let alone call him. And it's the end of the line for Ultimate, and he knows it. Done deal. Lynn Vision dominance on Dust 2 to open up stage 3.
Oh, Amelia having fun every step of the way. And yeah, his star showed up today. There were some great performances from Su in the clutch. And even Zaka woke up. West Melon looking like a beast from the first round of the game. And Liquid, a very, very underwhelming debut here in the major on home soil for the North Americans as they go out without a bang, without a wallop, but with a whimper. 13-5 on Dust 2. Hoping Liquid can step it up moving forward, because that is, well, way below expectation for this team, even with the heights Lynn Vision have hit. And like you say, Lynn Vision matching Tai Lu's run from 2018. They went out 1-3. I don't think that's this Lynn Vision squad. I think they got more to show at the major.
Yeah, that's one of the most handy wins that Lynn Vision have had as well, and that's their stage 3 opener. Going from strength to strength as the competition uplifts, so do Lynn Vision. Looking to be in fantastic form to open up stage 3 for Liquid. And the NA representatives in this squad, it's back to the drawing board. They're in that 0-1 position, having a battle on day 1 from the back foot.
For me, it's the prestige of majors that make them so great. This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's what every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching. In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The Major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan, right, losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie behold.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb! They're trying to build pyramid, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round when it goes to overtime!
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9. The organization that's been flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story. The crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike. From big picture perspective, I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got MOUZ and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this, and if you get MongolZ and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.
Yo. Welcome back from the brief break between matchups. BO1's in full effect here for Stage 3 of the Blast Austin Major, and you guys are joining myself and Mohan for the B stream because we've got Aurora versus Furia. 2 successful starts to the day in Aurora versus Furia, Mohan. Yes. Close affair for Furia. Nice, comfortable Anubis play for the Aurora squad to kick it all off. I think they're happy about that one. We go to Dust 2 to decide which of these teams gets to start the day in the best way possible.
I think we've got a pretty high level best of 1 coming up. Dust 2 is a strong map for both of these teams right now. Furia have won their last 3 games. They were challenged on it, won their last 2 games, and they were challenged on it and lost to Pain 13-11. But their last 2 wins have been single-digit losses for their opponents. For Aurora, they lost their last game to the Mongols 13-11 as well. But before that, a 5-match Dust 2 win streak with their opponents never getting over 10 rounds. This is the type of game to end 13-11 or go to overtime. It's pretty intense here because Furia are trending up really well. Aurora have shown themselves that they are ready to play the major. As we've seen, teams entering the major, playing their first game, are getting surprised. Aurora, I think, are going to be thankful they're not one of them. They know their form's on point. So pretty heavy favorites here for Aurora in this game. But I don't know if I would put it that way personally. I think Furia a little bit more unknown.
Yeah.
But man, what more could you ask for recent form?
I mean, I think I would take Aurora for the favorites, slightly closer, but I do believe like it does feel like a lot of things are gearing up for them to have a strong first day. Like you said already, they had the Anubis matchup to kick it all off. Nothing more comfortable than Anubis for Aurora. Now this Dust 2 streak, I mean, like you mentioned, the wins back at Dallas, all single digits for their opponents, and just the fact the amount of reps they had in Dallas. So it feels like Aurora have been given a great platform to just get the major itself started in their comfort zone. You know, not like Navi, for example, having to play Nemiga on Train in their opening matchup. That's a stark contrast to what we expect, but hey, they survived that one as well, so props to them. But what we need here, I think, is, well, it's what got them into the winning pool. Another Molodoi pop-off. Turns out that the Scouts have found something special for this newly formed Furia.
You know, it is Molodoi playing well. I think it's also Yakinder playing well. And I think Yakinder's impact is actually considerably higher than even the kills that he's getting. And he's getting a lot of kills because he's in the donk position. He's always in front no matter what. He's getting openers, being really successful. It's going to be great to take a glance back on his stats at this event and really pay attention to opening attempts, success rates, and you know how early these kills are coming in because Furia's pace has increased. He's getting a lot of very impactful moments. Molodoi's opping, but I really don't think there's one carry on this team. In fact, we look at that last game, and Quesarado didn't even have a good map, and they still won. The other thing is that for Aurora and Furia, they're playing Dust 2 a lot. They're winning a lot, but Furia are the new team. They're the team that are that Aurora haven't played against. They're the team that are going to be a bit harder to prep for. There's going to be a new style coming in, so it's definitely a harder job, I think, for Aurora to guarantee this.
Would be the perfect time for them, though, to find that success nice and early. We're talking about a team that was at the CS2 major playoffs, breaking through in Copenhagen for the first time and kind of reaching that new height. Set the tone for some success ever since, but we know the playoff struggles for this team is real. Screw the playoffs. Don't think about it just yet. Have a nice start clean beginning to Stage 3. And then you can fixate on fixing your shortcomings. A lot of teams in that situation, I feel like, for Stage 3 of this major. Obviously, only 8 spots. Top 16 teams for the last event of the season.
And this one's looking pretty wide open.
You've run out of runway in terms of proving everybody wrong when it comes to playoffs. You know, how many times have Mongols defeated Aurora on the playoff stage? 2 teams that want to take it all the way to the very top, and they're kind of getting in one another's way in that process. Problem is, Aurora come out on the bottom of that head-to-head so frequently.
I always take Pimp's word with a grain of salt, but he did put it sort of very succinctly that he feels that we've seen Aurora's ceiling, you know, and getting into playoffs when you put Mongols up there, we know that we haven't seen their ceiling, but Aurora are trending a little older for some of the, compared to some of the other top teams, and they didn't get their wins. They're sort of in that same pool of how deep in a playoffs can they go. So if they want to show us differently, they'll have to do it here at the major. Oh,
no better place to do it, to be honest. Final event of the year. Well,
Welcome 2026.
Zanteres holds off on the mid corner. Climb up for Yakindar and Fallen. So Furia taking over that mid control.
Looks like Yakindar's just going to put some pressure on Cat to keep them on A while they go for this mid B hit. He's actually just seeing if they pushed, crouching right under that bullet. Zanteres down to 2 health.
Following very quickly. Fallen wanting to seize that one. Remember, Joda's got those dual Berettas over towards tunnels. He's waiting for his chance, and he finds a quick frag on Fallen. Wakadia actually comes through with the double by challenging that CT smoke. So even though the defense in B only gets 1, it's Wakadia who looks to be the star of this first round of action. Gets the bomb dropped outside of the doorway, really takes the wind out of MongolZ's sails, but they fight him, and that was a chance that Wakadia created, and Aurora will seize.
Very hard to find a way to fight early. When we took a snapshot right before that mid-B execute, it looked like there was 3 on A, no one even in CT spawn. So Wakadia, I don't even know how he got his first kill, but he either ran into CT early.
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
That's what he did.
Shoot through
ran through the CT smoke.
Yeah, but even getting past the smoke when he was sitting on A ramp, you know, when you Kinder check Cat. So very quick moves.
Got that fresh pair of rubber. That's why I think sometimes Aurora can thrive too, is when the players like Wakadia is kind of serving as the glue between Zanteres and the rest of the team, Woxic and the rest of the team. Wakadia kind of was that key piece to elevate alongside Joda. The floor of Aurora has risen. And while that M4 leans back, the MP9 wants in on the action. Joda's going to disengage from this one. No need to be the guy that dies in lower. He smokes himself off and falls back through tunnels while we also get this simultaneous mid-peak. Looks like Furia want to go and sniff out some tunnels control first, though.
They need to push, actually. Right now, just this upper B player. I mean, we are talking about Glocks here. But Jota has Sanctuary for a second, but they don't see everything. Tees aren't moving just yet. As he falls back, there's a small window to get back out and around to long or something like that, but past a minute, probably not going to happen. Oh no, that is not the way to go.
Reopens the flank back. Luckily, the long push from Madger will catch Yakindar at the very least. It's the bomb carrier, and
reload.
Everybody else with it just in a second. Glock's going to catch Joda off guard, but he reacts fast enough, and then Madger comes back at this mid-play. Bomb's going to surpass the MP9 that got picked up, so it looks like Bomb's still planted. Challenge back on Catwalk to give over more space, and Yuri's able to plant just right there on the edge of the open. A jumping MP9 keeps 3 standing for Aurora, but to get away with the plant and that knife in the back money, solid cash for Furia round 2.
Yeah, sketchier than it needed to be. It's 2 kills, knife, death, which is $1,500 plus the bomb plant. So a very successful round that they come into with just Glocks. Luckily, there were a significant amount of SMGs bought, so it wasn't too scary.
Clear your corners, kids.
Yeah, no kidding. And that's why you never throw away rounds just because you have Glocks. They ran that 5-up CAD, it got mowed down, it would have been pointless. Oh, big play here from MongolZ. Pick down suicide. Walks out of the round, and they immediately move into a very strong position early. Again, defaults don't take a long time on Dust 2, but with full mid control, it's going to make Aurora nervous.
Acadia retains some vision to the top of middle towards barrels. Just saw the top of his counter Opper. Trying to find that duel right now versus MongolZ, but you sign up for a fight versus a full-time Opper, and you will feel the wrath of the Kazakhstani kid.
They'd have to make 2 wrong moves to screw this up. Furia are in such a great spot, and they picked the right site.
Teasing this corner in anticipation of the CT challenge. Remember, that's what got the pistol going for Aurora, was a well-timed push out. Just getting a glimpse of K-Serato, but it's a bit too late. Fresh smoke goes down. Yuri keeps the pressure on them. Joda, though, trying to lock it in on his own. Single B defender in that instance means nothing here for Aurora. And so Furia weaponizing MongolZ for the 2 op picks to really give them a nice comfort zone to slice through that bomb site.
I mean, how nice is this round for Furia? Every move is great. I mean, it's so well calculated. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Furia are moving faster with you, Kinder, but in an organized way. And it looks like the perfect tempo for them. They're hitting a real nice stride with their chemistry at the moment. And taking out the op that early. Well, that's supposed to be the round already, but then making it a 3v5. That's all MongolZ.
Quite different seasons these two teams have had, with Furia being one of the latest contenders to kind of emerge as potential playoff attendees. Obviously, the full Brazilian lineup, a constant threat for top 8s, but that had fizzled out. You've got Aurora, who started this season as well as possible with the grand finals in Copenhagen, barring just winning the event itself. Kind of petering out ever since. Staying afloat.
It's another major where we rely on the Brazilians to give us more spots at the major.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful because the Asians are stealing them.
Oh yeah, we've got to stop the Asians.
Actually, I say let them go. Let them get crazy.
Let the Asians free.
Hashtag let Asians rule.
Let's just go with hashtag
Come on,
Asians
guys, let's
rule.
get it trending.
Asians rock is what we're trying to say.
Ooh,
Nobody
missed
can
chance.
disagree with that.
Woxic with the deep scope down through the tunnels. Could have had first blood here for an Aurora that's banking on lesser weapons. And that scout's just been rattling shots off as well, so it should come to no surprise for Furia. And Aurora are looking for these fights. And if you can close the distance before you offer those fights, then you can sweep away a bomb site. Yekindar taking his time over towards long doors. 2 defenders holding him back, which means Catwalk is open. That Woxic op floats out there. It was originally boosted. Feels like Aurora's kind of hoping that Furia will respect it and not give him another chance, but he's not even taking a look at Cat right now. He is just locked in on that doorway.
It's like he just doesn't want to get tricked, and the early peek comes out. This is interesting, because I don't know if that means Furia are going to go, hey, yeah, they're throwing these smokes on Cat, because, oh, right now, the CTs are vulnerable, and they move out to the wrong direction. Another moment where they can mid B versus 1.
But they did just get a smoke thrown down in front of them over towards that B site. Joda's sitting on the other side of this one. They're going to try to challenge it. They're getting through. Yeah, fumbled utility going down here. Madger's able to clear out middle. Joda from Humvee with a single kill. Open lines of sight with a drop from K-Serrato. A double kill. Catches that rotate, just fully exposed. And with bomb planted, Woxic has to make a difficult decision to take a chance at this after having missed a couple of critical opening duel possibilities.
This isn't a big streak of rounds for Aurora, man. They're low on money. They really want this round. They also want that op. Maybe Woxic can get both.
He's got to make a decision as to how to come into the site. Oh, gets the duel. Now he's got a better chance. He can come at it up close. From the other side, Yuri teases. And he'll close out for Furia, slicing through middle to B. These mid-round calls from Fallen Strong, putting himself into the cubby to try to slow down those rotates, having K-Serrato on Catwalk as an insurance policy to swoop in and attack him from the back.
Well, you know, when you get older, you lose mobility. So he drops the op, gets some of the mobility back. And now look at Furia, looking very fluid here. This is a great round out of K-Serrato, and obviously, if not for this play, it's already over. Ends in a one-on-one. But it can't help feel like that's a really important moment here for Furia.
Furia's going to open up with the op. So op's getting opening picks. You've got great mid-rounds here from Furia, taking positioning off of, let's say, Woxic revealing his op over on long corner last round. That's why K-Serrato can happily just get around those catwalk corners, position for the eventual move to win the round. Man, I truly say I did not expect Furia to make anything of this season of Counter-Strike. And now between Astana and potentially here Austin, the year is still open. You know, there's a certain finality that feels like we're approaching with Austin, and Vitality's supposed to kind of put the crown jewel in the best season of modern CS we've ever seen. But then there's other camps like Furia that are trying to set themselves up to still rise through the ranks for what's left of 25. And it's the kind of Counter-Strike that you can believe in. You know, it's not some Hail Mary individual moment. It's not 25 kills from Serato. It's solid team play from a roster that on paper just doesn't make sense.
I think maybe composition makes sense, but Yakinder's form before this and switching to English, like there are a lot of reasons to doubt this working, but moment of good target selection, but not the shots going in. It'll actually be the pistols coming up huge. And Woxic's upgrade makes this even more expensive. Not too shabby here for Aurora, but playing from slightly behind. Top 8 would be astronomical for Furia again. Just even the fact that it's a debut somewhat. Getting the chance to play in Astana was great for them. I think it certainly imbued them with some confidence, knowing they had the big event coming up right after it. But I really think it's just, I think MongolZ proved himself to get a good chance like this, but who knows how he would play in Tier 1. Nobody really knew. But Yakinder, you know, Yakinder I think was the big risk. And that risk has just paid off straight up. We've seen a couple of moments of struggle, but to be honest, in terms of everything that's new about Furia, you can accredit it to him taking opening duels, him being successful, him moving the pace along. His confidence is back. Tricky for Aurora because all these opening duels are being won by Furia, and they just don't want to give that up again on this next buy, but they've already given out long control. And Cat is very fickle. You can have so many people here, but you can all just get flashed or mollied and have to fall back. It's very hard to hold late. I mean, Yakinder's going to cause such a nightmare for them if he plays his cards right. However, upper B push looks like it's very well timed. Wokadia changes the round here if he finds this frag, and he doesn't. Yuri, of course, he turns around.
He finds the duel but doesn't win it. Fallen brings it back with 1 kill towards this A site. Serato looking for a chance to strike. Tries to react to that flash. These two CTs tethered tightly, but Yakinder still finding a way to peel them back, and Yuri picks up a second in the round. That catwalk is open. Xantera's position was well known, and it's now confirmed as they hear him running off to the hills. It is another gentlemanly round of setup in terms of Furia taking over mid, getting themselves closer to that A site, and then both teams kind of signing up for that one critical fight where you have defenders coming out from their spawn, Furia attacking out catwalk. Lots of fights to be had right then, right there. But it looks like Aurora kind of got shook in the process, and when Xantera peels back with that well-timed Yakinder long peek, that's when it all goes up in flames for the defenders.
I mean, Furia have long control from the beginning of the round. It feels like Aurora just kind of closed their eyes and hoped that maybe it was going to be another mid-B, and hoped that nobody had actually taken that long control. But if you've been watching Furia's last games on Dust 2, they have been doing this a lot, so that just seems slightly irresponsible. A lot of this could have been stopped if Woxic had hit his shot. Maybe that changes things, but even with that, they still don't have Cat or Long. You know, it's an eventuality that the T's will just creep up on you and put you in very uncomfortable fights, and that's exactly what happened. They're getting a lot of yield out of their upper B pushes, at least.
Katie going to be beating himself up that he lost that duel because he found the timing to perfection. Just Yuri wins the duel.
mean, Caserado and Yuri, when it comes to feeling timings, are like, it feels like 2 in a million. There's this old clip of them following a flank that was like 25 seconds long and then turning around on the 24th second on Mirage. And you see it a lot with them. I think that's what made Furia special originally.
Zanteres out here in front of the Fire's got another duel coming his way, I think. Caserado keeping his head tucked for the time being. Actually lets that burn out, and that's going to be Zanteres on the retreat.
Feels like the first 5v4 in some time.
But at the same time, there's also maybe too much movement.
Yeah, they dropped, they ran.
Kind of nice here from Furia. They let him go, just take up the positioning instead. A vacuum of control for Furia to just tiptoe their way into that A site.
They're trying to flank tunnels. It's a total B fake here by Yuri.
Damn, Fallen selling great quality bait.
I think one thing was that you pointed out that they dropped and made noise, so there's that, you know, guaranteed info. But Furia, like, they had to come back and clear Zanteres, right? They mollied Cap behind him. They knew Zanteres was going to try to leave. So it just required one more test. But it's 3v5 now.
There's a kid as well, so...
No smoker molly.
Considering they don't come in with very much on this one, you're just waiting for this to go, and maybe Furia don't expect that 4 players are about to push through it. Zanteres catching the headshot to MongolZ, jumping kill from Wicadia. That's a scout for the double.
2 of them.
But he's not the player who had the kit. That was Zanteres over on Catwalk. They needed the cat retake to come through to at least get closer. Still 2 jumping scout kills. Why not?
Right on the apex. Beautiful out of Wicadia. And 5 deaths is worth it for the amount that they invested into this round. Zanteres has a good gun. They put it in front. And Yukinder off the corner of the screen to see Wicadia jumping up like the boogeyman, taking out his teammate.
No opening damage from MongolZ this round. It's been a common trend. That suicide peak's been paying off. Zanteres seeing early presence from Furia down in those lower tunnels. Yukinder's going to slide ahead of the grenades. It's hard to nade Yukindar because he gets in front of him so often. Just that electric tempo he brings to the server. Woxic, he better be careful. He's got Zanteres in front of him, but now he's looking for the trades. And that's going to be 2 players for Furia found on the climb up. Incendiary goes down ahead of them.
Now they can just make the map what they want again, which is the real issue here and has been for Aurora. It's persistent. I mean, this calls for, you know, going back to long, but then they also don't want to get cut off on this mid-B timing. Woxic will look to fight back. But now what do you do, man? Okay, they could smoke it out, but...
Kindar's just this constant thorn in their side. The fact he pushed through the CT smoke grenade, kind of catches the jump up in an awkward position, doesn't really give Aurora that extra bit of space to breathe, to set up a defense despite being man disadvantaged. Now you come back at it.
Rotate.
You got a player already out. Again, Yukindar ahead of these utilities. The frag, the smoke, the flash, but he'll get clipped by Woxic, and that's going to turn them back. Caserado trying to take the fight out middle. Now it's Furia frantically looking for openings here, and they're banking on Yuri, getting this duel picked up. Joda ends up winning it with 16 health to spare. They're going to leave MongolZ out towards mid. Fallen takes his chance with his newfound fame on a rifle. That's an open chance at the plant.
They got to rush him down.
Yeah, they're going to charge him down. He's in the cover here. Madger looking, gets killed, but so what? It's the round for the side of Aurora. Unless that last death for Woxic came out, and he is no guarantee.
It ends up being Fallen who dies after time.
Sloppy finish, both players losing after the clock goes out.
Not the best conversion, or I mean, they didn't even get the conversion. Not the best attempt after getting the first kill here for Furia. There was a fake rotation in from Madger, but he kind of was still vulnerable when he was shooting in through CT. I guess a little lucky that he was low down enough that Yukinder walked sort of wide enough to get ops, but Long was beckoning them the whole time. They had 2 players on A. They kept trying to fight one at a time. There was no 3-player setup after they got those 4 kills, but I think Furia just were really trying to manufacture a way to make the mid be the route to success again. And then they gave the kill back. And, well, it's a decent hold overall here. but it's also just time trouble.
MongolZ back at it.
Everybody is broke. Everybody is broke. But both teams buy into 0. We have 2 Tech 9s for Furia. We have 2 MP9s for the CT side. When do you ever see a buy like this?
Only in today's economy.
It's like both teams won the pistol round or something.
Here we are, 9 rounds into the half. And with an opening kill to the favor of Yekindar, just holding back on those long doors. He surpasses MongolZ for the most amount of kills on Furia. They're looking at this catwalk as a prime piece of real estate. Woxic's just lingering here, and he gets further damage in. But the problem is he's also the guy allocated over towards long. Nobody else actually moved over. Once Major was that first death of the round, Xanteres is looking for somebody to pop up over the ledge. As MongolZ takes Woxic off long, that is one less piece for Aurora to somehow get back onto this bomb site. And they're using util to announce it. Critical missed shot could reopen the door. MongolZ is looking to make up for it now, but his teammates are dropping. He will get Joda. Tap of the bomb for Wicadia. Yekindar's going to take his time on Cat. Both players spotted. And Wicadia's going to have to go a little wider now, chasing down Yekindar for this kill as he just gets back around the corner, secures it for Furia. Cost effective yet again, and a 6-3 lead to come through, but the price tags remain high.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we'll see what that means though for this half, because now it's just another opportunity for Aurora, who are probably just going to save now. They see 5 deaths. It's a good try here from Woxic. He overstays his welcome when he's fighting, but he has to take some risk. And he got a lot of damage off. MongolZ kind of freaked out on trying to get back to this, even though Yekindar was on cat walking. He could have just let Yekindar take first contact. It would have been okay.
Yeah, I think,
but those 2 extra
freaking
deaths,
out. That's the perfect verbiage for that. I think a shot like that too, it's almost like the Monacy shot on Inferno, where Beat Anazan gives him that little jiggle and causes the miss shot. Like when you're MongolZ and the crosshair just feels so on, then it just feels like your gun's broken. Oh, I haven't seen this mouse before.
Oh.
You know what model that is?
New model. It's paper thin.
Okay.
They're going lighter and lighter.
It's the quicker picker-uppers.
It's the Blast Bounty Edition.
Oi. Arcadia, risky business here, buddy. Sorry, the hoser slipped out of me there for a second. 5-7 pop on the long door. But it's numbers strong for Furia.
They're playing it raw anti-eco, but they know an op saved.
Oh, Wicadia again. Risky on the wide swing. And so, to no surprise, he gets killed on the fallback. They're not going to cut corners either. They clear out Woxic, who hits a nice P2000 dink.
Xanteres is going to jump here. Let me tell you, that dink was corroborated. Oh.
It spreads over the ledge. That's
tough.
That's against the laws of physics.
I'm not sure. Bomb has been planted. I'm not a lawyer, so.
Call me Sue. I want a lawsuit for that, Molly. Just unravels what was looking like, I think you're dead on, the Xanteres jump attempt. Ultimately, it's a nice follow from Furia.
Every jump, MP9 peak in general, he'd just jump it.
Yeah.
He's jumping around the corners. So it wasn't the full, I thought it was going to be a full investment there for Aurora. They had the op save. They know that 5 died. Kind of feels like they maybe should have tried it, but they get a buy now and they get an op again. So I guess that's actually looking good. Coming into round 11. Great half so far for Furia. Is that Molly not touching Yuri?
Yeah, what?
Did he just smoke it? No. He's got the fire blanket on?
He did smoke it, he did.
Oh, okay.
Safe to say they know he's in there. Wicadia missing some very important shots here as his teammate gets flustered by the flashbangs. They're going to expose him back here. Nowhere to run, brother.
Great attack, Furia. Unfortunately, a missed shot makes that a lot easier, though.
And so now Bomb's going to cross over. And this is looking like a comfortable 8th round win. Queserado hears this CT wrapping in his spawn. Who do you think you are?
No knife kill, very gracious.
Queserado's chill like that.
He is a chill guy.
Woxic's op is no guarantee in the next round, but he's going to rack up the costs ever so slightly. Still weird to see Fallen on a rifle. I don't know how many events it's going to take.
It's clearly the right decision.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, if it means unlocking Molodoi, absolutely. If it means unlocking Fallen again, then absolutely.
I thought Fallen was going to retire every one of these last years.
Yeah, I mean, after Rio, it felt like it was the perfect chance.
Yeah.
They get eliminated there, and
it really felt like a missed opportunity, but I mean, if they're going to make top 8 at this major, then nothing says he made the right decision more than that.
I mean, coming out of the COVID era where Furia kind of took over in the Americas regions at the time, they went 3 consecutive top 8s at the majors in Stockholm, in Antwerp, and then in Rio, where obviously semifinals was where they were cut down. We'll get back to that because right now Woxic's holding off fast tunnels play, and they peel off. Yakinder's going to go for the cat, and the bomb is following him. Oh, they're so worried about it.
Oh.
Okay, so Lorado loses a favorable duel, and then Major, as you'd anticipate, with fire down beneath him, gets bested by Yuri, who's taking the late half.
Fallen, see this?
To clean up his scoreline. Lean back here from Fallen.
Those MP9s are going crazy. Fallen dies, and now a 3v2 retake. Molodoi low, Yuri low. They have long control, but you know they're scared.
Yeah, final round of the half, though, so let's see it. With so much health and a smoke for the bomb. No kit, though. If the T's can even slow it down, then they could still somehow pull this one out of the hat. Molodoi is going to draw them forward, and Woxic gets the job done. So it is indeed a 4th on this CT side. Furia, clean opening in this best of 1, taking it to a team that was proving in Dallas that they're ready to play Dust 2, but it is indeed Aurora trailing. sprinkling one in before swapping sides. Let's hope that last round can inspire Aurora to surmount a comeback, trailing by 4 rounds after the beginning of Dust 2. Both teams content with winning their opening matches at this stage of the major, but you gotta go one better if you are looking for the 2-0, which is what's on the line and what Furia seem to have at least one hand already grasping.
Love what we're seeing so far from Furia. It just feels like more of the same that we've seen from them so far at this major. It's looking consistent. Yuri's having a great match. I can definitely put it that way. MongolZ as well, continuing on from how well he played earlier. And this game is to get into the 2-0 bucket. And if Aurora are going to do it, it's going to be well-deserved because they've got a comeback to make.
Ouch. Nasty grenades not going to make Aurora any more comfortable on this crossover. A little bit of an L drawn by those smokes. Ton of damage done, and yet all the Aurora players still stand. How they have managed to get through that without one body dropping, I do not know. Exposed there. Too many sets of eyes from the Furia squad, yet nobody collects a kill. Fallen and MongolZ both down, and Furia doesn't look like they're even going to take an additional sniff at this.
This is a moment where you should try it, right? It's the health bar as we see it, but like, also it's a damn pistol round, and you could absolutely win a 3-on. If Falcons can get eliminated on a 3v5 retake on Inferno with full guns, you could pull this off, Furia.
But Launders, they might lose 2 Kevlars and a smoke.
Oh no. Wouldn't that be tragic? Kills on retakes need to be worth double.
Terrorists win.
Nice beyler, hadi!
Felt like a solid challenge, just came up empty-handed.
Can I pick mid? Yeah, go for the mid fight.
We need to incentivize bad decision-making by increasing the monetary reward for taking risks.
Yes. Pay for their sins. Heard MongolZ in between rounds there ask, can I peek mid? And with that scout, he will attempt it.
Did he say Papa? Papa, may I peek?
Well, that's why you let him go. Through the door, through the smoke, somehow catches Joda down to 13 points of health.
Makes an instant rotate up to Cat, smokes him off.
Joda's got to make sure he doesn't die because he was the majority of that utility. Starts chucking that out. He also actually hands off the Galil, picking up the scout instead.
Oh, MongolZ.
Maybe next time he doesn't have to ask for permission if he single-handedly peels Aurora
and look
off
how he's
round 14.
Thinking about this too, he gets the scout kill, he goes back to A. Look at Aurora. They're still thinking about going up here. He's actually just influenced every one of their decisions. He slowed them down on Cat to get that opportunity. He got the early op shot through scout shot through the door to get damage. And now they're running into him again. MongolZ is a puppeteer.
Waiting for the next chance, and it's coming. Quesarado gives him the perfect distraction, and that's not even the player he first tagged. Every bit of damage you see is MongolZ at the moment. Can I peek mid, he asked. You can do what you damn well please.
What a round. He's in the kill feed for all 5 frags. MongolZ tagged everyone that round. He got his first shot through the door. He made them go A. He smoked them off Cat to get this pick in mid. This was a one-man show.
Exactly. That scout buy, well worth it. And Furia upend the momentum of Aurora instantly.
That's an incredible round for MongolZ. Better than some aces.
What a find Furia have on their hands. 20-year-old unproven entity out of Kazakhstan. They bring him to Astana. They put him on a hometown stage instantly. He stepped up to that level of pressure. Delivered some shocking rounds there and doesn't skip a beat here in Austin. Now taking over the driving force of Furia here to try to close out a single map against Aurora. And still some respect shown here by Furia to just let Aurora take over the middle of the map. Yekindar content to sign up for the one-man hold in the face of this smoke. Doesn't look perfect, but it plumes. Utility comes down from that B bomb site, so it feels like Aurora, you gotta realize they know what you're up to. That frag grenade's gonna confirm it. Great spray from K-Serrano, blind, and Yekindar right there with him. Perfectly timed pinch into middle. Furia just skating by Aurora now at this point.
Yekindar said, just say when. I'm coming through that smoke. Perfect setup outside the doors. I mean, they didn't want to run back up Cat and have the last round happen, so they found a new way to die. 2 kills. Wall blind here. Kill feed full of his name.
Absolute freebie of a round to follow suit now in the 16th. Pistols out there for Aurora. It's crazy when we think that, you know, of all the great teachers of Counter-Strike, you can't not put Fallen at the top of that list. Absolutely has earned his place up there over the years, but you just don't think of any, you know, him shaping talent outside of Brazil. And every once in a while he'll put his hands on one, but I didn't expect this.
Yeah, he didn't get the chance to play with Junior.
Well, that's fair. Maybe that would have helped the project. And what's cool too is not only is he shaping the inexperienced MongolZ, but he's also reshaping Yekindar and setting him up for, I would say, just as unexpected of a recovery, professionally speaking.
You know, it's hard to say exactly what we can give him credit for, because if we look at Yekindar, he's playing like himself again. And so, I mean, just knowing how to foster that, it's great. Making him feel confident. It could be the whole team, could be Fallen. Either way, it's working. I think time will sort of illuminate exactly what has actually helped make this so successful so quickly. But we also saw when Ultimate came into Tier 1, he played with a certain confidence and was extremely good, right? Their debut, they beat Na'Vi, and they beat, I think, Vitality, I think, in their first week on Liquid, and then it went downhill. Not to say that it will. We've already passed Astana, now we're at the Major, and here's MongolZ getting better and better.
Yeah. I think that's the glaring difference. Ultimate did it in a studio in Copenhagen over the course of a week or so, which, again, great outing. But you're right, tapered off. We'll see if Furia are able to prop up this early success and hang on to it. I think the fact that he's doing it on the big stage in Astana and potentially here in Austin as well, if they can keep up this level of CS. Furia have not had such a successful start to a top 16 stage at a major since the Rio Major, where we know this organization went on to semifinals.
They 3-0'd Legends, right?
Yep. Have never done it since. Had never done it before that moment either.
He tucked by himself.
MongolZ,
and he will get 2 shots.
Just letting him come to him, but he will get traded out by Woxic, who now joins up with that cat split. MongolZ gave them the opening to the A site. And so Furia are gonna have to fight further on, but this is number 6 for Aurora, at least being able to get past this plucky 20-year-old Opper.
That's something, but it's not even a round by elimination here, so I don't know if Aurora can afford to hunt, but they would love to get these kills off the board so they can take a second, maybe get an anti-eke out of it. But I mean, look how much money there is here for Furia. There's gonna be another full buy coming in. So for now, it's a drop in the bucket. I think this Major's had a lot of surprises, not necessarily because good teams are playing badly, but because the lower seeded teams are playing so well. I don't know if anybody's out here saying, oh, Legacy are barely winning or they're getting lucky in their games. They're playing, I mean, when they beat Wildcard last stage, after Wildcard were up 2-0, Wildcard were favored in that matchup. They played amazing. Legacy played incredible. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with their confidence and their chemistry and their teamwork. They're just hitting a flow right now at the perfect time. But these rosters, I think Lynn Vision might be a situation where they weren't as good as they are. They're getting better, but they were still winning when they were having problems. They managed to take out Falcons on not the best nuke map ever, but it's just better than Falcons. But now they qualified to this stage. They've totally handled Liquid.
I like the credit you're giving some of the underdogs. I do think Falcons played bad, though. That one's on them.
No. Yeah. Those teams are bad for sure. Yeah, no, I don't mean to say that Falcons wasn't bad. They were bad.
Did you watch the?
But you know what? That might not. What? Yeah.
5v3 with comms.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Fell apart, but this cap push from Xanteres. Oh. Gets clipped out by Cacerado, who's hanging onto the ramp. He's got the smoke ahead of him. He's got a flash in the middle of it all, and he's hoping that MongolZ can bail him out because he goes down with nothing further. Climb up with 2 players here in the open. Such a tough spot for an Opper. Oh, but they get exposed, and that's not what he was looking for, but that was a CT frag grenade from Yuri. Yuri just kind of exposing his own op.
Oh, he wishes he had another, like an extra second to shoot while he was scoped and wasn't on cycle. Okay, quick round. Burst up the A site, and one and done here for Aurora. Back-to-back rounds after the opening kill from MongolZ again. Now last round to get the first kill, not the opening. First kill for Furia, that is. That's looking better.
I still feel bad for MongolZ. Poor kid just got left out.
I was happy about that smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, once he misses his chance to kill them before they climb into it, he gets in behind Gandalf. He's got cover, smoke fades. They're stuck on site. Instead, just exposed on that ledge.
Right idea, wrong time.
But a quick apology, and you can move along. And you'll forget about it, assuming you close out this best of one. The money's still flowing, so much so that we get a Yakindar op. Now, seeing as how close he sits to the screen.
Yeah, continue.
I don't really know what this means.
Yeah, he's already scoped in, is what you're saying.
Yes, at all times, like 15x zoom, but he'll let Wicadia get away from him. Now they're gonna get pinched between 2 oppers. Yakindar coming back.
But now they don't actually know that was Yakindar, so they might just get opt.
Oh, MongolZ slides out, peels Xanteres off the boost. Now Woxic's gonna be looking for a counter pick, but there's a secondary op already positioned on site in Yakindar. So down goes one.
Nice.
Woxic able to reopen the possibility of this A site, but unlike previous rounds, Aurora all coming in from one direction, so it's actually a chance for Furia to set up on site to try and contend with this. Still, bit of ramp control for Wicadia. Molotov thrown over to Catwalk, flushes them down. Desperate CT trying to run up from spawn as Cacerado just crouches back in cover. MongolZ goes over top of that site, and Furia on the brink of a 12.
Such a good job on the protocols, and they don't see Major leaving, but he will get away safely. Doesn't matter to Furia. They spent down to 0 in this round to get a second up on Yakindar, and while it only kind of made noise, they didn't go back to mid to fight him. They ended up funneling towards long. And the site smoke was the really key part, because I think Woxic was about to make a play. He got his first kill, but then his vision was totally removed, and Cacerado got his 2 kills. That was a CT smoke on the back of single. MongolZ's probably got a perfect KAST in this game. And that, again, that smoke and the way they played the site made it impossible for Woxic to help out from so far back.
.125 ADR for MongolZ at the moment. 22 and 11 after that last round. There's been a bit of back and forth in the top performing player for Furia, but MongolZ in this final stretch of play, making sure it's his name up in lights.
I mean, with that scout round and this map that he's had, it's just been the most impact that we've seen, and that's saying something because he's been very consistent.
5 rounds to close out. Loxic versus MongolZ set up for the mid play as Yakindar tries to take a bit of a cheeky opening off of Catwalk. Now they'll hold back the Cat extension instead.
Oh, man. You can just stood there for so long. Even though mid door was smoked, MongolZ has to watch his cat cross for him to stay there. But he took the risk, and he was right about it. Found the exact moment to get that nade off. The long push is also perfect.
Yep. Fallen starting to feel like he could end this game.
I think they know exactly what's happening now with the setup mollies on Cat.
They know what's happening, but have they defended right for it? MongolZ peels away for Car, and
I think so. Because Yakinder can rotate back A, no problem. If this goes B, they have a flank from Fallen on long. They have Yakinder right in the same place that he was so successful last time, ready for his teammates to flash through.
Mid flash is so perfectly timed that Yakindar comes out, gets an easy 2K. Madger is sent scrambling up for that B site now, and Queserado's waiting for a chance to slide out window. Fallen gets his, and the B site holds as well. So everything goes swimmingly here for Furia to close out. A final effort from Xantares as he gets pelted by utility. The nades were on point. Furia on point on the first day of stage 3, looking for a 3-0 at the top 16 phase for the first time since that miracle in Rio.
Alexi, a great start here for you guys in Austin. Obviously, Train comes in, which Nemiga do like to play. We don't see you guys play it so much, but I'm guessing you worked on it a little bit. So did it feel like a map you were happy to show your hand on this early on?
Yeah, I think we were happy with the pick. But no matter what, they've been showing some really great Counter-Strike. And I think that they have the energy and the passion, like you could see a lot of funny moments about them. But we've been also watching how they play. And yeah, we had a good preparation and ended up winning.
How's preparation going into 3D Max though, right? Less time, were you ready for it? Did you get some good notes down or what's it looking like?
Yeah, I mean, we were eating lunch just after the game and got a message that we have the veto in 15 minutes or something like this. So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit ridiculous, like not having any time for the second match. But, you know, it is what it is. This is the system. This is the format they're playing with. And we just need to be on our best. We know the veto now, and now we just need to prepare on this small time and play our best.
When you say play your best, does it feel like you got that when you connected to the server in the first one? You know, it can be a bit shaky getting to the first back official and stuff. Are you happy with what you saw from the boys, with the energy?
Yeah, we played pretty solid. Like, our game plan was solid on the CT. We ended up getting kind of like, they broke our money. They won a couple crucial rounds, but we always won the round after, which is the most important, and that's what kept us on the leading foot. And now against 3D Max, we're just hoping to get a good start. It's a best of one at the end of the day, and we just need to make sure they don't get rolling.
How much of an advantage do you feel like you guys have against a team like 3D Max, right? Do you feel like you guys are in a position right now, because obviously we've seen a bit of a drop-off from you guys, where you are clear favorites, like this one you're comfortable to win?
I mean, right now, like, I'm feeling super confident, but obviously without any preparation, the game is always a bit different. But at the same time, we're playing Inferno, and I feel confident on Inferno. Just need to, as I said, get the game rolling from the get-go and not play like one step behind all the time. That might be hard, but yeah, we're gonna do our best.
We talk about Na'Vi being quite a prep-heavy team, you know, with like what Blade does, what Flashy does, what you're trying to bring to the table. What does this change for you? Is this now more a bit going back to what you know, but mixing up on the fly? How do you approach this personally?
Yeah, it might be like this, and obviously we're still gonna have a game plan going, and Flashy and Blade are trying to make all the work now, since we set up and warm up a little just before the game, and yeah, just need to trust it. And we obviously have a lot of things that we didn't show yet, and I think we're gonna fall back on those things.
Gravity, a great start going up against G2 here. That game looked a little bit too comfortable and almost funny at times for you guys. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, we feel confident to play G2 actually. We knew if we played like against FaZe 2 days ago now, we're gonna beat them, and it's what we did. Just enjoying playing together and playing good CS.
With you guys playing some very good CS, not just good CS, what has been the biggest change for you guys since when we last saw you and then coming into the major? Because we can see a difference now.
I think the difference, it's in our mind. We get maybe blocked in our mind recently in the previous event, and we knew like what to work on, but even in the major, like the 3 first games, it was difficult to like do what we need to do to win. Okay. And we finally did it against FaZe and did it against G2 now. Hopefully we're gonna do it against Na'Vi and beat them.
In terms of doing it against Na'Vi and trying to beat them, yes, okay, it's a best of one, but you've never faced them so far this year. Is it a team that you were like prepared for? Do you have some good information on them, or is this harder because of the limited time?
Actually, we don't have a lot of information on them, but we like practice against them quite a lot. Not quite a lot, but we practice already against them, so okay. We know how they play. We watch them playing a lot because they were like the best team in the world before, not now anymore. But yeah, we're not that prepared against them, but anyway, we don't need to prepare against one enemy. We need to prepare for us. We need to play 3D Max CS, not something different.
Where do you rate Na'Vi in terms of in the world? Because obviously you just mentioned they were the best team in the world, but they've fallen down quite a bit.
It's quite difficult because they didn't play a lot of tournaments, so I don't know. But I guess they are not like in the top 5 anymore for me.
Okay, okay. Well, let's see if we can beat them today, man. Thank you very much.
Not even in the top 5 anymore, says 3D Max. Well, both teams playing to make top 8 here at Austin. A great start for Na'Vi back on train versus Nemiga means that I think, you know, this is a team that's coming in off of a strong boot camp, a good amount of preparation, clearly, if their map pools being fleshed out ahead of the most important event of the season. And now they'll be playing Inferno here versus 3D Max.
Shanghai was such a disappointment for Na'Vi. It was the opposite of Copenhagen. The lead into Copenhagen was really bad, then Na'Vi won. The lead into Shanghai was really good, and Na'Vi lost, not making top 8. And now we're here, you know, a third major, and it's really unclear exactly what form Na'Vi are in. Not playing many tournaments. Gravity saying they're not top 5, which is just, you know, I don't think anybody really has them top 5 right now, but they aren't. It's like they aren't consistently at enough events losing where it feels like it's some sort of Copenhagen situation. Like, they're better than they were last year, probably. Form's a little off. But the fact that they won Train versus Nemiga, that's not a small feat, actually. You know, Nemiga like Train a lot. They play it very differently. Na'Vi bringing it in all of a sudden. It shows you that, yeah, the boot camp's going well. And just winning their first game in the stage, it speaks volumes. I was very heavily doubting Na'Vi's form coming into this event, especially based on some of the things we've seen, but I don't know if that's going to be true anymore. Do you still do you have 3D Max as a favorite, at least in this matchup right now, or do you have Na'Vi as a favorite?
No, I'm taking Na'Vi.
Okay.
I don't know what it is that fuels my doubts of 3D Max and their consistencies. I think there's people out there that kind of believe in them more than I do, but
yeah, I mean, I used to really not at all, and then I think last stage I put them 3-0. They still lost a map to Legacy, but who hasn't?
Well, also that loss was on Inferno, and we're now starting to understand that Legacy on Inferno are absolutely up there with the top dogs. You just dropped Vitality on it, right? And Lux in that post-game interview claiming that Legacy are now one of the best Inferno teams in the world. So if that's the case...
They did also tell Legacy, Vitality a long time ago they would want to play them on Inferno.
Yeah, well,
they said, let us play you on Inferno.
Yeah, at Dallas, Apex said, never pick Inferno versus us.
Yeah.
And Lux said, we're going to pick it versus you again.
Yeah.
And then they did.
And they won.
And they ended that 30-match win streak just earlier today. So we mentioned Legacy just because 3D Max has that 13-7 loss on the same map earlier at this event. But they made up for it by beating FaZe 13-9. So 3D Max showing us different looks. A lot of Inferno getting played just at this major.
Yeah, that's true.
It's one of the most played maps in the previous stage. And I don't know, I haven't looked at the stats yet because we're only halfway through the first day, but I feel like here we are again.
More Inferno.
It just keeps on coming. I guess everybody loves saving.
Everybody loves saving. I think you see Inferno less in the tournaments with best of threes because it might get left to deciders, if at all. Whereas best of ones, it's a middle ground map. So unless it's going to get first banned, you can come up.
You know, Astana and Dallas are two events that have just wrapped up prior to the major, and they both served as practice grounds for different groups of teams, right? Not everybody played both events. Not everybody willing to make that long journey around the world just to keep on grinding right ahead of Austin. And these two teams were separated. It was 3D Max in Dallas. It was Na'Vi over in Astana. And both played some Inferno at each of those events, as we've already alluded to with 3D Max. The fact that Na'Vi pick up a win over Aurora and Big, which is maybe a lesser scalp, but a close affair versus MongolZ, who we know are in good form. It feels like Na'Vi have done a good job of kind of gearing up for Austin to be a peak, you know? They've lost just enough events to kind of have people starting to push them outside of top 5. When it seemed like 3D Max don't consider you a top 5 contender, that means they look at you as equals. But, I mean, Na'Vi have the accolades.
And Bit was very good on Train, and this is his, you know, pop-off map right here, Inferno.
So let's see if they can do it. Whoa, that nade is hefty. JL absolutely smashes Bones as they will try to round the half wall. They will be meeting Wonderful's dual Berettas, and JL doesn't give them any room to really get in. A total shutdown of the banana play. That frag grenade, well worth it.
Couldn't have been better placed or better timed. Does Maka get a plant, Connor?
No. I mean, maybe he buys like a nice
Say
fern.
something brave.
Maybe he can get a hosta at home, but...
what's that, hosta?
A hosta, it's a type of plant. Maybe a geranium, petunias, clematis, lavender.
So like a tomato plant, clematis?
A clematis is a climbing vine that you should plant in half sun.
Okay.
Don't want it to dry out. Usually you put hostas around it to protect the base of the plant, Mohan.
Nice. That looks like Maka's hair.
Sure. A furrowed brow here from Maka as he stays locked in on the final 15 seconds of this one. Smoke in front of him. You asked, does he get the plant? I would say with 2 players ready to dogpile him, he doesn't even get to push the first number.
Like he didn't get knifed right there. Nice try.
He arrives on scene, gets iced out, and so again, that JL frag grenade and those wonderful Berettas lock in pistol for Na'Vi.
That was awesome.
That was awesome, Dan.
Very topical with Dan here.
Yes, he's back. Full force.
I will be Brown DDK. Or some call me LeBron James.
That's Brown DDK and White Launders coming at you guys from the B stream on day 1 of stage 3.
Free the Asians.
No, it's hashtag let Asians rule.
Asians rock.
In the context of the Austin Major, so that we get the first Chinese team ever to make top 8 at a major. That's what, yeah.
No, Chinese team, yeah.
Yeah. Mongols made history in Shanghai. Lynn Vision trying to ride the hype train.
And it's working.
Shut down top middle. But that bit depth's just enough to make you worried if you're Navi. You don't want the price tag racking up unnecessarily. Is this a double run boost?
3 guys high on this.
Of course it's not a double run boost. This makes much more sense.
Can he see through the...
Yeah, through the cherry tree.
Yes. And no... Oh, little damage on JL. Just enough to scare him back.
All right, fun tricks.
That's what 3D Max are, aren't they? Magicians.
Cut off at the pass. Ema in with the double kill, and JL's going to end it. So 3D Max not wasting the opportunity with lesser weapons to still try to catch Navi off. And if that was a JL headshot top banana,
that
I
would
bet
be
you that bomb goes down.
A graffiti. You save that one for the major. I don't know. 3D Max are a team that have always impressed when it comes to tactics.
Yeah, that's
true. They tactics and aim. For sure.
It must be tough for them because it's like if you're 3D Max, you're watching other teams kind of steal some ideas that they come up with. And then get more consistent wins with it.
That's tier 2 though. Because tier 1 teams simply do not have the time to innovate as much. It's much more efficient to just take from tier 2 teams, present them as if they're your own ideas. That's how Steve Jobs made Apple. Wasn't even the best Steve.
Well, now we're talking bananas. JL tries to lock it down. Smokes go down on each end of it, and that's going to keep him and Alexi a little preoccupied. But a 3D Max lean back towards the apartments control they established early. Exorcist up there. Carved out a bunch of information for 3D Max so that in a minute, with brackets control, they could just go 5v3 on this site. Again, trying to find that perfectly timed frag grenade, but it's not as good as the one in the pistol bit. Quick reposition here.
Can he get spotted, though?
Oh, it's risky on this half wall. Body's going to find the headshot. Here's Wonderful trying to bring it all back now, and instead he's just a second body victim. Imez inside of sight, and he'll get gunned down. They swoop through that A defense like it's nothing. A double kill from Body.
The follow-through is awesome right there because they're just shooting through every part of the smoke. And it's like some people just try to play for themselves and shoot around and you know, poke and prod and take too much time. But right there, you force your opponent to respond. And they knew there was only one more guy left to get through. So it's overall a very strong attack here for 3D Max. JL happy to chill on his 4-0 scoreline.
It's cool to see Body back at Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Somebody who, after his stint in G2, just kind of floated out there, tried different projects, was a part of the Falcons once, went over to Fnatic, and things didn't work out. And then you just kind of see the rise of French Counter-Strike, this all-French roster getting consistent rankings at big events.
I mean, Maui still owes us Axile and Siren, amongst others.
And Patsy.
And Patsy, or sorry, I meant Patsy, not Siren.
Okay.
But he doesn't know a Siren. We have Siren. But one thing he was right about for sure was Body improving this team. And yeah, they just look better in general.
kind of just felt like he was up there in a Cessna, you know, he's doing the tour. Couldn't find a good landing spot, and then suddenly 3D Max emerges from the woods. They tried it with their main 5. He slots in nicely again. We're gonna get that body entry, instant headshot once more. Trying to follow through now onto Alexi, but he bites off more than he can chew, and this defense looks to hang on, dodging shots as the smokes goes down on CT Cross, and the rotate comes over and wonderful.
He was very careful not to use all his ammo there. Appreciate that here by Alexi. And another boost will be assembled. And it's possible they see something, but for now, the CTs, I think, heard this.
Navi not giving in.
No rotate here for Bit just yet. They're now coming down mid. Oh, no. It just passed by it.
Thought about it, see nothing. Molly over the top. Bit decides not to press his luck down middle. 50 seconds. And 3D Max looking like they're about to commit into this B bomb site. Wonderful tag down to a quarter HP. And it is Alexi just hiding out in the corner.
But they know Alexi's here.
No smoke for the cross, though, at this point. That's what they were looking for. Snap of the whip here for Lucky. He's going to close down on those last 2 players. And 3D Max start to get rowdy because they have tied this game early.
Yeah, that's something to be excited about for sure. Alexi did a good job of like managing a situation that was pretty desperate when his teammates died. But he still only had an MP9 in the site. I think the only thing that could have been done differently there is he needed to take a little bit more aggro because Wonderful wasn't known. Alexi was. And so they're just sitting here suspicious. Where is this guy? Bye-bye. Au revoir.
Good on you. Working on your French. An all-French team and top 8 at a major. Imagine that.
Honestly, it's been a great day for racists. If you look at all the results today.
That's fans of National Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's what I meant. Spirit, Legacy, Furia. Oh, what Furia? Actually, that doesn't. Lynn Vision, moving swiftly along.
Potentially 3D Max here versus Ooh, the USP to the back of the head doesn't get away with the robbery. And if we're talking about a 3D Max now leading on a T side, 5 players up, as Navi have nothing to hold back this bomb site with. And it is an excellent start. It is an excellent start to Inferno.
I think with all the top teams and something we've seen, especially from Legacy right away, and that everyone tried to emulate is like overwhelming positive attitude and energy to just like
PMA,
make the ego come out from the from your opponents because they don't want to celebrate too early. That's something we've also seen, and seems like a great strategy.
Uh-oh.
Every round is harder when you know your opponent's happy.
Blade wants a word.
And that's one guy, no matter what kind of pieces you have, where you think they're always going to be a threat. You know, you don't know what kind of team is going to come into this and factor the theme. You're going to assume they might radically change from event to event if things are going wrong. You know, Blade works hard. But still, the fall off of Navi, the taper off or whatever, is also underscored by the fact that their individuals are not able to keep up star level form.
Yeah. No.
Any 2 or 3 players.
Blade can't click your mouse for you. Blade could barely click his own mouse. But a mastermind of the game nonetheless. So we'll see what they do off the timeout. They add that 3rd piece to the beat defense early. And JL just floating between the gap in those 2 smokes. But no active play elsewhere from Navi, so they get that kind of blind lean back towards A. Almost would have expected something a little more active out of them. But they've afforded 3D Max a good amount of space and timing to just group up on this B site, and 3D Max are happy to swarm you. Mac-10 is the entry, nothing from JL. Alexi sitting on the side of that smoke, doesn't get flashed through, has Ema to rotate in. They're gonna call this off, it's a save already. 3D Max just lightning quick off of the Mac-10 through the B defense, and with nothing from JL, it's nothing for Navi.
Yeah, and you can't defend the B site in modern CS with a full exec coming in. You have to stop it by getting your kills early, getting util damage off nades, having stacks. But even if you have 2 players standing there, just because from car you can molly the entirety of the back of the site, as well as first and second oranges with 1 molly, quad with 1 molly, emo with another molly, it's very hard to have any impact now unless you have numbers before that attack comes in. And they let 3D Max get banana. Look at the HP bars, everyone's really healthy. They had utility to work.
Terrorists.
Navi didn't do enough there to be convincing.
Which I'm quite surprised by, considering we're coming off of the tac pause. Considering there's been this affinity for the B site already from 3D Max. Certainly not the adaptation they were hoping to go for. So at least silver lining, they saved 4 of the 5 players. Navi, MP9 for Alexi. We'll see if they get a little more aggressive versus what is now a smooth sailing 3D Max. Making money. I'm looking at $10,000 in the coffers for Graviti. Body trades out wonderful, 1 and done.
They know it's a 3B setup, I think, so the body's already testing out Arch. Bit's now in the pit, and he is crouched.
XRC's looking for the pit play. Will win
what a
the fight.
move.
And with Bit down now, if Ema gets held back on Arch side, oh, that's a big if, because he still has a chance to test down middle. But we get this simultaneous kill from Lucky over towards Banana. JL looks like he gets caught pushing smoke.
At this moment, XRC, he's listening, so you know, guarantee 1 of 2 are here. They can still attack the site because he has big pit control, so that's something. There's one moment, though, they got come out halls where it gets a little scary. But Navi also are wondering why they haven't planted yet.
CT's lost their B player, decide not to move anybody back. They get another smoke over on Moto. Interruptive utility from the defense, though. Alexi, perfect timing on it, catches XRC's in the pit.
But it's Navi who are actually missing 1 now as well. They don't know where Lucky is.
Spam attempt from Maka. Smoke comes out, but he is still keeping the pressure on the side of that smoke grenade. And Alexi fighting tooth and nail to try to keep this round alive for Navi. He's hoping to find that fight in sight, but they've both just peeled back, looking to let this timer tick quick. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Alexi taking a look at it, but he gets no thread to pull on. And now just a Mac-10 to potentially chase him down. That's a rifle upgrade to survive. 5 rounds on this T side already.
Gravity said they're not sure exactly, you know, what Navi will do. They played against them a lot of practice, but they haven't specifically played, you know, prepared for them. But look at this move, right? I mean, his body finds out Arch is open after getting his refrag kill in middle. And then they take this, what looks like a risk, but I think from 3D Max's perspective, it's like a guaranteed frag. Like, they're out there holding, waiting for any bit to come out of the big pit. And when they push into that Arch smoke and start spraying, it's very clear they know what Navi's next move is going to be in all these situations. Those are the kind of kills you expect Navi to get.
Flash is great, but the cover from Ema is critical.
Oh, he can't run now. Oh, but the nade, excuse me, misses.
As does that one. Well, I guess they're smoked off now. Not sure where JL would have positioned himself, but he survives the potentially double lethal frag grenade.
Now, the interesting part about Banana is if you get top car control, you don't need 5 guys to do full exec. If you have the utility in 4, it's going to feel exactly the same. So the CTs, as much as they've fought here, they've retaken car. Alexi's playing a retake. They're coming through it.
It's a good flash. Gets the MP9 off it, looking for the site. That's all they want. They smoke off coffins themselves. They Molotov the back corner. Again, we get this disruptive utility out of Navi.
They're pausing.
And Alexi looks like maybe he's going through. There's that flash to get him out. He tries to take a path over towards Banana. Interesting move here from Alexi. Skates in between these T's. It's still not even a post plan, but he's going to help out the mid player. Clear Banana first. They hit this pause button, and now there's not even a plan. We hit 25 seconds. The T's smoke towards Coffin's gone. Wonderful finds the kill through smoke. And Alexi, such a nuisance here. But the player in pit in Maka looking to bring it back. It's found out, and now 3D Max left scratching their heads. How do we let them stay this on top of us without even getting a plant? Alexi holds it all down on his own with a critical triple.
Such a crafty round out of Alexi, supported with a flash to sneak through the smoke. It looked like to try to dive into pool and deny a plant from going down. And it felt like 3D Max were waiting for that moment. But Alexi, with the flash, walked through the CT smoke. And I don't know if one of those was a CT one, because it extended, it felt like, to Banana. Pulled that flank off, closed in on the site, and look at this clip. All within MP9.
Nice, boys. Nice, Alexis. 6 fucking rounds.
It's an assassin-like move from Alexi. Ooh, Lucky in between the fire, though. They are not going to stop testing this B site. E-Man's going to get flashed in, but he's blind. They don't see him. He recovers a chance at this. They're still swinging into him, so a good amount of damage, considering JL went down with nothing. You've got Maka low. You've got Bit in with the headshot onto body, but 3D Max remaining adamant about trying to take this test to B, it seems. It finally fizzles out here. They've paid the piper. 16 points of health for Maka. Still a minute, though, to try to pull this off elsewhere.
Real stubborn about that attack. I mean, there were still 2 people in the back of the site. There were enough clues there. By that point, Na'Vi had extra players in, but 3D Max refused to believe it. Wonderful's even the site open, but okay, he gets that off shot. No smoke on Arch. Extra Cease now, just looking for a plant. Oh. And he won't get that either.
Well timed.
That would have been hard to stop.
Wonderful locks in those last 2 kills, and there is no solutions to be found here by 3D Max. That was a dangerous moment from E-Man when he's full blind getting into the corner, but he's lucky that the opposition was kind of just as frazzled by it.
Got away with a kill and some extra damage too. Or actually 2 kills and some extra damage. So not the prettiest round from 3D Max, but still very scary, especially getting the opener running through that Banana pressure. But in terms of who had the better setup, well, Na'Vi, they had so many players here ready to fight.
It's not even blind players in hindsight for 3D Max. It's one with his literal back turned, and I think that kind of served as a lineup.
They were blinded, I think, for the same amount of time, essentially. They just didn't see him when he actually crossed. All right, key moment here for Na'Vi. Like a very good round in their rearview mirror.
A goes a bit too far. JL flustered again, has not been having an easy time of locking down B. He's got utility coming down from the top of it to help him. Great positioning from JL. It's going to catch him by surprise. Oh, he climbs up for a second.
Oh, okay.
Nicely done by JL, well supported by the Na'Vi camp. And now it is just finicky utility for 3D Max. Monk is going back at this. Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah, that's... He was possessed right there.
So it's a JL triple. Sub 20 HP for that last kill.
Felt like he tried to do that just in case they were leaving, just to show them as they were leaving they need to come back, but it was the wrong gamble. But they're very low numbers. I think the main risk with that one play is like, well, if he dies there and they could have saved 3 guns or something, it would help, but they've got some money left over. So got a big round from Alexi this half, big round from JL here on Banana. That's where half the plays have gone. Graviti.
See if we get the third kill from JL's POV as well. It's 11 health and... Oh, he's full white.
Wow, the flashes work so well. His third burst.
The power of a corner in Counter-Strike. They gotta come to you. The buys keep on coming because the economy's been so strong for 3D Max. Graffiti had that $10,000 once upon a time. Flurry of util on Banana. And Graffiti goes through. Ooh. He's not alone either, but you cannot clear this.
Uh-oh.
Two backs turn makes it way too easy for Eman.
No arch smoke, so they didn't think anyone would start there. It's a perfect play, perfect setup here for Na'Vi.
These corner campers starting to turn into the bane of 3D Max. Between JL last round and Emet this time. But Body will get the entry. It's a 3v5 attempt.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because this will be a 3v3 and then it's not guaranteed.
Ooh, he peeks deep. Signs up for that fight against Maka. Maybe a bit too ambitious there, Alexi. Missed the timing, let them cross. And then the swing. Maka bolstering confidence in through the back of Church with a deep Molotov on top of it. Wonderful, just hoping somebody steps into the challenge. But this has got save written all over it.
Yeah, how are they going to get back into this one? Turn to turkey. Guess it would be a chicken.
It's still, I was thinking it. Yeah, it's just still a chicken.
You could turn water to wine, you could turn chicken to turkey.
Terrorists win.
Wonderful. Hey. Okay, he fights for it.
Nice.
Holds on to it. But it is a fast move from 3D Max.
3v5, man.
Uh-huh.
Just like they've won around 4 players going into the B site, now 3 players going into the B site. This has been just the key to victory here for 3D Max. I think it was just a touch too early for Alexi to come in and fight. It was officially a retake, I think, when he, came back to fight in Con. It would have made it easier if he got the kill, but also, like, your odds just go way down of pulling that off, unless you're MIBR.
It's not the most embarrassing 5v3 on that B site we've seen in Austin, but still one that's going to leave a sting for Na'Vi, no doubt. Looking for a tied half, best case. Maka insta headshot on JL, who has been bullied this half. He has that one multi-kill round with the triple. Something to be proud of at the very least, but he has had to fight tooth and nail to get any space or even any respect throughout this first half.
Yeah, there's been no respect. Like, they aren't worried about how much damage they're going to take on their way there. Oh, they missed the jump. Oof, that's their whole setup out the window.
In the pregame, Gravity says, like, we don't think Na'Vi are a top 5 team, and I think like they're playing against them like they're not a top 5 team either. Thinking that they've got it covered in the frag department and proving that they do. Good trade from Lucky. Some of these AK headshots, provably strong entries for 3D Max, and patience here from Exorcist means Bit goes down with nothing. Wonderful's going to be left in his spawn. And a 7-5 T-side queued up for 3D Max.
You can tell they've been watching the demos. They knew what was going to be difficult. And to be fair to Na'Vi, they had some good answers back, but they're not looking like the favorites so far.
Considering the rise in Counter-Strike that 3D Max have put forth in 2025, becoming a mainstay, it's odd to me we've never had this actual head-to-head. So they get a chance to take a chunk out of Tactical Titans. And Wonderful. Hail Mary here. He's literally losable round, playing for the stats. Just
nice.
Doing something.
Love to watch this.
It's not inspiring, I'll tell you that. Na'Vi let this one fizzle out at the end. And so 2 rounds sprinkled in from 3D Max, who actually played a win.
Welcome to the Blast TV Austin Major, where we've got some stickers, and we're gonna rank the stickers. We got the Blast logo. This is the Blast Austin 25.
I'll say B.
B?
Put it in B.
B
You can get a
tier?
B to start.
We're going Lynn Vision. Maybe the biggest surprise of the tournament so far?
A tier.
A tier?
On Lynn Vision.
A tier. I feel like the animal teams are really gonna have a leg up.
Oh, I just saw who's in your hand, Mike.
So we have MIBR here.
I'm ranking how much I like it on a belt
Ranking the
buckle.
sticker.
And like, you just wouldn't want this on a belt buckle, would you?
No.
I think, regretfully, MIBR, you've made your way into the E tier.
Results, A tier. Tier list, sticker, E. We got paint. I always try and rock a big P with my belt.
No, you can't do this, man. For me, it's D tier.
We're going over for the B for bait. With the hook.
Oh, that's fine. It's probably C tier.
C tier. Phase.
That's the best of the letter one.
I would wager there is somebody with a Phase belt buckle in Austin, Texas. Phase up the tier list. Something just fell off. Shit. We got Team Liquid here. What do you think?
Well, I could see Keith. You know Keith, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we know
Keith.
him like that. We can call him. You can't call him Keith.
My boy Keith.
If I saw Keith wearing this, I'd be like, dude, you're the coolest guy in the world. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go S tier. That's for you, Keith.
Oh, that's
for
Keith.
you, bruh.
We got V for Vitality.
Oh, bro, it's fire. It might be another S tier for me.
When you know, you know.
Exactly.
When you
like,
see it,
it just
you
has
see it.
aura. The team has aura. No, bro, it deserves to be an S.
We got VP. B?
Yeah.
Nemiga? And it's kind of got the Sheriff Star.
Yeah, kind of horrible there. Give me a C.
Slightly bent G2 Samurai. I feel like he could be bigger.
But maybe that's a sign of where G2 are at.
Oh no.
C. Dude, I look like I hate Brazil.
That's fucked up. We got the Furia Panther coming through.
Oh shit. Okay.
Iconic. Kind of sick.
I'm thinking A.
You got a Panther on your belt 60% of the time. It works all the time.
Yeah.
The 3D Max, whatever this is. The Demon, the horns.
B.
Legacy 3-0 and 10.
Actually looks kind of fire on the belt. Let's say B.
Aurora.
Maybe if my name was Ari. How the British say.
Ari. See?
Yeah.
And
Why is the Navi so tiny? Dude, no, everything about this one is causing me like stress. And so I think they deserve to go in F tier.
F tier.
Now we don't actually have that.
We don't have an F tier, but we're just gonna put them at the bottom.
Put it underneath E.
Sorry, Navi. Not the sticker for you. We got the Mongols.
I'm like, I don't want to wear this. Put it in like D.
Size matters.
I'm a size king.
Size king, Harry. I think a good size of this one, which is ironic because it's for a mouse.
It looks sick. Strong A tier.
Strong A tier?
Strong A tier.
Spirit. Our last pick here.
I think it's A tier, man. This is perfect. This is the quintessential list. You can't disagree with it. If you do, you're wrong.
And so 3D Max with a established 7-5 lead will swap over to the defense and have the hope of 3-0 still to hang on to. They've got Navi in front of them, who proved that they've fleshed out the map pool. Again, that Nemiga win at the start of the day had Navi fans rejoicing, but 3D Max take a chunk out of them. And 3D Max remained very adamant through that half on just hitting that B site. It was their start of the round, it was their end of the round. And they just hang it over the heads of Navi long enough. We'll see if JL's finally freed up to have a bit of fun in this series, because that poor guy got hit by grenades every single round.
It's life of the B player normally, but it got it extra bad this time. So let's see about that defense, huh? Window flash gets canceled here as the smoke comes down in front of the half wall. Pretty even-handed map right now. 3D Max spotting with body on arch. Ready for a Halls play as well. Kind of ready for everything a little bit, not overly stacked, however. And because of that lack of information, body will walk back up Speedway. This is something of a read, but they're reading the wrong book.
Still no move either from that CT spawn, so now they hear the steps up in the apartments. XRC's gonna have to be sharp. Short starting to fall. He's just waiting for his chance on apartments. He'll get his one, and Gravity actually gets one as well in that reposition with fire beneath him, forced against the wall of pit. Comes out with a kill. A little delay to the bomb plant here as it's got to get scooped back up, and that's going to buy good amounts of time for Maka to flank middle.
And Maka's running this, cancels noise right when JL, I think, could hear him.
Should have.
But JL
tries to catch him off, but he did hear that approach, so he's ready to turn back to Maka, makes up for the missed shots over towards Lucky, who now gets the pit play confirmed. That's 2 Ts, positions well known, and JL decides not to be a thorn in their side, but rather peel away. We get another save in the pistol. They don't see it happening.
Lame.
So Na'Vi are going to kick it off with success.
All those rounds that were lost, you know, weren't 3v5 attempts on the retakes. They didn't try them because they didn't have to, because there were more rounds coming up. But it's as if we haven't learned the lesson. Always go for the retake. I mean, if you don't attempt the retake, of course you're going to lose.
You have logic.
Goes without saying.
That's sound. Good recovery from JL as well. He was on the receiving end of 4 opening deaths when it came to that first half. Of the 6 that 3D Max won. But he is off to the races, already threw the smoke grenade on Banana, disrespecting that utility from 3D Max. It's not enough to scare JL and the rest of the Na'Vi camp because they are majority right behind him. And Maka's hope is fleeting with that singular 5-7, but at least a smoke to just play with timings. And Na'Vi happy to do that still. 1:15 to work.
I wonder if they're going to come back to A. It's still such a heavy, committed stack right now from the CT side. They're going to walk into this fall miss. They clear it properly, though. Okay, nice bit.
Bit from behind.
The CTs are leaving completely.
Yeah, such a tempting angle for a CT player to hold on to for mid, but you are just so full exposed to the back of door of apartments. Valve really did nerf you if you want to play out there. Quick reminder that you have a potential $1,000 of bonus cash.
$1,000 of bonus cash.
Yes, sir, when using Underdog, if using code BLAST upon first sign up.
Does I use code BLAST for Underdog upon sign up?
That's right, upon first sign up on Underdog using code BLAST. How much?
$1,000?
Up to. But unlike Wonderful, you've got to play the game.
Texas dollars?
Full-fledged American dollars.
Now we're going to see a retake on the B site.
They want your guns.
Not in America. You can't have them.
Can't take them. Smoke grenade won't let you try. No pushing through that one. Good decision. Alexi's right. He's read the situation well. With 4 players surviving, they will have another type of half-life.
Yes.
He is in the server with a good read of the situation.
Information's half the game. So, let's see what the call is.
That bomb is that MP9. How does it get going?
Excellent. Grenade here on JL. More HE damage on him. We need a stat just to count how much damage JL has eaten from these HEs.
He had the most amount of grenade damage in the first half of play. Nice. Nearly 400 of his 1,000 damage. But that still doesn't answer your question about how much he received.
Still a very interesting stat.
I would say even more, if I had to guess. Poor guy. Here we go. Smokes exchanged inside B site. Fire on Gravity's feet. And that's the player that was already wounded trying to fight for Banana, but there are still strong pieces of a defense in position. And that 5-7 damage?
Looks like it's a guy so far away, they might be thinking about still going here. The bomb starts to walk back. Are they just going to re-enter the site? The CTs are going to have to look around. They have changed up their stack, and it'll be a second attempt at this execute. 3 people here. Gravity's taking all his damage from mollies, excuse me.
You know the support was back in CT spawn. No surprise to see Gravity go down with nothing. low health from the get-go, and they'll unravel it. Alexi making money in the process, reads it well. And then we get the Maka push with the 5-7. He's the guy that got the damage early over on CT Cross.
That's really great. I mean, I think that's one thing, you know, Na'Vi are best at is they can do the calculations when they don't have the out-of-spawn play with all their grenades. They know what to do, how to hold back, re-exec with an imperfect attack, and keep that communication solid, you know, when they're playing well. They don't freak out.
Yeah, there's the asterisk. When they're playing well. Which seems to be the case here in Austin. 2 successful opening best of ones in stage 3 for these teams, looking for that coveted 2-0 start. And Exorcist looking for some economic damage. Bomb is gonna take Ema out of this one.
That
so
actually worked by him.
only 2 survive in the end. But they get through what was a constant save situation from 3D Max. They definitely got some bang out of the buck for those 5-7s.
I think Exorcist only had 3 kills in the first half, but it honestly looked like they were all demo kills, which makes it more impressive. It's the way that he was finding his frags on T side. Time for both teams to talk. This can be the lead with a tempo here for Na'Vi. But because of that, those save guns, that helps the economy for 3D Max for sure. And the buy comes in. It looks pretty decent. You know, Maka's very on and off. I think we see great rounds from him. Offing, sometimes not.
That ends up being nice. 2 instant CT smokes goes down on the bottom of Banana. You see the T's try to open it to get vision as the defense is pushing. But because they went for 2 smokes, it was too wide to actually get vision. It's afforded 3D Max that positioning, but Bit is not too concerned about what's going down over on B. Oh, they don't clear it!
It's because they mollied it and no one smoked it.
Body just stuck in that perfect corner, gets away with the robbery.
So what's interesting is Body is the one who spams the guy who's throwing a molly at him. He jumps back, comes back, throws the molly, doesn't land in the perfect spot. Body kicks his smoke out, doesn't need to smoke it, and that's it. So even though Bit's kill was good, Maka makes a big mistake there. He doesn't respect the flash off the wall, just comes in for the repeak. It's all made up for by Body.
Looking to get this game tied up.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi still can't give up here, though.
Off angle from Lucky. Position now known, but he wins the duel to Ema and doubles down on Wonderful, who misses the off shot. And Gravity right there to trade out. Minimized our Na'Vi in brackets. No entry allowed. The smallest mistakes can cost you.
Yeah, just hold that smoke. I mean, it's not even about wasting the smoke. As you can see, it's just about giving them an audio cue. And Body, he has just the smallest corner to stay comfortable in.
You give him an inch, he'll take a round win. And majority alive as well for 3D Max is excellent. Devil's in the details.
They would have got that op back as well, right? It was up on the halls. They were still on A, weren't they?
Yeah, they held back Arch side. Well, either way, Wonderful's op died on Arch, so you pick that one up instead.
True.
Because that corpse won't be needing it. Yeah, and look at this, double op setup with it, so not only do we get those saves from 3D Max, then majority alive in their first gun round, right into the double op setup for Maka to hold total mid control, sees nothing, and lets the op ring out. Now there is no second op over at B. Maka's looking to come bolster this site though. Body's gonna sign up for a gunfight. Oh, utility over the top, fire's burning JL, and he barely survives it on 4 health. But 4 health all he needs to get that first blood, and he's still testing the waters. Easy cleanup for Lucky.
They're trying to
Maka's
go
moved
for
that
it.
sniper in.
They're eating so much damage for this. They're not making a move on the other side of the map either. Looking a lot like 3D Max, really trying to barrel their way through everything. And, you know, this is a moment where Bit could definitely get opt if they're not expecting the full rotation hauls. All because of the second op in play. It's big info they have on the A site. Only be 2 here over on B, so won't be the easiest move for 3D Max if it ends up being a B site hit. Feels like Na'Vi are a little bit unsure, but they're ready to exec in the late moments of this round.
See those grenades coming over top, and it's a fast reposition. Whoa, Maka throwing nades, so the off is not ready, but it's covered.
Wow, it's a great setup. We've seen them use this before. I love it.
Missed shot, reopens the door in a 2v4, but he is so elusive. Still just sitting on this fountain. Bit's recovery, though.
Oh, he got the bomb.
Oh,
Wait,
it's on.
Wait, go find the bomb, Bit.
4 seconds, he goes for the off reload, can't find the bomb in the middle of the chaos. Would have been fully exposed to the banana flank regardless.
Yep.
The fact he's able to clear it's one thing, but it just comes in way too late. The fact that the 3 players in front of Bit all go down with nothing.
Yeah, rotations were fast there. I love that setup. And again, in a game that's just getting harder and harder to defend from the site, you play a layered defense like this, you're not shooting through that fountain pillar. And even though you can't leave from there, if you got a teammate behind you like we just saw, you can see how hard it is for the T's to get in. That's well done. Maka did nothing but make noise, and that was enough.
This is 3D Max with a lead versus Pistols on the road to a 2-0 start in stage 3.
I love that they don't worry about the second op coming in again as well. It's a nice gimmick round that they got, but versus an anti-eco, it slows you down on retakes.
Instead, we have an AUG. XRC's somewhere in the middle.
Feels like Na'Vi are pretty much forfeiting this 10th round. They don't have a flash to work with.
Tiptoe into the op of Maka. Just while we can, I want to sing praise again just for the way he played that fountain, because that is one of the skinnier pillars in our map pool.
Skinny for that.
You know, and he did it to damn near perfection.
Yeah, he was
It took Bit, wide swinging
right there.
around the back of it, full spray, 25 bullets into that AK-47, gave up all accuracy.
You went vegan for that swing.
Just tries to chase him. That's exactly what you got to do. Time spelled disaster in the end for Na'Vi last round. But now, again, you said no flashes. You could just pistol push your way through it if there wasn't fire at your feet. But the slightest threat of their presence, all the utility gets dropped. And it's a meat grinder, as you'd expect.
No deaths.
Nothing for the side of Na'Vi in terms of getting that opening going. Double digits for 3D Max, 3 rounds out from a win here on Inferno.
Yeah, it's time to talk here for Na'Vi. I think they kept 2 timeouts. They were just talking over the 3D Max timeouts as well. But now it's starting to get a little bit more scary. Oh, Na'Vi have burned through theirs. 3D Max 1 remaining. They can't fight a banana like 3D Max did to them. That's what it feels like. A site feels pretty secure. They're having a little bit of trouble with the ops. They're having a little trouble with the opening kills. I wouldn't say there's any problem that's too great, but there is sort of a confluence of minor issues that they can't do better than 3D Max did to them on the T side in the first half. So I don't think all that's to say no strat is ruled out here. They could still try to fight B very aggressively if they want to and risk it. They haven't done a proper full wrap A split yet.
Maka
that nade
continues to just thrive in the chaos. He's got plenty of teammates around him, so absolutely bolstered confidence, but Lucky burned out.
So blind.
The thing is, there's 2 players in front of that. They go for the boost, and the T's never see it coming. Maka keeps that up, trained on Na'Vi. It is a fight on Banana that Na'Vi didn't know they were signing up for.
That boost was actually beautiful. I mean, they transitioned to it. Does this pick kill come down? No, Exorcist covers himself. That was their one chance to get a site open. My goodness, 3D Max. The op shot for the damage, the nade to follow up, transition to the boost. There's too many things to read in a row for Na'Vi. And they really show us how it's done here for holding Banana.
That whole round just screamed playing to win if you are 3D Max. Especially when that second guy gets burned out in front of you. Lucky down to 20 HP, opts to give the boost over. Feels like you're making the best of a bad situation by just keeping the pressure on Na'Vi. A fleeing Na'Vi in that moment. Lexi B will find himself with 25 seconds left on this clock. No utility, no teammates, just the bomb. And a long gone hope of competing on this T side. Opportunity is drying up. If he gets deep in the plant zone, then maybe he would have got away with it. Pit player, though, lets the library take contact.
They're hyped. I mean, it's back to basically
and he just said, that's your strat.
That's your strat.
That's your strat.
Oh. Yeah, you know what's, isn't it wild how much it feels like they're just doing what Na'Vi did, but better? Like,
let's go!
Ooh.
Taste of their own medicine. 3-round lead now for 3D Max. And we are out of spawn with barely any tools to work with here for Na'Vi. So a fight to keep 3D Max off 12. Keeping a few eggs in next round's basket. Though, again, fast challenge this time. Na'Vi try to get past that mid-smoke, and Exorcist signs up for a fight in the middle of it, but what you've done is given that AUG over to Na'Vi, and now it is numbers strong on short side, but Exorcist, your pit player's dead. So Gravity comes out, catches him off. Lucky, it's a one and done. Even with better weapons, 3D Max are only coming away from these situations with 1 kill each, and Maka
has no gun?
Didn't come into the round with one.
Oh.
Plenty of rifles to pick up. No, excuse me, opt to be grabbed. Now Wonderful stuck on site. This is offered over by Exorcist by that first kill in the brackets. And Wonderful trying to get the targets selected one at a time. Opts to keep himself now down into the cover, looking for the headshot, but it's a betrayal with an AUG. If you don't know how to use it, then you can't. That is 3D Max 12.
Yeah, turns out he had the gun he wanted to the whole time. The USP does the job here, denies the 1v2 attempt. And they forget about Gravity because it's normally Exorcist in the big pit, holding the angle. He's the one who pushed out mid early. Good trades, but this is just Hail Mary, right? This is just a fast rush on low guns to see what happens. But they can't get through. It feels like a flawless CT. The X Factor moments, Alexi, JL, feels like 15 rounds ago at this point.
JL just remaining adamant, but 3D Max sign up to these fights on their terms and thrive in Banana again. The flashbangs have Alexi turned to the wall. There's no follow-up. 3D Max not looking to throw away this golden opportunity to close on Inferno.
Oh, 3 people inside the B side, and a nade comes down. Body.
90 damage on that bad boy. Bit's gonna just come walking out from Boiler with a chance to reopen this round. 1 health left on Ime.
They're gonna go search him. Ima is talking to Bit to make something happen. 1 kill comes down. I think searching is still the correct option, but now they know that the site is open. Body's moving back to B, but I mean, Na'Vi have got all the info. They're holding for the push. It's surely this bomb gets planted A. They know exactly what's happening right now. But they're so worried that 3D Max are playing with an extra, I guess Exorcist was the pit player, so that's fair enough. Wow, what a save.
So 1 HP recovery from Ime. He dies with that bomb. Bit I don't see a world where he recovers.
I mean, this is still a position where you could think about a retake, even though they got to do the full run, but it's 2v2.
Can't help but feel like they just save it, even though they've got so much money. This is where you've got to give that respect where it's due. So they'll let Navi get that 9th. But you can feel the water boiling here for 3D Max with the way they took that banana fight. How many times?
I mean, it was great. It was a great
yes, sir.
You know, start to the round. You wouldn't want to do it anywhere. It's not like Body got a random 2K. 2 people were blind pushing top banana, and he got that spray down. It was just excellent as a team.
Terrorists win.
So the flawlessness of this CT side comes to an end. The streak that 3D Max had going since Navi started with the 3-0 off pistol. And considering 3D Max is really only a team that we've started talking about in the last 12 months, it is insane to me how elusive playoffs have been for them throughout this season. They have played at so many of the big events. They have come so close. And the likes of Cluj-Napoca, I mean, they had a playoff, you know, a progression game versus SAW at that event that they should have won every time. Like, that was their layup of the season to finally get a chance at stage experience.
Their fundamentals just weren't solid enough.
No, but those fundamentals have improved on American soil. Exorcise, again, this double op setup coming out of 3D Max, trying to close out the half with it, trying to close the map with it. But Alexi B's got other ideas, and Body no double this time.
Now they know about the 2-op setup, 100%. And they're taking this towards Arch. There's 2 CTs here waiting.
Ooh, they are playing right into the hand of the defense. A4 on the corner. Gravity thinking about going for the swing, but Navi are going to take the space on short side. It's not entirely free. They had to get through Lucky, who drops with nothing. And it looks like with this plant and 3 players on site, Navi have done it. Secure double digits and keep 3D Max thinking.
It's always a kill like the one Imma got with Navi. 1 HP, super unlikely. Navi did it throughout the Copenhagen Major. They're very good at playing off of moments like that. And, wow, this is a crazy angle. I loved it, though. And taking a moment like that and they just start praying after that. They're like, all right. Everything's on our side. You know, we're going to make this comeback happen now.
Terrorists win.
I love how Navi are still making it hard on themselves, dying 2 rounds in a row to the bomb.
Yeah. Won't matter as much to them, this kill, but double digits.
It's that damn blast radius, I tell you. I want to list off the events that 3D Max have failed to make playoffs at this year. Blast Bounty, Season 1, IEM Katowice, PGL Cluj-Napoca, ESL Pro League, Season 21, PGL Bucharest, IEM Melbourne, IEM Dallas. Those are great opportunities. There is a wealth of experience to be gained this season for a team that, like I said, just a year ago, we didn't talk about. A fully French roster, top 16 at a major, to give themselves the best possible chance at finally lifting that curse to make top 8. You would have 3 best of 3s if you just close out this game that you undeniably had control of. But you've got to put down a team that knows how to play against every odd. That is Navi. Again, they try to test Banana. Body just looking for that double that he was able to tap into not long ago.
Black's going to turn off a flash. The smoke is still fresh, however. Oh, an extra molly. That's massive. They hear this.
And they remain adamant with the 3 players defending Banana here for the defense. It's a similar setup. They boost for specifically this corner.
Last time they did this, that's your strat. Oh, but Maka
lets his guard down.
That's a blind spot.
Had the angle held, Body's gonna pick up the off. You know you've got JL still locked in. Excellent wall bangs through the barrel. JL just dancing with death as that off bullet whizzes right by him in the same breath. Imez taking damage on the approach to the A site. Exorcis's grenade's gonna kill him. Alexi's got a perfect wrap here to the back of this A defense. They are exposed, but he's not going through it. He's letting Bit do the heavy lifting. Great tag from Wonderful to reopen this round, and Na'Vi are gonna push us to round 24.
Yeah, they're looking like they're gonna make it an OT affair now. They're winning back on Banana. That was very clean. Obviously, Maka, if he had held logs that entire time, he would have been offered up a kill, but there was great patience from JL to make sure that he didn't peek too early. So that's how they died last time. Maka has some savings. Lucky and Body have really important weapons this round. Na'Vi are not hunting them down because every round's still been expensive. But if they didn't have these saves, they'd have nothing to defend here against overtime. Good to see Na'Vi playing better, but it's that 1 HP Imma kill.
Yep.
Where this all really began.
And this vindication from JL after getting bullied on Banana in the first half. Not only sliding out at the perfect moment to kill Maka, but then that half damage wallbang on barrels. Takes the energy out of 3D Max, who have looked rambunctious on that Banana hold. You know, Body really wants to tap back into the multi-kill potential that he's already proven to have. But finally, we get Majority starting over towards A instead. I mean, Gravity just floating around middle with an MP9's kind of asking for trouble. Nades dealing early damage to Maka, Body, and Lucky. And it's already little utility for the defense, but they still have to utilize it early to try to hang on to Banana. They are fighting tooth and nail for this again. Opening the possibility of losing a player through smoke. Lucky walks away on 44 health.
They're right, they played so much better with all the economy in their favor, all the nades they've used to take down Banana. But without them, I really like that they're still spamming and making presence and fighting, because they can't let this be a 5v2B exec. Double porch setup could be risky. Maka's still looking for his good round.
It's a brand new setup for 3D Max in the CT side. We have not had anybody boosted. If Na'Vi let their guards down, or if Gravity finds that perfect timing, he slips into middle, kills Alexi, and there's a CT Molotov to keep Emet out of the trade.
Oh, Bit, does he activate the lurk?
This is the move, right?
They know that he's always up here. He came out last round. They're walking in underneath them.
Oh, Maka's peeling back. CT's trying to get Sanctuary on this bomb site, and it looks
so
like
aware.
They have done it. Looks like they've given themselves just enough cover. Maka, he's going to be looking towards short. First shot's a miss, and now he's looking for some way to bail his teammate out of pit, because Exorcise burned into the far corner. Maka's gonna lay it down while he can, and it still gets reopened. It's a 2 versus 5. Cover for the planter. JL gets bested by Lucky, and Wonderful already dropped the ball in a similar 1v2. But he's got that AK on the smoke, and they are inbound from the same positions. He pops up to see nothing for now. There it goes, the last piece of util, the final flash, and Wonderful with overtime on the line, beckons him in, back to the gun, he will close this! Woo! Headshots from the Opper, Na'Vi live on!
Oh, and that's redemption for Wonderful. JL takes a breath here. They actually made it happen off the 1 HP Imma kill at top Banana. That is Na'Vi style if there is one. They rush this retake a little bit. JL coming out in front of it. And Wonderful with 2 very clean kills.
Come on.
So 3D Max failed to punch the golden ticket. And they try to sign up to the fight versus Emet, who, remember, because of 1 point of health, was able to bring this back. JL's not going to waste time getting entries over towards B. Emet's going to slip quickly out from the apartment. But don't start cutting corners, Na'Vi. Maka's in the smoke, no support. Looking to peel somebody off, and he will. But then they're able to zone in on him because there's zero help offered up by his teammates. Lucky is still locking horns with JL, who's just tucked away in this corner. And 3D Max want to try to get the retake, but they're on the wrong side of the map for those antics. Na'Vi have the lead.
They come into OT as a whole new team, so much more aggression. And I thought 3D Max, with all the utility that they were so good with early on, were going to benefit, but the momentum now is very real.
Feels like 3D Max have fallen out of love with those hyper-aggressive...
Oh, he got him. Oh, right at the end.
Those hyper-aggressive B starts have kind of fallen out of favor. JL stepped up to the challenge. So we see the aggressiveness instead come out towards A. It looked to me like Ema is ready to meet them.
Yeah, he did not have a good first map today. But it's just the first map.
Despite any sort of individual shakiness at the start of this major, at least Na'Vi won their opening map.
Last bullet of the round, he gets the 5th and final kill for 3D Max, and the money will matter if 3D Max lose this one too.
$10,000 for overtime at the major. Not the norm. But neither are best of ones. Yeesh. Nade damage is immense here on Banana. Still lucky to be standing both of these CTs. And all they're willing to risk is that one op shot. That's how you know they're starting to feel like a shell of themselves.
Yeah, man. He's on 22. They can't attack with anything else. Body will even leave the site. Again, they're putting in their best effort to fight as much as they can or pretend to on Banana. You know, Na'Vi they're shrewd. They don't make decisions too quickly, so it can be scary to make the big rotation, but they're doing it with a push. Maka's already here on lane.
Perfectly timed. Yeah. Oh my, a little bit of luck
here as well.
You catch Bit turning the wrong way. Maka missed chance. That would have been the 5v3. Instead, Alexi pouncing on gravity.
Every shoulder peek he's missing.
Maka cannot afford to miss another one, and he won't. Hits it right between the eyes on Alexi. Gets baited out into the next shot, but he also baited for Exorcise, who inside of that sight corner can't hang on. It's a fully health Lucky on the other side of the map, but Body just throws caution to the wind. Ugh. Tries to change out guns while the two T's are standing right there. And that is an unfortunate failure for Body, because now Lucky's got to come through versus two,
just
but
out
wonderful.
in the open.
Just standing along that back wall. And Emet in the deepest of corners on this site. Lucky's thinking maybe he's on the mid box. Oh, but he catches him. Emet decides to end it on his own terms. Na'Vi take it. 2 opening round wins in overtime, and now we know economic ramifications.
There's a lot of blood on the hands of Maka this game, unfortunately. The amount of shots that he's taken versus shoulder peaks where he should have just waited or he just needed to hit. It's just too many.
Come on! Good trade,
And here it is, the French recession. 2 MP9s.
But what if it just unlocks the possibility of this? Body, little to lose with just that SMG, goes stomping on JL's head. Frag with his name on it, but Body elusive. And Alexi B is opening up the timing in the process. He's got teammates up in the apartments.
Yeah, they know this is a heavy B lean. Exorcise looking for a place to cover. Oh my god, he actually might cut off the bomb.
Oh, this could be perfection.
It just depends on the timing. He doesn't know.
He turns back. Alexi inside of that smoke. 3 Ts ready to go out from balcony. He is at the very least gonna find Alexi. That's a set of eyes over towards the balc drop, but the smoke grenade is gonna give them an exit. Still 5 players up for 3D
that's so
Max.
smart for Extra C's.
He's going off the top rope, looks to drop the elbow. 2 players straight down beneath him, and 4 teammates just in case he drops this. And he will take his sweet time. Big gets a kill, he swoops in, and it's only the single, so there's still a chance to re-emerge from this. Never write Navi off. There's another flank back from balcony. And so Bit now with both still to topple, and a well-timed short peek could end it, but Bit seems aware. He peeks in, and with 30 seconds has to somehow scoop that bomb back. The CT swings.
Wow.
3D Max with affirmative action take this round win by storm.
It takes a 1v1 in the end to be able to pull that off. Deny another 1v2. A very close call, I think, in terms of rounds. All they care about is actually winning because it's been so long at this point. Now, as we swap sides, we go back to the first half, and 3D Max looked like the better team. But we are so far into this game now. We've seen so much come out of both teams. Navi are wildly different at this point than they were even 5 rounds ago. I know Blade's excited to be here. A second chance to prove that their CT side can be better.
Not comfortable at all. Wonderful, already down to half. JL knows this feeling all too well. That guy was just pelted by nades in the first half. But it's wonderful to have to still hold his nerve, and he will.
What a flick.
Nice snap over to Lucky. He was getting ready for the player further in front in Maka.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, you want to see a flick?
And it's very clear who's been in the better opera today.
Adjusts to the body jump up. Alexi loses vision. XRC skates by. Can he compromise this?
I mean, this works better for Alexi, right? Unless he comes back and checks this.
And like Ima's playing aware of it. And Alexi also very much with it on his mind. Perfect repossession from Alexi. XRC just stalls for a second, and that offers the opening right back over to the defense. And now you are going to get crushed. All 3 A defenders ready to go for it. Navi instantly in with the round win.
Yeah, it's been an amazing fight here for Navi to pull it back this close, to be actually 1 round away from winning when it felt like it was done. But that's a story we've told so many times with Navi. They just get better by the round. And a great second shot for Wonderful. There have not been too many op highlights this game from either team. So that's a welcome sight.
Nice, boys, nice.
Nice to see Wonderful with the double kill. Clean shots, no missed chance on that one. 2 clicks of the mouse, 2 easy frags on the approach to B. .3D Max thought they had this in the bag. Navi can't make that same mistake. Little jump up on the half wall. Alexi sees how close they are, but they're still sticking around despite the fire to the left. They're gonna make 3D Max work for top banana if they really are that adamant about taking it.
Down to their last bits here, 3D Max. And they don't catch him up falling back. That's a clean cutoff.
Oh, you know 3D Max, right? Odds are they still take this chance. Odds are they think they can still overwhelm. I mean, Maka's going in with a Tech 9 entry instead of playing the op, and it works. But from the boost is JL with further damage. He's losing his sight. Oh, classic 3D Max action. You have an off on your back and you swing to the Tech 9 just so that you can play with aggression.
Yeah, that's the best move that he could make in that spot. And again, the op hasn't been doing him too much favors. They've got all the utility needed to retake. They don't really have the manpower here. And they're actually worried about their own money coming into the third round of this half, and so they won't even try it. They'll get some extra damage in the end, but now they've got to turn and run themselves.
Terrorists win.
One round to bring it to another OT, and it's a solid round out of 3D Max. The only difference here is Navi has gotten better. 3D Max are kind of hovering around the same level, same good fight, same good protocol, same good utility placement. They're getting flashes in, their entries have been really strong.
I think this round win will do a lot of good for 3D Max just because of the stubbornness that it took to just decide to slam that site with 4 players on Banana. They could have tried to wait out for a better opportunity once some smokes went down, but no, they pounced. And that killer instinct is definitely something that 3D Max possess. It's sticking the landing that they struggle with. Right now, JL's just gonna thrust himself into the action again! No way! Wild blind over top of the barrels.
That's the
double.
most JL double I've ever seen. His teammates will tell him about it later.
3D Max thought they were happily signing up for just a little friendly jostling in the utility. Everybody puffing their chest, but it's JL. Unquenchable bloodlust. Trying to get back some of that score he lost versus the grenades in the first half of action. Na'Vi just need 2 kills to get that 2-0 here in Austin. And with Alexi B locking in the first kill, all the support he could ever ask for is right behind him. Gravity hoping that they overstep. He does have the bomb, and they are all right here. And the first kill goes down for 70 damage, but Na'Vi will lock this in. A perfect day 1 in Austin. Not a lot of runway to get off the ground, but they do it. Playing Train versus Nemiga prove that they have fleshed out the map pool, and now already with their second best of 1 win, it's resilience on full display.
Mezzy, not the start you guys would have wanted, and obviously the end to the streak as well with all of it. Big mistakes being made throughout the game, and it didn't look maybe at times like you guys were on the right page like we usually see. So now you've had time to look at it, now you've had time to talk. What's that conversation look like?
No, I mean, of course, like, especially losing the second one after winning the pistol, it's always tough in the best of one. And then I think they did a good job of the first couple of rounds. They caught us off guard with a few of their individual plays, like I think the first buy round, walking out apps and getting the kill, and then kind of steamrolled from there. So I think, and also didn't win in one of the 2v2s, which could have made it like a bit closer in the half. But yeah, overall, I think we just made too many mistakes. Communication errors overall it wasn't the best in terms of the details from us. But yeah, hoping we can show a better side of us today. I think it's something that we've done well throughout the whole year is make sure that we can step back up and make sure that we don't let previous results or previous halves or games or maps affect us. And today, now it's a new game and a new challenge for us.
In terms of being a new challenge for you guys, how ready are you for Nemiga? How much do you know about these guys from what you've seen from the previous stage?
Yeah, I mean, of course, they've shown a really good level overall. I think maybe surprised some other teams or surprised some of the people out there that they've got this far. But I think overall they're a solid team. I think even before the major, I had my eye on them. I think they've got some really good individuals. I think they're a really young team, but I think they've shown some really good results. And you can never underestimate them. You can never underestimate any teams here. Like it's already shown, I think there's been a lot of upsets already, and yeah, I think now it's time to show a better level to Vitality and show why we're the world #1 as well.
What does that better level look like when you're going into these best of ones? Or is there a bit between you want to show your stuff, but then you're a bit nervous because it could slip away like last time?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's best of ones. It's always tough. I think. But it's one of those things that we can't really blame the format or blame this and that. I think it's one of those things that we need to, as a team and as players, need to be ready from the start. And whether, even in best of threes, we've shown that if we're 7-1 down, we're a lot down, we can get ourselves back in the game and fight back against the momentum. And it's no different in these best of ones. If we have a bad start, then we just need to focus on the next round and make sure that we're ready for the next challenge. Because yeah, I'd like to say these guys pose a threat, and it's important for us that we are there individually and as a team to show their best.
I like how you said they pose a threat. Does that mean like you do have to give them the respect they deserve for what they've done, what you've seen?
Yeah, of course. I mean, even like against Legacy, it's important that we show all these teams respect. But it's also important to get that balance. We don't go in there too scared or not play our game. I think, like I say, we've shown throughout this year why we're the #1 and why we played so well, and that's because we're not scared of any team. We're not taking a step back. We're showing to playing to win, and it's important in these best of ones that you show that, because all these underdog teams are going to come in and play to win and make sure that they're to take us off the throne as well. So I think it's important for us to show it as well.
All right, man. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got him back. Zwei, the Wonder Child, ready to take over. Donk's bold prediction.
Bold prediction
on HLTV. The bold prediction of the next year by Donk. But who's he up against? The newly defeated, that's right, defeated Team Vitality. The streak is over, and there is a part of me on a human level that thinks if I was in Team Vitality and that streak ended, I would be ever so slightly relieved. You can just kind of let the records go and just fixate in on what actually matters more than anything, and that's a win here in Austin.
I will say that when you win so constantly, the first loss after that is such a it's such a bad conversation. It's such a bad feeling. I've had two of my teams that I played on just die after. We had a great season, lost one really important game, and then we had the worst fight ever. It's wild because before that moment, you were just like everyone's best friends. Everything's working every day. There's nothing bad to say. And then suddenly it all comes up, all the bad emotions at once. And you know how much Apex wants to win as well. So it's an extra test to stay focused because you have to play these two games in the same day.
Yes.
And you also have to, I mean, again, I always say, like, when you compare Liquid's streak to Vitality's, Liquid played a lot more best of ones. A lot of those best of ones are versus worse opponents because you play best of ones in groups. So their average opponent rank was 15. Vitality's 11 in their streak. It might even be lower now since then. But then what that means is you come into this game and it's like Legacy. They're technically the most winning team at the major so far. Like every stage they literally have the highest average winning rate, right? Like they're just like not lost. They're insane. So there was a chance for an upset there. They take them to Inferno. There was some taunting on Inferno the last time that they played, or at Dallas, where they threatened to play it. And so now they got to play against Nemiga. For people who are tuning in because of Vitality and haven't watched the rest of the major, Nemiga have earned their place at this position. Zwei has been very impressive. Lear clearly was born to play on LAN. Yeah. He is so fun. And he's come up with very fun smack talk. He went, I think 2 rounds before the end of the game, he went, attention, attention, taxi coming to pick you up soon, was his last bit of smack talk. It was so good. So Apex has got a real opponent in that regard.
That's a fair comparison to draw then. I was like, damn, we're really grasping at straws if we're talking about trash talk. But no, you're right, because the mental game between him and Apex may be fully on. We're going to Dust 2 to settle the dust, folks.
Also, I'll say Con, fantastic offer.
Sure, yes. And Con has straight up said, like, Zwei is an absolute beast, and every time I look down the line, like, how can I not try to play my best? This kid inspires me. But Mezi and Zaiwu are going to find opening success here in the pistol. A CT pistol win would be a nice sigh of relief for Vitality. Again, haven't had to taste defeat in nearly an entire season of Counter-Strike. But obviously, Nemiga are going to have to truly fight beyond their weight class in this one. And what do they have to bank on? The fact that Legacy did the same thing already earlier today. That Nemiga and Legacy have been on the same journey from the start of the major to this point. And there is that commonality between the two teams. Vitality will play in best of ones. They've got the highest seed. You get the lowest ranked opponents for your matchups. Con, P250, not going to find the opening. Mezi is already looking to recover what was, I would say, some disastrous rounds in their opening game.
Okay, yeah.
You know, as like
I was at the gym, so I missed a lot of it.
Well, he wasn't the only individual to obviously struggle out of the gate, but there was a couple of key rounds where, you know, Mezi fans were, well, they were trying to cover their tracks, you know?
Yeah, okay.
They were trying to cover the Mezi tracks.
They were in the peat bogs?
Somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Swampy people, those Brits.
Yeah, wet, very wet people. Very soggy people.
But a pistol win is in the bag. Put the rounds in the bag, Vitality.
But yes, Vitality should win this map.
Yeah.
Even if we want to hype up Nemiga, even if there is a loss behind them, I still believe there's a chance Vitality will win here. No problem.
See the odds to the favor of Vitality again.
Only 5-1 though after the last game. That would be very different.
Right? Zaiwu's going to have a field day here. You'd think. Let the boosty go by and deal with everybody else. They line up. He controls the MP9 for a double kill. And that's going to really suck the life out of the room for Nemiga. They get the dink on Apex, so they're going to try to push it forward. But this one's going to dry up in the elbow. Moisturize, kids.
They are, yeah. There's a dry place. Them elbows.
You know,
Put some shea butter on them.
Lear and Coach Box have been working together for over 2 years now, 2.5 years.
Wow.
The brains of the operation between Lear and Box has been in place.
Put the Lear in the box.
Shake it up and get his way.
Have his way with them.
It's also wild that Zwei kind of has this journey that so many young players from the CIS region are now no longer experiencing, and that is just being thrown into a full roster. You know, it's all about the academy system now for like Spirit having, what, 24 academy teams? I think it's actually just 4. But we exaggerate.
It's a lot. Yeah, we can be hyperbolic.
Still
that's
a lot.
Fair. That's tons. That's EG levels.
You know, and when
which was too many for them. I can't be flirting versus harassment here. That was originally a lot too many.
And when Zwei didn't get a position on one of those Spirit Academy teams, he said, "All right."
The thing is, we had 5 academy teams in EG, but we didn't have a single opera in the region.
Oh, that's the problem.
And definitely not any Kiyosukes. Kiosks. All right. What are we thinking, Nemiga? It's a smoke on the door, and there's no CT here playing close to mid. but it looks like the split's been slightly abandoned. They're turning around now, 35 seconds. Vitality aren't moving much. ZywOo could get snuck up on here. He doesn't know how close. He's sharing a box with Xanter. My goodness. They're neighbors. Xanter wins. 2 players left on the site. Splits in place.
Flamesy's in the middle. Talk about the split.
What?
Oh, but the cover is offered by Lear. Looked like that was going to be a freebie. Sway even cracks the whip versus Mezzi. Now robs from the corner. He's going to beckon him in. He's got nowhere to run. We hit 7 seconds. They are barely going to get a chance to plant.
And they do.
Got it. And so Apex is put into an early clutch. First gun round for Nemiga. First round win for Nemiga.
It was kind of a dull-looking map there for Vitality for a second. They, with their 2-1-2 setup, and ZywOo was the only sort of active information inside of middle. Honestly, Nemiga were going back and forth, but it's because they were just not getting a response from Vitality. They kept trying to, they smoked a B door to look for some sort of response, maybe draw out a rotation. The only thing that happened was reactive, where Flamesy dropped into lower halls and tried to flank very quickly, but even that looked out of place.
So does Lear give it to him?
You got to get in as soon as you get around, because you don't know how many you got. This could be the maximum leverage here. He's got a great yell.
Rob's tried his damnedest there, but just felt squeezed. And remember, we've learned already, the best time to kick somebody is when they're on the ground.
That's perfect advice. It really does make sense.
It's literally the easiest time. So
yeah.
while
Why are we always
Vitality,
taught the opposite when we're...
I don't know. Probably because we shouldn't be taught to kick people while they're on the ground.
I think we're taught by losers.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I've learned a lot from Vitality.
Hey, they haven't lost in 2 hours.
ZywOo, a little off the line. Mezzi doesn't catch the climb up. Lear better be ready to bring that energy all map long. Spoiler, he is.
That flash did nothing.
That's kind of weird, eh?
Yeah. I don't know how that didn't land right in front of ZywOo. That was interesting.
Still floating around on the Xbox. Going for the climb now, but smoke's starting to get real thin. So they peel away from it.
That's another moment where they're once again taking their time, but to be honest, they might be for good reason. Their CTs aren't answering anywhere. Out of grenades, our Vitality. Lot comes down to ZywOo, who's already been pelted down.
Still hasn't had a target to shoot at. Flamesy holds off the one other player. So now it's just this 4-person B split. Late mid one. ZywOo's missing shots. Third time's the charm.
They can't kill him though.
Gets it on Risky Bob, then finds Sway, swaps over a pistol, ends it with a triple. And that there is an example of Nemiga leaving something on the table.
Yeah, they whiffed a lot. They got a little scared on the approach. They tried to attack long and B at the same time, which is fine, because again, Vitality, they weren't really looking for info here, but man, they started the clip when ZywOo started hitting, and from there on, it looked great.
Ooh.
Was that mean-spirited?
Mm-hmm.
Can you say it in English?
No.
Whoa. Well, I think in their game versus Legacy, someone called ZywOo Fat Boy.
Okay. Well,
and Apex got really mad about it. So was it worse than that?
He's talking about mothers.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I've done that, so...
Yeah, literally this event. I believe you compared my mom to a cow.
No.
You quite literally did that at a major.
No, Sharon, I'm sorry.
She's blocked you, bro.
No. I just watched too much Vitality.
Oh.
I learned from losers.
Mezzi with the perfect bank. He's been working on his free throw. Thing is, Legacy were loud and rowdy and in Vitality's face to start the day, but they also didn't feel like they made mistakes like that last round where you have a great chance. I mean, how many more rounds is ZywOo going to drop 3 shots in a row?
Yeah, no, that's the last time this year, I'm sure.
That was your chance to follow through into the B site, to win consecutive rounds, to have a little juice on this T side. Now ZywOo, at least in the face of no utility in pistols, is going to start warming up. And I'll warn you, don't let ZywOo warm up.
No, he warms up quick, actually. In fact, he's all about having the highest floor. That is always the thing with him.
I also want to say shout out Xanter one time for bringing a new style to the Tier 1 of Counter-Strike. We've never had the open button up over the jersey.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It's a solid look.
Yeah, it is.
And it's hard to find your own personality and expression in Counter-Strike space, you know? Like,
we
look how
draft like
quickly
a
the
Catholic
nose
school.
strips kind of became a personality.
Yeah, let's not do that.
You know, but Xanter making a movement.
Yeah, I hope everyone mentioned on his jersey is okay with that movement.
That's true. Maybe we just threw him under the bus. You gotta let a player style it out.
That's true. Oh, there's some style.
Yeah, you said at the start of the game, like if you're unfamiliar with Nemiga and you're just kind of getting into the groove of the major, just the big dogs are now in Austin. Khan's up, nothing to write off.
No, he makes plays. He makes plays.
But for the time being, Zwei is struggling, which is an oddity, right? He was up there in some of the highest rated players for his opening stages of this major. There's no denying he is kind of the driving force behind this Nemiga team. And we don't know what the team looks like if he isn't performing to that level. But it's nice to see Khan get a good op shot like that, because there are clearly some other players out there to pick up slack.
Yeah.
We've also got Risky Bob 0-5.
That's okay, though. That happens and they still win sometimes.
It's just certainly not the opponent to have 2 of your 5 players struggling out of the gate.
Don't worry. There's this way they can do this. It's a lonely ZywOo coming into the window, but blocked by a well-placed smoke. Oh no, the Nemiga.
25 seconds.
Yeah, they're going A though. They're going A.
Yeah, man, looking like a bit of a shell themselves here.
There's a lot of talent on A.
This is a 5 versus 4, and they're executing at 15 seconds. You've got 2 more flashbangs on Lear if he wants to chuck him out. But there is no real unrooting these defenders. Only Xanter with a headshot. This was your 5v4.
Yeah, it was. They had the exact same placings, all the CTs, ZywOo alone, no messages from mid, which again, Vitality, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, they haven't had so much activity in the mid round. They're also running out of grenades really fast every round. And in this spot, it's another moment where Nemiga, they had a split on one player in the B site. They would have won if they ended up mid B. I like the setup though, rampant default. That's not something you see very often. Because the idea is they see Apex, they're not going to molly default, forget about it entirely. It is just an eco. But Lear comes in with a plan. Smoke, flash, flash.
One more flash as well for Lear to get him that much further. You got him this far. Now pop. Simultaneously, Xanter actually just walked out long, so they do try to pounce on it. And ZywOo has stopped missing shots. Deagle from downtown meets its end. Flamesy double kill to close it. It is a Vitality comfortably racking up round wins, sitting pretty 6-1.
Fair to say they're fired up. Little angry. Laser focused.
I think having the conversation of like, oh, the win streak is, you know, I said it at the start where it's like the win streak's over, it's probably some pressure off your shoulders. I feel like that probably hasn't sunk in today yet, right? Because like you said, you still have the second best of one. You've got to recover quickly, and sometimes it's right after those losses that things can really hurt that most.
Yeah.
But I think when they wake up tomorrow morning, there's no more overhanging, you know, when's it gonna end? Is today the day we lose? That's gone now. That's dissipated, and it's just Austin. You know, you're the most winning team of 2025.
Release some pressure. They can just focus on if they get a win.
Yes.
Like if they go 0-2,
then you got a problem.
Tomorrow's not going to feel great.
No, it's not.
But if they do win, then then it does relieve some pressure.
Just a little.
Because even when the streak is happening, it's this arbitrary thing that we count on the side.
Right.
But their goal is just win each event as it happens. And so they're like, well, we weren't thinking about the streak, but now everyone's telling us about it.
Yeah.
And so it matters.
And I would think they're lying if they said they didn't want it to keep going.
Oh,
obviously,
of course
it can be amazing to make history like that, but
of course.
At some point, it's got to get tired. Mezzi floats around in bottom underpass a little too long there. Sway finds his long barrel of the A1S. But last time we saw Nemiga with a 5 versus 4 at the start of a round, they lost to the clock. So they've got to power up, and it looks like Xanter's going to do exactly that. Taking a step out towards middle, finds Flamesy. That's a good kill to get. And you've left Vitality now just kind of stuck over on that B site. 2 players locked in.
Are you ready for the ultimate ZywOo highlight op? All alone on the A site. They're splitting him from Long and Cat at the same time. It's just one man and his scope.
But one man made of greatness. Until he misses a shot, and then he recovers how many?
Oh.
They still haven't cleared him. Finally, Xanter's going to put an end to it. So good double kill from Xanter, and it feels like in the still absence of Zwei and Risky Bob, it is Xanter with a double kill at a critical juncture in this half, because there is still now a door ajar for Nemiga to get a few more rounds.
Definitely. They don't want to give up hope. I think they definitely showed just a little bit of fear. Like he's scared of ZywOo and everything like that in a couple of these previous rounds, but they have a crystal clear game plan, I'll say. And just a misread in there is okay. Nice first shot for Rops, but he goes down. Apex the only save.
Terrorists win.
British player stop throwing entries.
I mean, his name is Mezzi. You could just call him Mezzi.
Yeah, but remember, it's Apex's competition, who also calls Mezzi British player.
I guess.
British player, stop throwing entries!
He's kind of combining a few people, right? He's got a little Kerrigan, a little Apex.
A little Lear.
A little Lear.
Khan put in a tough spot there, but it's the Rops double op that tries to go very confidently, I have to say, to the top of middle with that fight.
Yeah, Rops isn't your average explorer. Oh, that flash is perfect.
But every time Rops does feel like he kind of wants to get crazy.
He has an op ace on Dust too that we all remember.
That round this is the one round he'll probably get that crazy. ZywOo now fishing for some sort of hold in middle. Knows he's probably allowed at least one to climb up. Missed chance on the player Xbox. Now Khan's on high alert, looking for this opper. Battling ZywOo surely cannot be easy. But ZywOo's gonna get away from that fight. He's gonna leave Mezzi solo over towards B and try to bolster this A hit before Nemiga look to send all 5 players into the split. First, 3 on long versus Flamesy. And even though ZywOo moves over, it is still a solo long hold. And so 1 kill probably won't be enough. ZywOo just gets blasted out of the round, but guess what? It's Apex with a double kill and a chance to still hold them back on that cross. It's fire right on the wall. They'd have to take that further back pathing, and Apex just continues to try to fluster it all, but Mezzi sort of slips off the boxes here. Doesn't hold that angle on the ramp. If they want to swoop in, surprise Khan, then maybe this goes well, because he's got the bomb.
It's the bomb plant that comes in. They got to fake it, right? They know that CT's a drop down here.
Oh, he just sticks. It welcomes the challenge over from elbow, but Lear drops it. Khan missed shot. Apex here with a triple.
Damn.
Makes up for it, and Vitality back to winning ways.
That's a pretty beast round out of Apex. This one doesn't have to do with great team CS. It's really his spray down on Cat that brings this round back into a possibility. And a huge part of a Vitality streak is the consistency among all 5 of them, including Apex. Apex has become not only such a great IGL, but almost back to his form as a player from when he was in his prime.
Apex is a top 20 player this year?
Oh, so I have no idea if he's so far a top 20 player. I don't know. But I think, oh yeah, because Vitality, all 5 of them currently, right?
Yeah, knocking on that door.
That's the first time since Astralis that would have happened. Oh, what is that? He made the adjustment blind.
He's got that third eye wide open. 13 and 5 at this point. ZywOo just gonna keep toppling him like bowling pins. Khan gets the counter pick, but it's freed up the other defenders to go pushing off site, trying to just collect kills elsewhere. Deep position here from Risky Bob is...
He's not taking the peek.
Not going to get a chance.
Oh, he's letting him go, too.
Xanter, meanwhile, trying to hold them back over towards the cross. Gives himself a smoke to play around with. Risky's going to start climbing up behind Flamesy, who went for that mid-clear already, but he still didn't let his guard down.
Yeah.
Well done, Flamesy, but an open chance for Xanter to go into the 4K.
Xanter has a certain level of confidence he carries with him in every swing, and he loves a good swing.
Eyes back towards Long. Crawling up along that wall is Rops.
Splitting the difference here.
Gets the contact. Can't get the instant headshot. Now suddenly this 1v2 made harder. Could have still pulled it off if the spray was to perfection, but a missed couple of shots. And Apex reminds them who's leading.
Can speak your language too. I mean, what is that? This is just pure muscle memory, full of adjustments
what is
there.
That?
Absurd. I mean, it's right to the doorway.
It's kind of just nonsense.
That's a playing CS every day.
ZywOo's 14 and 6, folks. This is the same ZywOo who, after he missed 2-3 shots in a row back on plat of B, you thought, oh God, Vitality are going the way of Falcons. But we said that would be the one round he missed, and it's essentially the one and only problem that Vitality have had from him so far.
And he's still got 3 kills.
Flamesy gonna get hyper aggressive on Long, so now you start to see that disrespect coming out from Vitality, hunting down these fights on the perimeters of the map.
They're starting to open up a lot more. Way more aggressive, way more active spotting.
Yeah, it's almost like the level of respect Vitality come into this best of 1 with was earned by Legacy at the start of the day. You know, so Nemiga kind of get that grace period where Vitality have to get back into the server and feel them out for 3 rounds. But we are now...
Yeah, that's another thing that has to get warmed up too, is communication. You know, coming up with CT ideas and stuff, because otherwise it's very easy just to go into all your favorite spots and wait. So at this point in the round, though, Xanter down. 2 players on B looks a whole lot more formidable. And Rob's going to have this gun sticking out. They're not playing in middle, so that's kind of a liability.
And the barrel.
Yeah, that's weird.
Huh.
That's not a good setup if you don't have middle.
How do we explain that one?
I don't know. He really put himself there, so I'm not sure why.
He really put himself there.
No one put him there.
That is matter of fact.
Yeah, this isn't StarCraft. He of his own volition,
was a choice.
Autonomy and agency, stood at Hummer watching the door.
Well, I'll explain it as well. He's banking on that back plat support to save him in the form of Mezzi. But what happens? We finally get a flash of the greatness that Zwei brought to the table in the first 2 stages of the Major. This still struggling Zwei at the moment with a double kill this round. Let that be the reminder that in stage 1, 1.21 rating. Stage 2, 1.28 rating. He has only slowly gotten better with time versus supposedly better opposition.
Did you speak French?
I wasn't paying enough attention.
Man, they're going back and forth different languages, Connor. You got to pay attention.
Oh, my bad.
I need you for some of these translations.
Okay, I got you.
Especially if Lear's speaking French, I need you.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. I mean, facile is easy.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to say c'est trop facile. It's too easy.
He's speaking French. He's speaking Russian. They're both swearing in English.
A little bit of both. Roxo has had enough fun in games. Oh, you thought you were just going to write off a B defense. Oh, you thought these rounds were going to start getting that easy. Lear starts speaking French. And forgets how to call. Charge into the B site? I don't think so. Vitality gonna sit them on their ass for the last round of the half. It's a comfortable 9-3 lead for the best team in the world. Trying to match Apex's energy, never an easy feat, but Lear has waited quite some time to go up against his inspiration. And Vitality, inspired after that loss to Legacy at the start of the day, a very good-looking 9-3 start to this Dust 2 best of 1. Doesn't seem to me, Mohan, like Vitality are dropping into the 0-2 pool.
Doesn't feel like it at all, yeah. I mean, 3, not even back-to-back rounds here for Nemiga. Still some good moments in there.
Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Con, 4K!
Oh, he ran out of ammo. And to be fair, Menzi put one between the eyes, but what a play from Con.
One magazine of the USP, a hope and a dream. And I said in the absence of Zwei and Risky Bob that the rest of the pieces got to pick up slack. Well, Con is trying to do exactly that. Risky Bob's getting back into the kill feed. And let him know, Con. Let's check this out from over the shoulder. 3 and 4.
You know, versus the best team in the world. A 4K like that, it's extraordinary.
be crazy if he was still speaking French.
Yeah, just to his own team now.
Here we go. Khan earned this M4. Hard fought. Not everybody can say they can shut down Vitality with one magazine of pistol. And here's ZywOo slipping up mid with that scout out on the field. Nemiga still got to bring a certain level of caution to this one. You want to make sure it's cost effective, but you are giving Zwei a chance to now get into the feel of the game. Risky Bob as well. He's in the kill feed more in the first 2 rounds of half 2 than all of the first half of action.
Got to be careful with Risky Bob. He comes in at the end. He gets his big round later on.
It's kind of ominous.
From behind.
Risky Bob's coming. In the famous words of Lear, you have to click faster. It's a Risky Bob peak.
Oh, yes. It's a Risky Bob peak.
A Risky Bob peak. But here it is. First buy round for Vitality comes by way of Tech9 in the hands of Apex, but that's fine. He's got that bomb. He's got Rops behind him. Rops who's holding for the top mid aggression. And I like this style, dude. Nemiga already signing up for a fight in the first gun round that Vitality have on the T side.
Problem is if they have 2 flanks, they only got 1 guy on A.
True.
You're gonna need way more here to stop this from coming up. So, and the flanks, how are you supposed to flank long when you got spotted?
Lear brings a lot of bark, but how much bite? Stuck behind that box now. His closest support gets mollied off. He gets burned into the open. They try to pounce on him. And it's Apex's pistol to get the better of it. So that flank towards top middle then gets peeled back as Rops goes back to try to quell the threat. And here's Zwei attempting to get into the action with plenty of targets up on this bomb site. And they all just peak at the same time once the smoke fades. So the hopes of Nemiga fizzling out here in round 15. Vitality into the gun rounds of the second half. Post their 10th round win.
Yeah, wow, Rops is so annoying right there. He came back in for a 3rd peak, and they finally took him out. At least 1 kill.
Damage check, though. Check out Vitality.
You know, what's that worth, unfortunately? They don't knock down the equipment. They don't get the kill reward. And the mental victories at this point, only worth so much.
It's worth a mention, and that's about it.
Yeah. The double flank's great if Rops doesn't come back for the extra check, and if he's, you know, but it's Rops, right? He's the accountant. He double, triple checks. Can't get one by that guy.
Only on his worst days. The man just knows how to win. Nemiga looking to sign up for a fight towards Cat, but all of a sudden kind of flustered. And then it's expect Flamesy to just come around that corner with fire in front of him. Flashes then to follow. They're still trying to sign up for this. Vitality are going to catch him standing out an elbow. Only Xanter of the 3 defenders to get anything going there. And so now it is going to be an easy slice through this A site. There is nothing left to stop them. Molotov behind means Risky Bob's got to take the long road over towards doors. And Vitality having a field day on this A site in back-to-back rounds.
Got so many guys they can turn to just save the day right here. And I mean, Flamesy's got these real special entries. Rops is having a great game now. There's nothing special about the way that they formed that attack. It was just their first attempt at taking Cat. Khan with his 4K pistol, the only one in positive KD territory here for Nemiga. And you know what it is. Zwei comes into this match. I'm playing versus Vitality. We are having a lot of fun. We played a full stage in the major already. And now's my chance to really turn some heads, right? The bold prediction.
Good launders.
Yeah.
To derail our conversation here, because I'm still interested to see if Nemiga can make this happen.
Okay.
What if I told you FaZe beat MOUZ?
FaZe beat MOUZ. FaZe beat MOUZ?
FaZe beat MOUZ, brother.
Wait, MOUZ are 0-2?
MOUZ are 0-2.
MOUZ are 0-2.
Uh-huh.
And FaZe are 1-1.
FaZe are 1-1.
And MOUZ lost to FaZe.
MOUZ lost to FaZe.
FaZe beat MOUZ.
Yeah. They're now 1-1. Unlike MOUZ.
Back on their bullshit. Back on their bullshit.
Have yet to miss a CS2 Grand Finals. Just saying.
MOUZ are 0-2. One more time.
MOUZ.
Who'd they lose to?
FaZe.
First?
Oh, first. Okay.
That's yours.
VP first. VP.
Right,
11.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Play
happening.
the best of ones if you want, but these are still matches you're supposed to win. Man, if MOUZ are in 0-2, someone's going out unceremoniously. And quickly.
That's why what's left of this game is still important, because Nemiga certainly don't want to be going up the likes of MOUZ early. Flamesy yet to find anything to shoot at on this bomb site. It's suspiciously quiet, especially with Lear in the server. He doubles up here at the bottom of the ramp. ZywOo gets the headshot, and so the defender's already starting to topple, but RiskyBob comes in with helping hands.
Whoa, ZywOo taking a step forward bravely.
They are very much stuck in this corner, but they're given a fight. RiskyBob goes for the duel before his teammates can offer trades, and ZywOo is just hitting shots now. Dropped at the hands of Khan, who taps bomb once, gets that little bit of a reaction out of Apex, who then just tucks down beyond the stairs. And with no kit in hand, no chance, it is 7 map points for Vitality.
Yeah, so...
Lynn, I don't hear you from the beginning, bro. I saw it was a battle. The vibe, Lynn, the vibe!
It's so romantic that they're speaking each other's languages to them.
I was worried because when Apex got that 3K, his individually most successful round of the game, he didn't make a peep.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. He's not even going to give Lear the satisfaction of it. You know, like as if like it's not even worth Apex's time to talk trash to a team like Nemiga, to a guy like Lear. But now that he's got 12 rounds on the board, welcome to Austin, Apex. We've been waiting for you.
I appreciate that. In the 5 rounds Nemiga have won, Lear has stood up and said something interesting in 4 of them. Every chance he could get.
You gotta do it.
He's been having a lot of fun.
Those chances may be few and far between, but you must. For the road in stage 3 may be coming to an abrupt halt for Nemiga. But a force buy here. Every step of the way from now until the end of this map. Nemiga gonna fight tooth and nail to keep themselves out of that 0-2 pool. Problem is ZywOo's got 20 frags, and every piece of this Vitality squad is looking better than they did this morning. CT smoke goes down though on tunnels at 30 seconds. If you are gonna take this risk, it's gonna be real risky. Maybe too risky.
RiskyBob hasn't moved actually, even though he got spotted.
Oh, they're gonna take it down to the final seconds and just try to charge headstrong through Zwei. RiskyBob from Humvee with a triple. Still just enough time to go for this bomb plant, but that's gonna be Apex with hands busy. Rox has to cover, does just enough, but then Xanter's spike.
No, don't peek.
And Khan's not gonna throw this one away.
He actually almost made that possible.
Holy.
1 second left, and he peeked the window. All good.
Hey, man.
There's that RiskyBob round we were talking about. He comes in late.
Triple from Humvee. Again, the utility just enough to cause a franticness in Vitality. And Xanter's... That's looking the devil in the eyes.
Look, yeah.
You look the devil in the eyes, boy. Devil went down to Georgia.
Yeah.
Looking for a soul to steal.
When a white boy watches sinners. Almost had his chance. Uh-oh. Alone on the A site.
Not where I would want to be. And not where Lear wants to be either. Goes down with nothing. Vitality see the finish line here in round 19. Everybody inside of this APAC, barring the solo mid lurk, which does reopen a small possibility still here for Nemiga. Xanter's trying to strike while backs are turned. He heard that drop off site. Still a lot of bodies though up within it, and those players succeed. Xanter comes out from the smoke grenade and it is ended. Vitality have recovered. A very rare taste of defeat in 2025, but the rebound is as fast as possible.
Vitality come with a strong game against Nemiga and go 1-1 for the day. So with this one, felt a lot more like what we expected from Vitality. You guys are back to being loud again as well. Can you just maybe try and explain to me the differences you felt between the first game and the second game?
The communication, the motivation, like I would say everything was so much higher than the first game. Yeah. The first game we didn't even exist, I will say. Like we lost so many, we lost so many rounds, like I think we didn't see that for so long. Yeah. So I would say like we just talk after the game. We knew like we didn't play the best against Legacy, and that's also the major. We need to step up. We need to like show a really good game, and if we want to win the major and show like we are one of the best team, we need to show a great great thing on the server, and I think we did a great against Nemiga now.
Now I might say something stupid here, but I want to ask you this. I know the streak's gone, but is it maybe a good thing that you got kicked like that to bounce back and have this for you guys?
I think it was a really good slap in our face, because maybe we're not, I will say not too cocky, but maybe too confident before joining the major. So losing the first game like this and showing like we can lose to anyone, I think it was a great thing for us, and just just showing like, no, we're gonna start maybe a new win streak. Let's see.
And is there maybe some pressure alleviated? I know you guys don't really talk about the win streak so much when we and the analysts and everyone are asking you guys about it, but is it just nice that that's now not something that's ever in the back of your mind?
Yeah, of course. I mean, now it's behind us.
Yeah.
And obviously, like you said, like we didn't really talk about it, and now. No, the problem is gone. It's just behind us. So obviously now I won't say less pressure on us, but we just play for game, like just feeling the game now and don't think about the win streak anymore, and just playing like Vitality does. No? Yeah.
And I've got to ask this, right? I know Apex can have some tough words for you guys. What was the biggest thing he said to you between the first map and the second map to make sure everyone was fired up and ready?
Actually, like, he didn't went arch or anything. We just... No. He was kind of surprised. No, to be honest, it was just normal words. Like, we know we could do better. So I think everyone knew it. And I don't think we had to put any word on it. Obviously, he had the word, but I think everyone expected to do better. And that's what we did. Yeah, everyone understood it.
All right, well, they know what they got to do. They did it in this second game. Let's see what happens across the rest of the tournament. MongolZ, you had spirit in the opening game. Now it's always going to be tough. And I don't think the scoreline really showed the full picture of it. I felt like you guys had some more chances in there. How did you guys view it?
As you said, it was a really tough team. We knew it was going to be a tough match, but we had the same feeling that we could have done more in a lot of close rounds, a lot of situations that we could have turned to our side. So, of course, it's bad to lose, but as you said, Spirit's a tough team to beat, and also Donkey's in his actual form. It's literally a demon, so yeah, tough match for us, but we still got one chance more today.
Are you guys still feeling confident now coming into the next matchups? Did it hurt your confidence at all? Any changes?
I think not at all, because it's the first day of the tournament. It's BO1, so we still have a lot of room to grow during the tournament and also go further. And our main goal is to go further, so not really.
Going up against G2 today, obviously it's G2 with a stand-in. They could maybe have a bit of a buff knowing that this won't be the same team going into the next season, but do you feel like this is a team that won't be able to perform against you, won't be able to do the same kind of damage?
I don't know really what to expect. I know they have a lot of good players, and also in the past I've talked a lot with Hades. I asked him about tips how to play with the Open when I was in 9Z. So yeah, it's going to be a fun match. I don't know really what to expect, but I know they are really good. And I think in this stage, there's no easy match, there's no easy team, so we have to do our best to win.
So you got some respect for Hades then?
Yeah, a lot. Back when I was, I think, playing in Brazil, actually, I sent him some Twitter messages. He was about to go to ENCE, and he helped me a lot, so a lot of respect for him.
But you're going to have to own him up in the server.
Yeah, that's how it is, no?
Taz, things didn't go to plan on the first map at all when you had to come here into the major and play. Obviously, there's 2 smoke diffusers, things like that going on. What was it from your opinion? I know you tweeted and you said like you didn't play as a unit, but was there more to it?
I think that the first game of the tournament, maybe, we exactly knew what will happen. We knew what they will do, like just something happened on the server, and I believe that that's just first, I hope. It's the first game of the event.
Are you a little bit more nervous, though, from that happening? Have you spoken to the team afterwards, and what have you gone through before coming into this one?
I mean, it's still, you need to lose 3 games to go out, you need to win 3 games to go through. So there's no space to be nervous, there's no space to try to blame anyone. It's just we need to rebound and get better with communication, especially.
When you say communication especially, I know you guys have had some time to prepare and get ready for this event, right? More time with Hades in there, more time with everyone getting comfortable. When you left the boot camp before coming to here, how happy and satisfied were you with what you guys have been able to do?
It's very tough to say. Like, we didn't have boot camp before this event.
Okay.
Yeah, we had boot camp before Astana. we know how it went. So yeah, but the prep wasn't that good for us. Practice results weren't that good, but it's hard to judge on practice because when we had Ilya before, we had insane results on practice, and then we were not going through group stage, even though it was very early stage of the team. But still, like, I think practice is something that you need to treat with a little bit distance. And what matters is how you play on LAN. And at the moment, we are not playing good. So definitely we need to step up.
Okay, so no boot camp that coming into this, right? Was this maybe due to the fact, obviously, of the rumored changes that will come in afterwards, or was it just not the right time?
I think there are some many things that were taken into consideration. You know.
Thank you very much, Taz. Good luck.
Not to be the first to throw shade, but that's not the most inspiring take from Taz in my mind. No boot camp ahead of this event. Obviously, he said before Astana they had that go down, but we know that Astana and Dallas weren't really results to be proud of. And then also going beyond that to say that the practice has also been kind of bad.
Yeah. He said they're not playing well. I think the rumor, which is still a rumor, is that Saw is going to be going to G2.
Right.
But that's like kind of the first step in a long process of a rebuild, I think. That makes sense, but as it stands, the G2 you see on your screen will not be the same G2 we see next year.
Right.
The next season even. There will definitely be moves that happen. I have no inside information, but you're going to change the coach. You just lost your 2 best players. I don't think this is your 5. So we're in the 0-1 pool because they lost to 3D Max pretty heavy-handedly. Pain also got smacked, but they played against Spirit, so it's a bit different, I feel. And I think Pain with a stage behind them are in a really good spot, I feel like, to take down a team like G2 right now.
Agreed.
A lot of brand value here for G2, but if you look at the team as it stands, again, like they're suffering the losses of their number 1 and number 2 best players. It's hard to have high expectations for them. You can, though, if you want.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm an empathetic guy.
Go for it.
I still can't help but believe that, you know, unfortunately, like you're saying, this is a team in flux. Even Hades, you know, trying to fill the shoes, the big shoes that m0NESY leaves behind him.
Shout out Hades, though.
Shout out Hades for trying to step up to the plate, and shout out MOUZ as well for on an individual level trying to bring it back. I mean, we know that the fall off of MOUZ during the kind of end of the previous roster was definitely something we could no longer ignore. Their outing in Dallas wasn't the very best, but it's definitely one that I think, you know, we saw like a couple flashes of brilliance again from MOUZ, which is something that I think he needs to be able to retain and tap into. It was obviously a massive move for him to depart M80 to get a chance with an organization like G2, and I can't imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, if they rebuild, like, I wouldn't expect MOUZ to be someone who gets removed.
No, dude, give Saw MOUZ, and let me see what happens.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to talk too much about the what ifs and what could be's for a G2 team that will look different after the player break, because we're still here, Mohan. We're still here. We're in the live.
But we haven't boot camp, Connor.
The right here, the right now, but they haven't boot camp. Their practice didn't look good. They've lost their 2 star players. Their last 2 events weren't the best.
And
but
they're not
here.
playing good.
But they're here.
That's right.
These are the things that I'd be telling Payne if I was on the other side of this server looking to avoid the 0-2 pool. I'd say, boys, we lost to Spirit and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Down the list of reasons you go. But you never know when Hunter's going to drop a career best map. We've learned that this season.
He is Mr. Pop-Off sometimes. And so can Davideus.
He signs up for the door fight. Drops 1. And NQZ is going to get flashed in for the next wave. It's a good flash, but Heavy God was behind blue box, so he retains vision and swings around with that Kevlar P250. Hunter out through the mid doors, gets the better of Snow. So now it's 4 versus 2, looking real good for the G2 squad. They decide not to follow through with the long play because they spot bodies on site. But this is Big Uzera pressing off of Catwalk to take a bit of a look at the middle of the map. Hunter, 35 health, 42 on Hades, 54 for Heavy God. These are wounded G2 players that gave up some of the best map control that they've had so far this round. Luckily for them, Heavy God decides to be adamant about long.
Yeah, Snack's coming back to peak this. I think Painter wondering why they haven't actually committed to the site yet, and now they'll start to cross, but they won't actually get spotted because Zero gets pulled to mid a bit as they check on B. So the plant will slowly come in. And now it's about finding Snacks, but I can't find him just yet.
What a nuisance. He's just got flashbangs to hang on to top middle with. DGT is going to be given no help for the time being. Snacks doesn't even sign up for the fight, just runs away.
Yeah. Job done.
Let Biguzera chase ghosts. And that's what's going to lock in this pistol round for G2. So Payne very much signing up for those long fights. NQZ going back in off the flashbang was supposed to be the big solution. Nice. But well on Heavy God to play for the what-ifs and to follow through as well with that long control. When the round started to look a little weird, you know, considering options of leaving and whatnot, G2 kept it simple in the end, followed into A site and win.
Good old G2 pistols. They've always had some very good plays. Hunter extremely good on these rounds.
You know, we talk about dead team buff.
Yeah, that is a thing.
We didn't give them that positive in this little pregame we did.
Well, you're supposed to, Mr. Empathy.
Oh, it's me.
Oh, it's me.
Oh.
That's right, it's you.
My bad. Well, we'll give it to them now. You know, Legacy have kind of not talked about dead team buff, but the fact that they can literally play every stage of this major with no pressure, that's something that no other team is allowed to do, because they're the only other team that wasn't supposed to be here.
There's always a crazy story or two.
Luck said that actually in his post-game interview today once they defeated Vitality. He's like, our first map was just so bad because there was just, mentally, you know, everybody felt frail. Felt like pressure because you have...
Their first map where?
At the major.
Oh, okay.
Like when their first outing back in stage 1 when they were losing maps before they started going flawless. You know, before they turned into the dominators that they are today.
Oh.
Speaking of domination, NQZ just pops Heavy God. 5-7 up close. Could have been deadly, but Biguzera unable to hold them back. And that is all of G2 starting to gun down this A site. Hades gets tagged in the process, but you have allowed that clock to whittle down to 30 seconds, and you're still only playing in pit.
Yeah.
You have no other option. You've got to hit A. CT's going to damn well know it. They'll try to take duels to soften you up on the approach, but Davideus gives up sight. He just jumps right off that bad boy with fire at his feet. 15 seconds, and bomb is only now thrown over, but DGT at this distance, not gonna look like he finds it unless the jump... No, Snow doesn't throw it, but he'll still clear them off.
How'd he get those kills?
Trying to make the most of this.
Oh, is that a smoke?
Hades leans back. And now both counter-terrorists spotted, but neither of them working with a kit. Smoke goes down on the corner to allow for this challenge in sight that actually forces Hades to come forward.
Snow's phasing it.
MOUZ
it worked.
Gonna catch the player over towards the corner. And now Snow coming forward, looking for 4 kills on the round. MOUZ is looking to burn time off. Snow's gonna gun him down. You gotta run him down. You gotta find him. But MOUZ from the corner is their savior. He's the guy that ends this with a 4K. We're 3 rounds into this game and G2 just skating by.
Yeah, they took a long time with no kind of pressure against them to make this approach happen. I guess, okay, there's some pressure. They got killed. And Snow made this very scary, especially with the second shot. But then he even phased the smoke in through long that he threw, which was very nice. And if, well, his teammate got one, then it's a different round. But they saved by MOUZ. 2-0 start. Another round of pistols here for Payne.
Undeniably some great damage. But G2 remains slippery. Slide right out the long doors again, this time to 0 resistance. Come on, Snacks. Get him.
It's getting whittled down. It's a thin stick now.
7 shots in.
Uncapped player and Hunter, though, to unravel all of it. CT's kind of grouping up inside of that smoke. Thought they were going to get the better of the long play, but Hunter shows up when he should.
That helps speed it up.
Yeah, also helps fund the process. Makes a ton of money. Pain can't wait to get their hands on some guns after losing pistol. They did great damage in the last round. This time looking like they're going to get through it. That is 3 SMG kills for Hunter, and 4 players survive.
So the plan is simple here for G2. Just need some time and patience. Having that cat flank come in helps speed things up. I know Painter sitting here thinking, let us get guns so we can answer back.
The time is now.
Hades will stay on the scout this round. So small advantage to Pain's buy. Oh, and another long play opening kill here for G2 early. They got one game plan, but man, is it good.
You know what they say, if they give you the spawn, take long. Amadeus has not had a chance to get his game going in these first 4 rounds. Could still upend this one, of course. G2's smoke a bit deep. If this CT1 fades, it's Vision. That's good vision for Big Uzera. He's going to try to flush the player from the bottom of the ramp back into his crosshair, but that one doesn't spread. Incendiary just a little shy. Opens the spam back, though, and NQZ clips snacks off the play. We go back even 3v3. Snow sticking around. DGT gets his. Snow's got a kit to play with as well, but this cover from Carr still yet to be called on. Op of NQZ over towards Catwalk's got a player locked into Goose. Feels to me like the defense knows where the positioning's at, but this crawl up from Hades. Great interruption.
Okay.
A double kill as now NQZ just sits here waiting for Goose, and there is no reason for MOUZ to ever give him this shot.
Yeah, until he's just trying to go save, but NQZ has to do the same thing. So they'll give that up. There's that boost on site, doesn't see anything because MOUZ essentially just doesn't move. He stays right behind default box on Goose. And it's another round with the 5v4 kicked off on long control, ended on A site, plain and simple.
It was 3v3 there for a second until Hades saw a call to action.
It's going to be hard to criticize them for being one note if that's just the perfect note to have. If you gave any team a start with long control and a 5v4, they would play every single round that way versus every other team in the world. If Pain want and know that this is going to happen, then they have to adjust accordingly. They can't just give up a kill. They have to fight for long control properly with more players, or they need to not play it.
You want it instantly, Janusz, or no? Or on timing?
But you know when MOUZ has that spawn, he's going to call it.
Hades had it this round. No shame in putting the off out. He's going to take it towards mid. You've already got Big Uzera down in lower tunnels, trying to set up that upper push. Here comes the 2 B defenders already taking control of the map, but of course, MOUZ is going to hear it. Ooh, but he makes sound.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake. Not great guns here, but still a scary round, especially with NQZ's op, so G2 has to be careful.
It's okay to make that sound if you're going to come back and re-clear tunnels with force, but Snow doesn't like the timing of it all, so he's gone, and NQZ gets that first kill going. Pain finally, man advantage. Snow, smoke in hand, tries to put it down in front of this pack. 3 players strong, just charge right into him, and then the SMG hits the ground. 5-7 off of Catwalk to try to chase the bomb, who drops fire behind him and seizes this chance with that opening into the B site. Even despite NQZ stopping the long play this round, it is a quick reaction from G2 into B.
Yep. Just went forward with that play. MOUZ had the B spawn this time. He ends up being the entry a little later on. Apart from MongolZ, Pain aren't looking quite alive just yet. You don't want to go into 0-2 tomorrow. MOUZ are there waiting for you.
Oh, God.
Terrorists win.
You want to go into 1-1 with Vitality.
I mean, at this stage of the major, huh?
Yeah.
We're running out of freebies.
There's no safe places to go. Yeah, you want to go 1-1 against Vitality and FaZe, or would you like to go 0-2 versus MOUZ?
I think I take the 2-0 game versus
Spirit.
You've got a point. Hades takes that opening look towards long, and there's nobody home as far as he sees, but he also didn't see much. His flashbangs back from the other side.
Cat's wide open. Not a peep here.
Man, Pain really
This style is just working so well versus Pain. They're expecting a little bit more notice before things get taken, but and MongolZ is going to see this, and he's careful, but he still gets caught off 3 players staring at him.
Well done to at least get the 1 kill, but not careful enough. Utility going to land on the planter, but not soon enough to stop him either. Barely any grenade damage done off the frag and fire of Big Uzera. Really just feels like Pain do not have their finger on the pulse of the game.
Yeah, yeah. A little late to figuring out why they shouldn't lose a player on long. And to now leaving this open. Not they walk up cats like that sometimes, but that'll have to be a retake.
Oh, it looks like it's inbound. Man advantage here, trying to fight for bottom ramp. Hunter's going to try to get himself into the site here. Hades just popping him on the retake.
Bad Hades.
Oh, it is hook, line, and sinker. They thought they had more space to get away with that. Low health for Hades. Doesn't make a difference. Just skeet shooting.
Can we criticize G2 for coming into this game playing it simple when they're the ones who didn't boot camp? Not so much. I feel like we criticize Pain for not trying to play these feel-out rounds properly and sort of making the same mistakes over and over again.
I said they don't have their finger on the pulse, but every round that they feel that way could just further remove them from it. Trying to get a sense of the game. Turns out you can lose your 2 best players. Not boot camp, have bad practice, fail 2 events, and still win a flawless 13-0 on Dust 2. You heard it here first.
I have my glasses on. You can't trick me.
Give it a second. As MongolZ
stole that one.
As ever.
Yoink.
Takes Snow's head clean off.
This one turns to be right as Pain pull their goalie. It's a half investment.
Trying to get this B defense back in position in time, but kind of caught jumping up. DGT, never mind, just enough. Loses his support behind him. Heavy God wants to try to come in through middle. DGT, triple MP9 from Carr. But every time Hades is still standing in these late rounds, it looks like he's getting his impact. Heavy God signing up into mid for the door fight. Kind of sticks around a bit too long, but if it's to give Hades a chance to shine in a clutch, then so be it.
8-2.
Puts the smoke down on the door and gets off site.
3 op shots last time off Cat.
He's gonna give himself a chance to hold window, but when do they peak? Right then and there. And he goes back at it for a 3rd kill on the round. Hades looking to clutch out. Misses the jump up.
And it has to be a defuse.
But it's not a plant for him at all.
Oh, it's 10 seconds.
Oh, Hades has got to come back at this. He's got to swing into it. Will do it with the Tech 9. Misses the chance, but gets him off bomb. So a clutch is a clutch nonetheless.
Wow, could have been a stick. Obviously, if there was a kid available, and there was money. And Big Uzera is not happy. Definitely some great shots out of Hades today. Payne fought hard to get here, but this is definitely subpar from them for a Dust 2.
Polish Counter-Strike really rallied behind Hades back with the whole 9 project.
Oh yeah, me too.
Trying to take a fully Polish team back to the top.
Loved it.
That project eventually fizzled out.
Now we got G9.
Yeah, true. Slowly but surely, piece by piece. MOUZ's gonna have to get that Polish citizenship soon.
Mario from Poland.
It's an excellent grenade, though.
Here comes that cat crawl. They get caught off by this a lot. Oh.
DGT keeps it clean, and Big Uzera's nade was so perfectly placed that one headshot will do the trick. DGT still flirting with top ramp. Thought he had a chance to strike him down. Big Uzera from the corner. Trying to hold on to site control, but I don't think they know about this move from HeavyGod. He's gotten further ahead. Oh, Davideus from a distance. It's got him. And it is a Hades clutch again. This time 1v4. Already starting to surround him. He gets the player in the backdrop of the CT spawn, and there's the first for Payne.
And they instantly start yelling. There was... So Snow saying, get it together, guys. We just needed to get on the board. It's just another simple idea here for G2. They've walked out tunnels, they've walked out mid, they've walked out long, they walked up cap more than once. And this time they just keep the awareness a little bit more. Still got competitive though, for a second.
Big Uzera's looking for that perfect pop-up. Utility tells him that they're already down beneath him. And they would have heard the burn behind, so Big Uzera thinks he's got a great chance to pop up. He is absolutely correct about that. Hades with a scout. What? The second player almost looked like he let him go.
He should have known that there was somebody else throwing that nade, right? I guess it's hard to figure out. He's getting shot at by a scout as well.
Just wanted to get the hell out of there to hold on to man advantage, but it very quickly slips back into the hands of G2. They've got pit control. NQZ is looking for somebody else, and HeavyGod just comes around the side of that one. So G2 right back to winning ways. What a weird series of events in middle. But all that really matters is that G2 slam their head against long yet again, find the kill on NQZ, and follow through swiftly for the 8-1 lead.
Looks like we found the antidote to pain here. G2's playstyle is causing them nightmares.
Dead roster buff.
Dead roster buff, you said it.
There had to be at least one at the major. It's them and Legacy with nothing to lose.
What about FaZe? No one expected them to win. They have an emergency sub. They're tapering off.
That's simple. You don't bring simple in and say,
oh, it's just a stand. It's so funny because you take someone who's watched CS like 3 years ago. They look at this team and they go, wait, they made a super team, you know?
Right, yeah,
But for us, we're like, I hope they make it to playoffs.
I'm just happy they won a map. No, the thought of an American crowd cheering for a Liege.
Yeah.
In a playoff walkout.
Yeah. It's the final Maverick, right?
The thought of a Liege getting a chance to play on an American stage at a major, you know, feels like
A long time coming.
Yeah, because when Liquid peaked, there weren't any. I guess they had Columbus.
Christopher?
Christopher. Columbo was a great man.
I'm not kidding, Tony. Got first blood on MOUZ. There we go. Come on, Pain.
Crawlies.
Something. DGT was the beacon of hope with that huge MP9 multi-kill from the same position. This time his gun's empty, though. Hades.
Chase him down.
Oh, it's another clutch attempt.
Take the peek. Oh.
Smokes the door instead. Not his first rodeo.
Ooh, he's going up.
Oh, he's gonna plant on the boxes. Gets the op back. No! Imagine that collateral.
That would have been great.
But instead, it's damage on the front runner, and Pain will take a second on this CT side.
It ended up being a no-scope through the legs.
Yeah, still something of a map to be played here.
What a great feeling that'd be. You jump up in a window, two guys run in, you just blast them with an op, no-scope, back through the window. Oh, Flash missed a bit. A lot of it. Ooh. 2 rounds something.
Fourth long, they fly out. Hey, again, man, tough hold for Pain. Finally looking like Davideus is gonna get something to be proud of. Holds them back, but it is blue box control for Heavy God, not for much longer. Fire on his feet. There it is. I think that's the first time Pain have won the long fight. 11 rounds into this half, and it's not the undoing of their defense. You could say finally, better late than never, but...
Never late is better.
Yes. Hey.
Oh, hold on a second. Did they win long? Do we know they won long?
Surely. Mac 10 versus Big Uzera.
Okay.
And he holds it back. Snacks 1v3, 40 seconds, no bomb possession, and an op holding his smoke.
Probably should have had Snacks come and help them take it.
Feel it, can't you? That little bit of self-belief.
In Pain?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
A little bit of growing hope.
They play a lot of hard games.
I see an ember in their eyes. You finish off this half with a 4-round CT side, and then you just take over.
They want to meet up with Legacy at the top.
Chalk it up to a slow start. Chalk it up to a few misreads. And then you set the tone and the tempo on the T side. That is the only reassurance.
I liked it. I mean, I know what you meant.
They will be reassured.
How much for some reassurance?
Got a great policy, actually, on sale.
All right, Big Azera yapping away here.
It's pistols.
They flash on the way back. He likes to fight into mid-Bs, but...
he's just kind of missing the mark unless he sprays through that pack of players just as they're in the doorway. And it gets away from DGT. A lot of the time, he, inside of that B site, put up enough of a defense, but all they had was pistols. And now all that Pain can bank on is a 1v3 clutch from Davideus that kicks off with a back turn to him and low health on Heavy God, because at least some damage was offered up by DGT. Again, he is the only piece of hope when it comes to this B defense. Davideus has gone unchecked through the door, but he gives over a step, makes contact versus one, gets tagged down to 29, and there they end him with a deagle to the head. G2 step forward with 9 rounds on this T side.
Dupree, he can't see a thing, they're right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shots, and you've got to be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus.pro in that grand final. We were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, And then, getting to the point where you need one more round. I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. It was just people just getting killed left and right, but it was just one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on the test, that was crazy. And the feeling is just we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I'd actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
There's no question Pain disappointed with the outing in the first half. Only 3 rounds of a defense versus a G2 that came into the major cold. Pain have had a run-up, a chance to wind up, and yet that's got to be one of the most absent halves we've actually seen from Pain so far here in Austin.
Yeah, just to reiterate, G2 came before the game started. They said, we haven't boot camped, we're not playing well right now. And we're they didn't see, Taz did not seem excited about trying this. Pain, on the other hand, fought very hard to get to this point.
Yeah.
And look at the score line. G2 have been destroying them.
Oh, and a pistol here from Snacks and Hunter is going to hold them back. 3v5. Now 2v5, demanded of them inside this B site. There is a world where Pain take control of a T side once they can play their game, but it's gonna have to come from a massive Big Uzera clutch right here, right now, or it could be too much momentum offered to G2. He looks for the scalp out middle. Heavy Gods had enough, and G2 are on a runway of a finish here. No slowing down by the looks of it.
Yeah, they've got lots of room to work with. There is no pistol to save the map now for Pain. They've got to fight back, try to pull off an eco. And we know if this game goes on too long, Pain will eventually wake up. We know how good they can play. They haven't been playing well today for whatever reason. We saw Big Zero get mad. We've seen Snow sort of just get really excited as soon as they won one round. I think they're all wondering why they're not clicking.
Mid tags. NQZ already down to 23 health. Pain decide to go all in on the force. This could just lead G2 to an easy best of 1 win. And Hunter's going to remain adamant about tunnels because they just sent the bomb alone on BigUzera into him.
Yeah, they
what
really
is that?
did. I don't know, honestly. And yeah, I mean, I understand the force up, but they also didn't prioritize the plant when they were in that 2vx situation, even though they could have got run down. So G2 leaves a bomb, and actually so much time left over, they could just go into regular default again. It won't even actually matter. So I guess luckily it falls where it does.
I'm not trying to take anything away from G2. They've played clean rounds. They've taken the openings that were presented to them.
Yeah.
But this is, to me, the worst pain we've seen in Austin.
Oh, easily. Yeah. So far, anyways.
Like something is not clicking in this map.
Yeah, they look very frustrated, confused. Definitely have to hear the interview after.
And it's not the day to do it, to go down 0-2 in the stage of the major with the highest level of competition. Hades gonna sit on the cross, give it a chance to tag him down. Snow trying to be that electric force that gets Pain
Good jump in.
back into the game.
Oh.
Damage done. A 91 damage dink here from MOUZ. But it's a bomb plant nonetheless. Problem is very little health for what remains of half of this Pain play. Heavy God finishes off Snow, just trying to get the FAMAS into the action now. DGT looks to take a look down over the ledge. They've lost half of their players already. It is sliding out of their hands. They had control when that bomb went down, but they just let G2 come forward 11-3 and a bottomed out Pain economy.
Well, there's a great retake. And Hades has been a solid opper. And the pistols have been good for G2, so it's, you know, what's been bad about it, really? G2 winning comfortably. And the force up followed by another here as we get into slightly better guns. 2 AKs this time. Certainly feels like the last chance.
Ooh, Heavy God makes sure of it. DGT had no help in that one. There wasn't a single player close to that doorway. At best, he had an additional flash to try to work with, but way too much for one man to handle. Heavy God has shown no weakness in form across the board, in fact, for G2, barring a negative MOUZ. It's been a team-based outing for G2. We saw multiple different players take to the tip of the spear for that long fight. There's no denying G2 kept that T-side simple, but when simplicity works, it is still beautiful. Great chance to catch their footing to avoid that fall into the 0-2 pool. Heavy God plays around the fire. He's got help not too far off in MOUZ. Utility coming out from that doorway lets them know there are indeed 2 players here. They will have separated 1v1s. And with that flash from Hunter offered over from elsewhere, it works. Hades holds on to Goose. MongolZ walking out middle, finds himself alone, gets a bit more damage in at 30 seconds. With bomb possession, it's one thing, but Snax ends it, and so 9 match points, G2.
Yeah, and they're just quietly winning. They're not getting too excited. They're just floating through this game, to be honest. The calls were simple in the first half, but the shots got hit. Unwatched choke points meant that Pain got sort of walked over, kept losing opening duels. Now we switch over, and it's just good. Like, G2 playing all their positions just fine. They used one molly to get DGT out into the open, killed him. I think they're wondering how Pain even got here.
I mean, this is not the Pain that stepped forward into stage 3. Not the day to have your worst performance yet, and yet here we go. BigUzera with the Hail Mary. Ton of damage through the smoke though from Hunter, so it's a solid enough rebuttal that leaves MongolZ and BigUzera low. And just a couple Polish powerhouses left here in round 16.
And you're in prime position to just have fun with it. Full kit of utility, op and play. Go ahead, take a risk.
So many more rounds to play with. Hades gonna float out here. Missed chance, in fact. MongolZ gets it clean from the pit. But are you telling me Snax is here to end it all?
El Snaxico right here. Come on,
Slides
1-on-3.
right into the bomb site. Davideus, grenade in hand. Last two players both low. This is perfect. Prime for the plucking off that MP9. Frag goes a little too deep. He just slides out off of the bomb site. He's gonna give him a little room to work. Snacks goes hiding down in his spawn and walks away to redirect to Catwalk instead. But I mean, this gives a chance for Pain to
Maybe long,
reposition.
because there's just better guns.
But with an MP9, he's got to scoop one up. And you'd think Pain would be keeping eyes on it.
I mean, he could pick up a gun here.
I feel like all the better weapons are actually on the corner, so he's going to expose himself first, but the car player just keeps his head tucked. So it is a bit more room to work with. Oh, he gets the headshot on Big Uzera. Then you're right, you've got to grab a better weapon. Hands onto the M4, it's empty. Come on.
Yeah, a little, okay. Not as exciting as it felt like it was going to be.
I think in hindsight, just stay on the bomb site and fight the two guys with 30 health. Maybe not, I mean, unconfirmed damage, so I don't want to criticize him too much, but...
I think the rotation makes sense with all the guns there, but especially if they play towards long after. Again, it's G2 who have rounds to work with. They'll only use a timeout now.
So he just picks up an empty M4 and has to pick a CT.
Yeah. Sabotaged.
Just couldn't believe how unlucky he got. But next time he's standing on site. He's not moving. All that effort for an empty gun. So there it is. The first of 9.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that Pain have what it takes right now. They make comebacks. They make comebacks in these last couple weeks. So.
Yeah, but I saw them make those comebacks when like the camp felt fired up, you know? Like they believed in it. I'm not trying to be a psychologist, but it's just lifeless at times from the team.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like Snow and Big Uzera, I guess.
Yeah, and even Big Uzera was kind of yelling at his teammates.
I think they need to be yelled at right now.
Sure. He's got that aura about him. I've seen him yell at them like that and then them solve issues and win games.
There you go.
So it works. But unfortunately, a little scolding, and there was no recovery in that first half.
Yeah, then they just get ecoed at the end.
Right? As if
Stop yelling at me.
As if they had the wiggle room to work with. But here we go. A hard-fought advantage for Pain. It is just pistols. 1 of 9 in the bag. 8 to go.
Now we'll really see if Pain are focused here versus all these pistols. There's actually a good amount of utility left over for G2 right now, and all of them are on the A site, and the catwalk is an intriguing point of interest here for Pain. They're kind of walking out mid at the same time, not seeing anything, but it feels like a commitment is about to take place. Oh, there is one.
Nice pop.
That's a key frag.
Snow gets the insta-kill. Big Uzera finds his. There's just this Goose player with a P250 back earned. Snacks is surely doomed from this point. Gets a little more in. Hades comes up. That next player's one shot. And an op bullet missed. Cat supports inbound. Oh, they try to press into him, and a Glock makes the difference. Pain by the skin of their teeth.
No problem. 7 rounds to go.
No problem. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Last round, there was only 1 alive. This round, there was 2.
Call it an improvement.
Yeah. This is nice play by Snacks. That was a lot of headshots he had to hit there, right there.
Doesn't look like Pain are going to let it phase him too much. That's 2 down, 7 to go.
7 to go. Here's where it'd be good to imagine it was still CSGO. Because a 7-round comeback in CSGO, that's just a Tuesday.
But in CS2,
it's still Tuesday. It's not Tuesday, but you get me.
What day is it?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay. It's day 1 of stage 3.
Thursday.
That's what I know.
Yeah.
We're working in stages here, folks. That's what it's like to be in the middle of a major. I don't care what your work week says. Stage 3, day 1, last match of the day. You got nowhere else to be, Pain. Nothing else to do.
I mean, this is great for Pain, right?
Yep.
MongolZ would not have thrown that smoke if he knew they were in front of it. They aren't smoking mid B, however. Oh my goodness. That is so close for NQZ. Oh, and he waited so long.
Just sitting there. Stuck out there. He knew what he wanted, but what he didn't expect was that supportive util to catch him.
Fair is fair. They played it safe.
Yep.
MongolZ never peeked in front of that box.
You know, feels like G2 were just standing in the middle of the road for a second. They get away with it. Miguzera still going to slide out middle. Hunter not chasing that instant trade. Will get it a few seconds later, so he takes his time and maintains man advantage for G2. They go double long control, and that's going to offer up a bomb plant to Pain Gaming. Player
Smoke
coming to
advice.
catwalk and Snacks. One from down in spawn is still Hunter, hanging on to that position he earned. And Heavy God, this timing could damn well catch them off guard. His SMG sprays through as Hades hits the ground.
2 left.
It is a looming threat near sight. Nothing Davideus can really do about it. He's got to hope DGT offers a helping hand, which he will. Both of the remaining Pain players come up with a kill apiece, but Snacks is playing well. And with that, he gets ever closer. He's working with the kit. He knows where you're playing from. Still just enough time or not. He's surpassed it. DGT takes that extra second. 3 down, 6 to go.
Yeah. Just, I guess because he was tagged, he wouldn't have been able to make it to the bomb in time, but wow, was that close. Oh, it was a jump up too. That's clean.
That mid setup could have been either team's opening kill.
Yeah, it did require the NQZ op to go out into the vision of the B window to get that kill. So they did play safe, even though they were out in the middle of sort of the open, so to speak. They technically were safe individually. There's just that one moment where that flash got pulled out. And it looked like he was fishing for it. Hades on the op.
Great flash. Hunter decides to ignore the corner and look for somebody else while that player was blind.
You funny, I kill you last.
Walks away with nothing instead. And Pain deal with the pressure from both sides of the tunnels. And the sight and lower held.
I've never seen a more hard clear that was less hard than that.
Okay. Interesting turn of events. There's an op out on the field. Oh my, the recovery is truly on. Hades can double back. There is no smoke for the cross. They gave up tunnels control with 2 kills to try to get back onto A. Hades arrives, hits the shot up close despite the dink, and now Davideus is gonna have to clutch out. This was 3 rounds in a row as an answer for Pain, a flash to get that op off the angle, and then he punishes, but Snacks will end this. Pain walk into the server as a shell of themselves, attempt their best effort at a recovery in the second half, but they will spiral out of control in stage 3 and end day 1 0-2.
Ja też jak patrzę co my robimy, mówię jeszcze kurwa digle, flesze, smoki.
For me, it's the prestige of majors that make them so great. This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's what every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching. In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan, right, losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie B-hold.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to got the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we're going to overtime!
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9, the organization that's been flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story. The crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike. From big picture perspective, I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got MOUZ and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this, and if you get MongolZ and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.